Washington.
1. Bishop Bless Callahan. No Dalmatian, but I come through with 100 dog, and they bark, they bite. Fabulous. When Lachey told me that this nigga Yero was her baby daddy, I damn near wanted to choke the both of them. Had she known of this nigga's past? Was this whole shit between us fake? All these thoughts were swarming around my head, and I didn't know what to do except grab my gun. When I felt for my gun, that's when I realized that Prayer and Polite made me leave my gun at home. They told me there was no reason for me to have it since we were going to have a good night. I was regretting that shit right now, because I would have put 2 smoking bullets in his head with the way his big-headed ass was staring me down.
Nico, why the fuck are you here?
Lachey said and stood next to me. I could tell from her stance and attitude that she wasn't here for shit. Polite quickly came over with a confused look on his face. Yero, the fuck is up, nigga? He dapped him while I continued to stare into his eyes. I didn't need to say shit. He knew that I was going to kill him, and that I knew he was the nigga responsible for Shad's death and for getting Polite locked up.
I'm chilling. Me and Amani together, so she invited me.
He was quiet and tried to avoid looking my way. With all these people in this place, it was too many witnesses. I planned on killing this man with my bare hands, and I knew I couldn't react the way that I wanted with so many people around me.
Bless, what is going on?
Lachey looked up at me. She was legit confused about the whole shit, and I was debating if I should have told her. This nigga was her world and the father to their daughter. I'm out. I shoved past Yero, damn near knocking his ass down. Whoa, what the fuck is that, Bless? Polite yelled behind me. It pissed me off that the nigga could even sit and talk with this nigga. Even if he didn't know that he was the nigga responsible for setting him up, the nigga basically dipped soon as he got locked up. A real nigga gonna hold you down when you're in a bond, and Polite was in one. He was locked up for 5 years, and this nigga only visited a few times in the first year, then fell back. Leave me alone, Polite, I snarled. My brothers knew when I got this way that they better had left me the fuck alone. I would punch the shit out of my brother and feel no remorse. I held onto Lachey's hand and pulled her behind me. She kept up, and when we got outside the club, the valet already knew what to do.
Can you please tell me what is going on? How do you know Nico? And why are you calling him Yero?
She wondered. I don't want to talk about it. I waved her off. My blood was boiling, and I was trying to calm myself down before I flashed and then ended up doing some shit that I would regret.
You need to talk about it, Bless. What the fuck just happened?
She continued to push, and I paced while waiting for my car. Nah.
Don't do this. Tell me.
She continued to plead with me. I sighed before raising my voice. Leave me the fuck alone, Lachey. I said I don't want to talk about the shit. I barked. There was a few women outside taking pictures and niggas trying to get their attention. She looked at me and her eyes watered.
You're right. I should definitely leave you alone,
she said, then walked back inside the club. When the valet finally brought me the keys, I snatched them out of his hands and then got into the car. Instead of going home, I headed right to Ashley's crib. She was the only one that I could talk about this with. Ash knew all about Yero and how I always felt like it was something suspect with his ass. It took me a half an hour to make it to her place, since she lived in a condo in Brooklyn. She bought it once we started making some real money with Raw Records. I rang her doorbell and waited for her to answer. When she didn't, I pressed it long and hard until her voice came through the line.
Who is this?
Open, it's me.
Bless?
Open the damn door, I hollered through the intercom. She already had me out here waiting for her ass. She buzzed me in and I made my way up to her condo. When I turned the knob, it was already unlocked. So I slipped inside and locked the door behind myself. Ashley was in the kitchen making herself some tea.
What do you need, Bless?
Why the fuck do it smell like a damn ginger factory in here?
I love ginger.
She was dry.
Now, what do you need?
She stirred the tea and stared at me with a blank expression. Her whole attitude and demeanor was throwing me the fuck off. Why weren't you at Nas' party? How you think it looks that the head of marketing isn't there? I questioned. When I asked Jalissa, she acted like she had no clue as to why Ashley wasn't coming.
I'm sick and going through some things. Nia and I spoke over the phone about how we're going to work on marketing his rap career. Just because I haven't been in the office doesn't mean that I haven't been working.
She sipped her tea and leaned on the counter.
Now, why are you here at 1 a.m?
She looked at me up and down. I couldn't put my finger on the shit, but something was different about her ass. You know Ace, baby daddy?
Why would I?
Ash, this fucking attitude is about to make me punch you in the head. I walked into a living room and plopped down on the couch. Ace's baby daddy is that nigga Yero?
What?
She damn near yelled.
And she knew?
Nah, I don't think she knew. He probably kept this part of his life away from her, I explained. She looked more confused than I did.
Maybe her ass was trying to line you up next.
Her tone spoke more of jealousy than anything. I knew me and Ash fucking wasn't the smartest shit. We both knew it, but she told me she understood that we couldn't be together. I believed that she was going to be good and we continued to work around each other without any problems. Now that I was looking at her and listening to her tone whenever I mentioned Ace, it told me something different. I just told your simple ass that she looked more confused than I did. She don't know what that nigga is up to, and I believe her. That nigga not even there for a seed, so how the fuck she would know he was responsible for killing Shy? I blurted. The last part I didn't mean to yell out.
What?
She gasped and walked over to me.
Euro was responsible for Shy's death?
I put my head down. Yeah, my private investigator called me the other day and let me know, I explained. He told me that he did that shit and he was the one who got Polite set up that night. She sat down beside me and all I could smell was damn ginger.
Oh my goodness. Have you told him?
Nah, I haven't gotten around to it, but that's because I was trying to get to Yero's ass, so I didn't have to tell him. You know Polite take all that shit to heart. It can never be that it was a part of the streets. His ass get all soft and butthurt because a nigga like Yero set him up.
True. Still, I believe he deserves to know that his best friend is the reason he spent 5 years out of his life behind bars.
I leaned back on the couch and looked at her. She looked at me and then messed with her hair. Why you seem different? She started messing with the hair.
What are you talking about?
Something about you seem different. Your ass ain't sick, so why you haven't been to the office?
I was sick last week. I'm just getting over this cold, so I'm trying to stay in and still get some work done.
I could tell she was lying from the way she was stammering. Yeah, whatever. What nigga you got up in here? I looked at her with my eyebrow raised. You better be in the office next week because you're needed.
Bless, no the hell I'm not. I've been in contact with my team and Imani. Both know I'm sick and I've been doing what I can from here.
What about Polite's album release?
Well, I can plan that from here. I'm thinking we should do an all-white affair and have the media there. I know you're against it, but it could bring more buzz for his album,
she suggested. I didn't even want to think about work with everything that happened tonight. This shit was sitting on my chest like a chick with a fat ass sat in the toilet. My mind was all over the place because I knew I wanted to kill this nigga, but I cared about Lachey. If you're too sick or busy, I can make Jalissa plan the whole thing. She's really been proving herself to me lately. Ashley looked annoyed by my comment.
Only because I taught her everything.
Nah, I told her to stop trying to be you and be herself and shit been smoother. I needed an assistant after you went to marketing, not someone trying hard to fill your shoes, although it would have been nice, but that only adds to someone fucking up my shit because they're trying to be you.
And you're going to trust her to do this alone? I'll add this to my plate. I'm fine,
she told me, and I wasn't feeling it. Nah, I paid Jalissa to assist, so she's going to do this. We have a few interns at the office that can help her. This is going to be a test. I told her and stood up.
Where are you going?
Shit, with the shit that happened today, I don't know. I sighed and paced the living room space. Why?
Stay the night,
she told me and looked up into my eyes. Ash, I'm not doing this with you. You started being clingy and shit. She looked offended.
Clingy? Because I'm trying to get you to make your flight and you're busy with Ace? I wouldn't call that clingy. I call that my fucking job.
Yeah, just how you getting all mad is the reason why I don't want to stay.
Stop being stupid. Stay the night,
she told me.
I know we spoke about Imani's budget for her EP, but I really need more money. She wants features.
I laughed so hard that she stared at me like something was wrong with me. Imani's ass thought she ran the company when she didn't. Ashley found her ass on SoundCloud giving people free music, and now she thought she was this Hollywood bitch that could demand shit. Lachey told me how she had been running around trying to get an interview with her for the blog. Ash, I'm not about to get into this right now. You want to prove to me that I should put the money behind her? Have her perform for me tomorrow at the office.
Tomorrow?
She choked out. Yeah, tomorrow.
You expect her to perform for you tomorrow?
I know I didn't fucking stutter.
That's not enough time and not fair, Bless.
I looked at Ashley. Shorty in the club partying right now. You might want to call her and tell her. And Ace has been trying to get her to sit down for the Raw blog that Polite started for all new artists. What's up with that? Ashley rolled her eyes.
I've told her she needs to do better with her schedule. She doesn't have time to sit down when she has all these appearances and things going on.
Getting paid $20 to shake her ass in the club and scream A through a mic isn't going to build her fucking career. You developing her to be a club thot or a fucking artist, Ashley?
Since Ace came into the company, you and Polite have been coming at me real crazy.
She stood and folded her arms.
I work hard for a company that isn't even mine, and all I have is two spoiled-ass men that want shit their way,
she yelled. I know you better lower your fucking voice. Stop fronting like working for the company didn't afford this condo. You bought this shit in cash, am I correct? Stop taking shit so personal. Amani is getting all swept up in the hype of hosting parties and clubs instead of taking the time to get a career right. Don't think I don't hear from the engineers how she misses sessions or shows up late with different friends. Get your artists under You know what? I'll get it right. She better be in my office tomorrow. I turned and left the condo. I came here to vent because she was the only person who knew everything going on, and she made me talk about business. It seemed like business always fell back onto me, and the shit pissed me the fuck off. With all this shit going on, the last thing I needed was to be focused on work. Except, we had too much shit going on that I couldn't ignore the shit. Make sure you have a mic and equipment sent to my office for tomorrow. I sent Jalissa instructions. Done, she quickly replied, and I went home. I would deal with Lachey another day. Yeah, I was wrong for barking on her the way I did, but she needed to know what the fuck happened. Shit, I didn't know if I even wanted to tell her or keep my mouth shut. This shit was stressing me out, and I needed to go home and figure out how I was going to move. With the media on me and this company, I couldn't move how I used to.
I was able to get maintenance to bring the equipment up to your office, and I got you some tea. Flu season is going around, and you don't need to catch that.
Jalissa handed me the Starbucks cup and continued to keep up with me walking to my office. Check you out looking out for a nigga. I laughed and took a sip of the lemon tea. Shit is actually good.
I'm glad you like it. Now, your email last night wasn't too clear, but from what I gathered, you want me to plan Polite's album release party?
Yeah, I want it on the yacht and an all-white affair. Invite the media too.
Seriously? You hate the media?
I pushed open my office door and allowed Jalissa to walk through first. I know, but we need exposure to his album. I stole Ashley's whole idea. Her ass had me pissed off. I was the type to make sure she knew I stole her damn idea too.
You're right. I'll call Ashley and let her know. She has connections to the media, so she can call some up and get their information so I can send out their invitations. I have 2 meetings today. One with the people who will design our invitations, and I have one with the caterers. My cousin is a chef, and she promised she would cater the party with her team, but I told her she had to make something so I could bring you a plate back.
Damn, you want it today, huh?
Yes, I know his album is set to release really soon, so I want to pull this together quickly. Except, I don't want it to look like I pulled it together quick. She giggled. Bad. Take the car and handle your business. Thanks. Your lunch will be brought up around 1. She told me as she headed out the office. I couldn't believe that I was thinking this, but Jalissa was becoming someone I look forward to seeing. Since we had a little talk when we were out of town, she really stepped into her own. I continued to drink this tea and pulled my phone out to call Lachey. Hello? She sounded like she had been sleeping. Hello? She asked again. Lachey! I yelled into the phone. I smirked because I could hear her suck her teeth through the phone. Bless, you told me to leave you alone, and that's what I'm doing, she replied. I want to talk to you about that shit. Save it. I don't want to hear why you felt the need to humiliate me in front of all those people in front of the club. She ended the call and I looked at the phone. I pressed my intercom button. Yeah? Yes, Bless, Jalissa replied. Before you dip, bring me Miss Sofrino's file. I need to get some information for the IRS. I lied. I'll send the intern with it. 1 sec, she told me, and I leaned back in the chair. Not even 5 minutes later, an intern came switching into the office with the file in her hand. The fuck was up with HR? Were they only fucking hiring sexy people? Good looks, I told her. No problem, Mr. Callahan. She winked at me and continued out of my office. I felt like these motherfuckers wanted me to have some kind of sexual harassment suit. How the fuck was I supposed to keep my eyes for her when these women were walking around with fat asses and tight skirts? I opened the file, looked through it, and tossed it on the desk. I'm sending Ash in, Jalissa said. I continued to sit in my chair with my foot up on the desk and watched as she and Amani came through the door. Hey, Mr. Callahan, Amani said and shook my hand. Her ass was full of shit. Whenever she saw me in the club, she called me Bless. But today I was Mr. Callahan. What's good, Imani? Ash? I nodded at her as she took a seat in the chair. She crossed her legs, pulled her files onto her lap, and then looked at me. Hey, Bless, you wanted to see me and Imani? Oh, we being professional, huh? I chuckled and leaned forward. Yeah, I got some equipment set up, and I want you to sing one of the songs in your EP. Right here? Imani choked out like I had told her to get naked in the corner. I'm not ready for that right now. Perform the song or be dropped from the label. I wasn't playing with her, and she wasn't about to string me along like she did everyone else. The reason for this whole meeting was to prove to Ashley what Polite and I had both said. She sucked her teeth but went over to the microphone. This EP had been something in the making for a while. It was supposed to have dropped already so that she could start working on an album. I refused to put money behind an album and tour if she couldn't put her all into the EP. Ashley wanted to be into artist development, but didn't want to actually put the work in. She thought she could market the shit out of Imani, and no one would ever know that she lacked in talent. Imani was the first R&B singer signed to the label, so I refused for her to give us a bad name all because she wanted to be in a club and not in the studio. She pulled her phone out and then turned on the microphone. I had already had Jalissa put the instrumental for the songs in her EP, so I pressed the remote and the beat played. You want me to perform this song? Yeah. Okay. She pulled the phone out and scrolled before she started singing. I could tell she wasn't comfortable, but then when she did, the bitch started humping the damn pole. She tossed her hip, swung her hair, and moved her body to the beat. She did more moving than actual singing because she had to keep reading the shit from her phone. I turned the music off. Yeah, that's enough, I said. Why the fuck you humping the damn mic stand? Bless? Nah, I'll let you do your thing and this is what the fuck you bring to me. Don't you understand that she's the first fucking singer signed to the company? How much pressure we're all under to make sure she does what she's supposed to do? She can't even memorize her damn songs, but you want me to put $50,000 behind her project? She want features? Call fucking R. Kelly. Imani, meet me in my office, Ashley told her. Imani looked like she wanted to burst into tears from everything I said. What the fuck, Blast? I shrugged. You better work on her. If she can't perform at the holidays Christmas party, I'm dropping her from the label, I told her. Ashley sat there, and I grabbed the file I asked Jalissa for, then left out the office. I had some shit that I needed to handle, and I had already wasted time listening to Imani's ass.
2. Lachey Ace Sofrino. Just when I said I was through with love, there he was. Keisha Cole. Bless had me all the way fucked up with the way he screamed on me. That was what made me so crazy when it came to him. 1 minute, I was Lachey, and he treated me like I was his girl. Then, the next, he flipped out, and I was just another bitch in the streets to him. That was exactly how I felt last night. He made me feel like I was just another woman in the streets, not the one who he shared intimate pieces about himself with. After last night, I went inside and got Sin, and then we came back to my house. Sin was hurt, and I understood her hurt. How could Polite do her this way? He had a whole fiancé and was about to get married. The shit had me so pissed that I wanted to fight him. Then the whole situation with Nico and Bless. How did they know each other? Why didn't Nico tell me that he knew Bless? All of this was so confusing, and I didn't know what to think. Nico tried to talk to me while me and Sin tried to leave, and I brushed him off. You need to get up and eat. I came and plopped on my bed. Sin was crawled up in a ball with her head pulled under the covers. It was noon, and she hadn't left the bed, not even to take a piss. Even with Bless pissing me off, I had gotten up to take Nevaeh to school, go for a run, and straighten up the apartment. Nana had a doctor's appointment, and then after she was going to have breakfast with one of her friends. No, leave me here to die, she mumbled from under the covers. I laughed. Sin was dramatic as ever. I wasn't saying she didn't have a reason to be dramatic, because she did. However, the whole die part was a tad bit dramatic on her part. I'm just as shocked as you are about this whole situation. She leaned up and pulled the covers over her shoulder. I was helping this woman plan her wedding while sleeping with her future husband. Why didn't he tell me? We spoke about everything, and he could have told me, she stressed. I could tell she was going back to every encounter that they had to think about why she didn't suspect that he was in a relationship. He never mentioned anything about a girlfriend or anything? Ace, you know if he told me he had a woman, I would have ignored him. I welcomed him into my home, introduced him to my parents, and slept with him. She sobbed and then leaned back on the couch. Someone knocked at the door and I sighed. As much as I wanted to be here for my friend, I had to get the door. I'll be right back. Ace, I just want to get some more sleep. Please, she begged. As much as I wanted to pull her out of the bed like she did me when I was hurting, I knew she had been hurting for some time. First her ex, then this whole shit with Polite. Imagine having to plan the wedding of your ex and the wedding of the dude you were so head over heels over. It was a tough pill to swallow, so she deserved to sleep so she could forget about everything, even if it was for a quick moment. My grandmother had medicine being delivered, so I knew it had to be them. They always knocked on the damn door like they were the warrant squad. I swung the door open, and Bless stood there with a dozen red roses. I had forgot that he spent Thanksgiving here with me, so he knew my address. Hell, I didn't think he would remember, but clearly his ass did. "You gonna stand there looking stupid? I got these stink-ass roses in my face, and you just standing there looking like you never saw a nigga holding roses." I slammed the door and stood there holding my chest. This man truly made me crazy. One minute, I wanted to hold him in my arms, then the next, I wanted to choke the shit out of him. "Lachey, you better open this damn door," he demanded. I opened the door and stood there with my arms folded. "Take these damn roses." I continued to stand there and stare at him. "How'd you get my address, Bless?" He smirked and then shoved the roses into my arms. "I told you that I have my ways to find you. You gonna let me in or not?" I held the door open and let him walk inside. "I'm still mad at you." I made sure he knew. Roses didn't make anything better, and I didn't want him to think each time he fucked up that he could show up with roses and all would be forgiven. "Oh, this shit nice." He looked around our apartment. My grandmother knew how to make an apartment a home. I loved how she decorated and had a bunch of pictures of me, Nevaeh, and my mother around. After crossing the threshold into our apartment, it always felt like home. "Thank you." I juggled, holding the heavy vase and trying to close the front door back. "Didn't you want me to leave you alone? Why are you here?" I sat the vase on the kitchen table and stood with my hand on my hip, staring at him. "Don't fucking ask why I showed up to my girl house." He pulled me in his arms and bent down to kiss me on the lips. My heart melted when I felt him touch me. I wanted to forget, however, I couldn't. This is how it started with Nico. First, he didn't want to be bothered or I was nagging too much. Then, he wanted to love on me and be around me. The next thing I know, he told me he couldn't do this anymore and we needed space. So I was hesitant about just letting Bless get a pass. I pushed him away from me. "Oh, I'm your girl now? Meanwhile, you were just cursing me out in front of all those people." I rolled my neck. "Stop doing this shit, Lachey. Why you being like that?" He pulled me over toward him. "And stop rolling your damn neck like a bobblehead." He grabbed a handful of my ass. "Bless, we don't know what this is that we're doing. You're calling me your girl, but we haven't spoken about it. Then you cursed me out in front of the club last night and expect for me to be all right because you show up with roses?" He sighed. "You didn't deserve me spazzing on you last night. I was upset and lashed out at you. So I'm sorry." I stood there with my arms folded, staring up at his fine ass. This man was so damn fine that I wanted to melt right here on the kitchen floor. The way he looked down at me, tucked his lip into his teeth, and then smirked, made it so hard not to forgive him. "I allowed a lot of shit for my ex, and I'm not trying to do the same thing here," I revealed. It was the truth. I wanted things to be different if we wanted to get into a relationship. According to him, we were already in a relationship. "I'm not that fuck nigga." He raised his voice. If it wasn't clear before, it was clear now that he and Nico had some issues. I'm not saying you are. I just want to make sure you know that I'm not dealing with that shit, period.
Now, you a city girl now, he chuckled. I'm not your ex, and each time we have an argument, I don't need you to bring that fuck nigga up. I'm not him, and he would never be me, even if he shaved my fucking beard and put it on his face.
He held onto my hips and stared down at me as he spoke. And when did we decide that we were going to be together? I questioned. Once we got back from his business trip, things went back to normal. I got back to work, and he went about his life. We still spoke on the phone and hung out, but there was no expectation of a relationship, which was rare for me. I was always worried about things like that. In the back of my mind, I would question if this meant we were in a relationship, or was he now my boyfriend? This time, I went with the flow and didn't force anything.
'Cause I decided it. When I realized that I would put a nigga's head through the wall behind you, I knew that you were my girl.
You are too much. How you gonna just decide that we're in a relationship? What if I had another few side pieces I was dating?
You cared too much. The way you was too strung up on that fuck nigga you gave a baby to.
My baby daddy, bless? Really? We had a relationship, so of course I was in my feelings when we ended things. I think that's the reason I'm so hesitant about this thing we're doing. I was honest. Being with Bless scared me. Shit, being with anyone scared me. I hated to get my feelings involved only to end up being the only one hurt in the situation. With a man like Bless, he seemed like he would move on and not give a shit about the damage he caused.
That nigga is a fuck nigga, and I'm always going to call him that, he said.
Whenever we mentioned Nico, I could tell that he was getting angry. What is your beef with him?
Nothing you need to worry about,
he replied, being short. You don't think I should know? He's my daughter's father, so I think I should know the beef you and him share.
Lachey, I told you that you don't need to worry about it,
he sternly told me, so I decided to leave it alone. Whatever Nico and Bless had going on wasn't my business. I'm not going to lie like I wasn't curious about it. During the time me and Nico had been together, I had never saw Bless around or even heard his name come out of Nico's mouth. Why were you calling him Euro? I questioned. That was one of the main questions that I had, and then I planned to leave it alone.
Being that you don't know means that I can fuck with you.
He kissed me on the forehead.
When I'm gonna meet my stepdaughter and grandmother-in-law,
he smirked. I want to be sure that we're serious before I introduce you to my family, Bless. It was the reason I never dated and always kept my hopes that me and Nico would be together. Dating someone else took too much energy out of me.
You one of those hard-headed women. The fuck you think? I tell a whole bunch of women that I want to be with them? If I'm telling you that I'm serious, then I'm fucking serious.
Searching his eyes, I could tell he was serious and that he wanted to be with me. He was standing in my kitchen after cursing me out last night, and Bless wasn't the type to find someone to apologize. Her birthday is coming up, and I was going to throw her a party. You can come to the party. I invited him.
Oh, word. I get an invite for her party?
Yes. It's coming up, and that's the perfect time for you to meet both her and Nana. I went to smell the roses. The question is, are you ready for this? If this is all too much for you... I allowed my voice to trail off as I looked at him. You could have told me, Bless. Sin stood in the doorway to the kitchen. You could have told me that he had a fiancé, so I could avoid looking stupid. She stood there with her arms folded. Sin cried all night. I held her and allowed her to feel her emotions. She had been played by 2 men in a short time frame, so I understood her pain.
Don't press me about some shit that's not my fucking business. Did I get paid when you fucked polite?
Soon as that dick slid inside you, did I get a direct deposit for some money? He asked, like this was a serious question. You're a dickhead. You could have told me that he was engaged, Sin continued. I watched as she went into the fridge and pulled out a wine cooler. Popping the top, she took a swig from the bottle. You could have told me. I wouldn't be standing here feeling stupid right now. Nah, you still would have looked stupid. The fuck you got that dumbass bun sitting up there like that? Bless! I laughed and walked over to him, then put my hand over his mouth. She's hurting right now. You have to admit that your brother did her wrong. He grabbed me around the waist and kissed me on the lips. I'm not admitting shit. It's not my business, and it's not yours either. If there was an award for unbothered, you would fucking win it. How is this not your business? Sin pondered. Hell, I wondered the same thing. He knew his brother was engaged to be married and didn't at least let Sin know that she should fall back. She's my best friend. Her hurt is mine, and it has been for as long as we've been friends. I finally spoke up. Word? So if she gets shot, you gonna feel it? He asked. No, but... Polite is a grown man and had all the time to let her know himself. Stop pushing the pressure off him by pressing me about why I didn't tell you. That's his shit, not mine. He told the both of us. I got some shit to handle, so I'm gonna slide back through here and see you later. He kissed me on the lips, slipped out the door, and I was left standing there. Why do you like his rude ass? It's not like that nigga is ever sweet or anything. She scoffed and continued to sip her wine cooler. Bless is super sweet in his own way. He doesn't show anybody that side, and I like that about him. I don't want my nigga friendly at all. I sat down at the kitchen table and crossed my legs. Bless was rude, and everybody knew this. However, I understood why he was the way that he was. He lost the love of his life, and their daughter had to go on without her. Who wouldn't be an asshole after all of that? You must only see it that way. Sin finished the wine cooler and pulled the bun down. Her hair fell down to her shoulders, and a couple of strands swept across her face. I really can't believe this shit is happening to me. It seems like each time I fall for a nigga, he ends up being some fuckboy. She sighed. Maybe there's a reason he didn't tell you about her. Come on, Ace. You're really going to play devil's advocate right now? I don't care what the reason was. He should have told me about her and let me decide. She rolled her eyes. Yes, it could be a reason why he never told you about it. You may find stupid-ass excuses to excuse why Nico does what the fuck he does, but that doesn't fly with me. Polite knew what he was doing and had time to clue me in on it. Instead, he thought he could have his cake and eat the shit, too. Ouch. I rolled my eyes. Sin was hurt, and I understood that, yet she didn't have to come at me so hard. I knew I made excuses for Nico, and I was trying so hard not to, but because she was in a bad place didn't mean she had to be nasty toward me. I have a few errands that I need to run, so I'll see you when I get back. I got up and grabbed my purse. I'm sorry, Ace. You're good, I replied, and headed out the door. I understood that Sin was hurt, and I was hurt for her too, but she was taking it out on the wrong person. She should have been taking it out on Polite and only Polite. Instead, she was being nasty to me and Bless, like we had something to do with the whole situation. I had a few bills to pay and things to grab for the house, so I made my exit quick. Knowing Sin, she would lock up and head home and be to herself for a few days. It had been a few days since me and Sin spoke. When I got back home after running errands, she had left already. I knew she was home because I had the Ring app and it was connected to her home. When she and her parents went to Spain last year, I watched her house, so she gave me her login. When I watched the video of her walking into her home, I knew she was safe. Sin processed things better when she was left alone. I knew she didn't like having me around to ask what she had planned on doing. Time apart was just what the both of us needed. I rolled over in bed and turned the news on while trying to mentally get myself ready for the day. I ran last night before bed, so I had no plans on getting up and out this morning.
Mommy, I'll see you later.
Nevaeh came into the room. Her hair was pulled into a tight pony with her favorite JoJo Siwa bow right on the top of her head. I hated those damn bows, but she loved them, so me and Nana continued to buy them. "Hey, baby, have a great day at school." She came over to my side of the bed, and I kissed her on the cheeks. "We'll get some ice cream after school." Since I had caught up on all things aced the day before, I planned to head into the office and work on some new material for the Raw Records blogs. Imani had been a no-show at all of our scheduled meetings, so I stopped paying her any mind.
Yay! Love you, Mommy.
She kissed me again before she ran out the room, then out the door with my Nana. I leaned back in the bed and closed my eyes for 5 more minutes. It seemed like no one wanted to see me relax. Soon as I closed my eyes, my phone buzzed on my night table. Sliding my finger across the screen, I put the phone to my ear. "Good morning. Can I speak to Lachey Safrino?" "Speaking." "Hey, this is Rick from Fleur. I was calling to let you know that the deposit from the other party never came and your date was taken by another guest." I leaned up in the bed so fast that I got lightheaded. "Are you kidding me? You guys have been booked for the whole year and you're telling me that my date was given away?" His whole tone changed. He went from being professional to being one of the gay niggas from the hood that you knew not to fuck with. "That's exactly what I'm telling you, Miss Ma'am. That money never came through, so we had to give up the date. It's 2 weeks until the fucking party. Why are you guys calling me now?" His sassy ass had me pissed off with his tone. I had every right to be upset that the venue for my daughter's birthday had fell through. "Well, you should speak to—" His voice trailed off as he flipped through some papers. "The father. That's who you said would send in the rest of the deposit. Anyway, your deposit will be at the front desk for you to pick back up. We take 10% for the cancellation fee, but the rest will be there," he told me. Whatever. I ended the call. Fleur was an event hall that had the best parties. A few celebrities I had wrote about on the blog had their children's party there. Hell, some of them had their own events there. For the price, they went all out for the party. With the check that Polite cut for me to blog for Raw Records, I wanted to do something nice for Nevaeh. Out of anybody, she always got the short end of the stick. She deserved to have a beautiful party. It cost so much, so I had sent Nico the information to pay for the other half. Just because I came into some money didn't mean that I was going to pay for our daughter's party alone. Silly of me for thinking that I could trust him. I dialed his number and tried to calm down so I didn't scream soon as he picked up the phone. "What's good, Ace?" he answered. "Babe, chill, I'm on the phone," he told someone in the background. "You had one fucking job, Nico. All you had to do was pay for the rest of the event hall, but you couldn't even do that." Long gone was the ace that allowed him to do whatever he wanted. "I never asked you for shit, but the one time I needed you, you let us down." "What you talking about?" He acted like he had no clue as to what I was venting about. If he was active in Nevaeh's life, he wouldn't have been asking this question. Her birthday party had been all she spoke about for the last few weeks. Nevaeh's birthday party! "Nico, I asked you to pay half because I need help. Your daughter doesn't ask for anything, and she deserves this party." "Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Imani was supposed to call and pay it for me. I had a client the day you called and told me about it." If it wasn't bad enough that he strung me along, but then he had another bitch make plans to pay the deposit for his daughter's birthday. "I meant to talk to you about that too, Ace. The day of her party, I have a big client that paid to fly me out to Vegas. The day of the party is on her actual birthday, Nico. The more he spoke, the more I got pissed and wanted to fight him. How could I have allowed myself to deal with a fuck nigga like him for so long? I know, Ace. I'm sorry, but you know I can't cancel. They already booked my flight and paid the money. His excuse made me want to slap the shit out of him. You there? I sighed. Yep. I'm always here to pick up your pieces when it comes to Nevaeh. She doesn't ask for shit, but you can never come through for her. I sucked my teeth. I'll figure out a way to throw her party, like I always do. I ended the call. Her birthday was less than 2 weeks away, and now I had to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Any venue that I wanted to book was going to be booked because of the holidays. This was the season of holiday parties, so I knew trying to find a place was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I tossed myself back onto the bed and closed my eyes. I wanted to cry, scream, and yell. However, none of that mattered. None of that would give my baby girl a venue for her birthday, and it wouldn't make Nico stop being a shitty father to her either. After laying down and feeling sorry for myself, I got up and made something to eat before starting my day. I couldn't sit here and feel sorry, because at the end of the day, I had to make something shake for my baby girl. Her father was able to get away with lame excuses, but I wasn't able to make those same excuses because my baby knew her mama always came through. When I entered the office, everything was normal. People were in their cubicles or office doing work, and Jaleesa was running around trying to make sure everything got done. I was glad that I didn't see Ashley because her attitude had changed since the first time she called me. I put my purse and laptop down on my cubicle and went to grab some snacks out the break room. Soon as I walked inside, I bumped right into Jaleesa. I'm sorry, Ace. I've been running around like crazy for this album release party. She giggled. I haven't ate anything. I'm pregnant, so I promised my husband that I would eat something, she revealed. Oh, wow. Congratulations. Yes, you should definitely get to eating more. Babies will show you who is boss if you don't take care of yourself during pregnancy. Are you planning on working up until you give birth? I wondered. Jaleesa was like Bless's eyes and ears of the office. Since they had settled into their routine, she did everything when it came to things revolving around him. My husband wants me to take maternity leave, but me and Bless are working together so well, and I would hate to have someone have to step in. I plan to work until my due date, take 3 weeks off, and then come back to work. I grabbed some chips and soda and smiled. Look at you. And they say that we can't rule the world. Girl, okay? I've been battling morning sickness and still kicking ass. She took a bite out of her Danish. Oh, and Polite wants to see you in his office. Told me to tell you if I saw you come in. Will do. I grabbed a Danish, since it smelled so good, and headed down the hall to Polite's office. He was sitting at his desk, and the nigga looked like he hadn't had any sleep. I tapped on the door, and he waved me into his office. What's good, Ace? How you doing? He moved the files out of his sitting chairs and gestured for me to take a seat. I sat down and looked at him. Why would he lie? Why would he fall for Sin and then break her heart? I had so many questions for his ass, but knew that he hadn't asked me to come to his office for this. I'm good. What's going on? I crossed my legs and opened my bag of chips. I wanted to talk to you about Sin, he started. I've been calling. How has she been? I sighed. Here I thought he was calling me in here to talk about business, and here he was wanting to know about Sin and why she wasn't taking his calls. Sin isn't taking my calls either. She's not speaking to me because I defended you, I revealed. It wasn't that I was really defending Polite. I felt like there had to be a reason why he was hiding his fiancée from her. It wasn't an excuse. However, it would have given us some kind of reasoning as to why he did what he did. Word? Don't get all excited. I'm always on my best friend's side. I'm just confused why you wouldn't tell her about your fiancé. What was the reason behind hiding it? Sin was really feeling you. Sin said she didn't want to know his excuses. Still, that didn't mean that I couldn't know.
Me and Kamaya have grown apart. I've been in denial about it for a while, but when I met Sin, shit changed. I found my equal, someone that is on the same page with me. I don't feel like I'm being someone else when I'm with her. I can be myself around her. She's passionate about music, like I am. When I'm around Kamaya, I feel like I gotta be another man, and with Sin, I could be myself. She gets my jokes and understands how much my career means to me. She's supportive.
Sin is big on honesty, Polite. You should have told her the truth about everything. Imagine how she feels. She's planning her ex-fiancé's wedding, and now she's planning your wedding. Your fiancé isn't supportive? He sighed.
I know, and I feel bad about that shit. Kamaya has been trying to pull this surprise wedding shit on our families, mainly because her family don't approve of me, and she doesn't want them to talk her out of it. I told her that we could talk about the shit, and she went and hired a wedding planner. She hadn't mentioned shit to me about the process because I've been so busy. I planned to tell Sin, but shit got too deep and too quick between us.
And about her not supporting you?
Kamaya's support comes with limitations. She supports me until it conflicts with our life. Like, she want to plan for babies after our wedding and told me I should take some time off from touring to be there. Sin, she's different. She encourages me to follow my dreams and to do what I want. She doesn't trip when I can't hang with her because I'm in the studio. Instead, she shows up to the studio to hang with me. Kamaya never comes to parties or the studio because she hides behind being a private person. I respect it, but I don't know if that's something I can get used to. I want to show off the woman on my arm, not show up to parties and events alone like I've been doing in the past.
I understood everything that he was saying. However, he still lied and would have continued to lie if he hadn't been caught at the party. As much as I want to help you, I know that Sin is taking this hard. She hasn't answered any calls or left her house since this happened. I sighed. I could tell that he cared about Sin and had been caught in a rough place.
I just want to make sure that she's good and shit. I know I fucked up and I can take that, but I want to make sure she good.
Whatever you do, don't show up to her house. She'll never talk to you again if you do that. I'll go by her house today and let you know she's all right. I wouldn't tell him anything else, but the least I could do is tell him that she was all right.
Good looks, Ace, for real.
I stood up and headed toward the door.
And my brother is a different nigga when he's around you, for real. I've never seen him like this before. Thank you.
Bless is a good man. Rude, but a good man. I smiled and left his office. On my way back to my cubicle, I was pulled into the janitor's closet. I yelped out and then turned to see Bless standing there with this silly-ass grin on his face.
Let's get this office romance shit going on. Go ahead, rip my shirt off.
Bless, you cannot be doing that. I thought someone was trying to kidnap my ass. I shoved him in the chest. And no, I'm not going to be messing around with you at the office. You forgot the attitude Ashley had last time I sat in your lap? I'm not trying to have everyone looking at me like that. Ashley's attitude changed, and I didn't know why. At first, she was sweet, and we kind of connected. Then her whole shit changed. I didn't want anyone to think that the only reason I got this job was because I was messing around with Bless.
Fuck her. She was in her feelings way before she saw you on my lap.
He waved it off. Maybe, but I don't want anyone looking at me like I'm sleeping my way to the top. That's not me, and I don't want to be known as that, I told him and left out of the closet. He followed me back to my cubicle and took a seat in my chair before I could. On the real, Lachey, I own this shit, and I don't give a fuck about who thinks you're doing what. I know that you were hired based on what you bring to the table, not because I want to fuck you right now. He licked his juicy lips. How could I resist him? Bless knew that he was fine, but it was his swag that made him even sexier. The way he swaggered through this office screamed that he owned this bitch, and the way that he spoke with so much authority. Then it was the respect that he had. I saw him greet a janitor the same way he greeted some of the executives that came in here. He never thought he was better than anyone. I loved how he cared. However, only those that were close to him knew that side of him. He was gentle with me, but a savage to the world. Listen, you need to respect what I'm saying. No one is going to look at you badly because you're the boss, but me, they're going to shame me because I'm sleeping with the boss. Tell they nosy asses that we didn't fuck yet. He raised his voice, and I put my head down. This man was determined to embarrass my ass, and I couldn't do anything except cover my face. You coming to the album release as my date? Are you asking, or are you telling me? Telling you. I'm going to have my stylist pull some shit for you. It's an all-white affair. I smirked. Well, I'm going to need you to ask me a little better than this. I told you that I'm not asking. I'm telling your ass, he insisted. Gathering up my things, I smirked and looked at Bless. I'm not like these other women you mess with. I require more than you thinking that you had the privilege to have me on your arm. Come correct, Bishop. I winked and headed to the elevator. Come here. You seem real off this morning. No matter how much I tried to hide it, the conversation with Nico this morning bothered me. It fucked up my day before it even started. I didn't want to bring that shit here, so I tried to hide it. I walked back over to him, and he pulled me close to him. Nevaeh's birthday is approaching, and the venue I picked out called to let me know that my baby daddy didn't pay his half, so they had to cancel her party. I saw his jaw tighten. What he said? That he told his girlfriend. Oh, and that he won't be able to make her party because he has to fly out of town for a client. Mind you, her birthday is the day of her party. So now I have to try and make something happen because my baby is expecting me to come through. I took a deep breath. He rubbed my back and looked me in the eyes. I got you. How? Don't worry about it. Text me her birthday and I got you, he continued. Okay, I told him. It was clear that he wasn't going to allow me to forget about it because he pulled my phone from my back pocket and made me shoot him a text message right then and there. Bless wanted to continue and fuck with me, and I had work to do, so I headed to the Starbucks down the street. When I was done, I planned on trying to find Imani and getting her interview out of the way. I was sick of chasing her down for something that could help her. 3. Sinclair Sin Vega. I pray somebody take me higher. I already fell for a liar. Can't make the same mistake twice. Keisha Cole. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My heart was hurting, and no matter how much ice cream I consumed, it didn't make me feel better. I laid in bed and only left to use the bathroom or get more ice cream and water. What was wrong with me? Why did I keep attracting men that didn't mean me well? When I met Polite, I thought he was like the rest of the men I've encountered, full of himself and looking for something quick to fuck. He surprised me. Polite was nothing like I had assumed. The man was deep, and I could tell that he could bring something to the table other than dick. Plus, he was talented and supportive. He was the reason I started writing music again. When we were closed up in my house, we wrote music and was able to be open. Other than Ace, nobody really supported my singing. My parents thought it was a waste of time, and my family just liked to hear me sing during the holidays. No one understood that music was my entire life, and I loved writing and listening to music. With Polite, it was different. He pushed me out of the shell I built for myself. He encouraged me to follow my dreams, despite what my parents said. I found myself bursting out in song in the middle of the day because he had restored the love I had for music and singing. He made me feel like I could actually chase my dreams. I loved that about him. We shared so many things with each other, which is why I'm the most hurt by his actions. I told him about my trust issues and how I wanted anyone who came into my life to always be honest with me. He promised me. Then I find out that he's engaged to one of my clients. I could have blown his spot up right then and there, but my reputation and business would have been on the line. I built my company with my bare hands, and I'd be damned if I allowed a man to ruin it. I didn't want my clients to think I would sleep with their men. That was the only reason that I didn't make a scene with Kamaya at the party. My phone had been off, and I knew I had to turn it on and deal with real life. My clients needed me, and I couldn't keep hiding out at home. I pulled myself out of bed and shuffled down the hall to my office. If I couldn't be at the office, the least I could do was work from my office this morning. Soon as I powered my business phone on, I had a bunch of notifications for emails, text messages, and missed calls. I sighed and got right to work on replying to my assistants and letting them know how to proceed for the day. Once I finished that, I reached out to a few clients that I had rescheduled their appointments. It took me 5 hours to get caught up on all my work before I realized that I needed to give my rumbling stomach some attention. As I stalked into the kitchen, I grabbed some ice cream from the fridge and some chips from the pantry. Dipping the chip into the ice cream, I leaned on the counter and tried to drown the thoughts out of my head. "I hope you haven't been living off of that." Ace walked up the steps into the kitchen. "Ice cream, Sin? You need food." After our argument, I decided that I couldn't be too mad with Ace. She always saw the good in people, even when they didn't deserve it. What I said to her about Nico wasn't right. I shouldn't have been trying to hurt her because I was hurt. "I don't have the energy to make anything or order something. This has been getting me through." I shrugged and popped another chip into my mouth. "Let's grab something to eat tonight. Just me and you," she offered. I could always count on Ace to be there for me, even when I was being a bitch. I didn't answer her calls and didn't reach out. Still, she showed up wanting to help me get over feeling hurt. Friends like that didn't come around too often, and I was glad that I had one like Ace. "Ace, I'm sorry," I sighed. "I was hurt, and you didn't Stop. You were right. I've made excuses for Nico when I shouldn't have. I allowed him to be a shitty father to Nevaeh and made excuses for it. So you were right. Please don't apologize for it," she told me. "Doesn't give me the right to say it. Even if you do, that wasn't my place to speak on it," I replied. She walked over to me and hugged me. "I'm so sorry." "Stop apologizing. You're going through a lot, and the last thing you need to be worried about is our friendship." She smiled. "Now, are you going to let me take you out to dinner?" "Can you just order it here? I really don't feel like leaving the house. My eyes are super puffy from all this damn crying. I haven't been like this since I broke up with my ex. It bothered me because me and my ex had years under our belt. Me and Polite had just met, and I was feeling all these feelings with him. All I did was cry because he had become that person I called when I wanted to vent, laugh, or talk out ideas. Now, I couldn't pick up the phone to call him because he belonged to another woman. I refused to be the other woman in their relationship. Kamaya was an annoying client. However, she didn't deserve that, especially with the way she spoke on her fiancé at our meetings. She loved that man, and I didn't want to be a part of whatever Polite was going through. I can, she smiled. Nico flaked on Nevaeh's birthday, she revealed. When Ace told me the idea she had for Nevaeh's birthday, I knew it would make her happy. However, when she told me that her and Nico were going to throw the party together, I knew she was just getting her hopes up. She was excited to throw a party for Nevaeh and have all his family come and see them be a happy family, but that wasn't their reality. Nico didn't want to be known as the family man. Hell, he didn't want to even be known as the man with a child. He allowed the hype of his career to take over his head, and Nevaeh and Ace were only a piece of his past. Ace, I told you that this would happen. Ugh, it makes me hate him so much more than I already do. I rolled my eyes. Nevaeh was my goddaughter, and I wanted the best for her. How could you protect her when the person who wasn't good for her ended up being her father? I've watched her cry when he didn't come and pick her up like he promised, or when she went to his house, but he was too busy working, so his mother ended up taking her to her house. I saw it all, and it pissed me off. What kind of father continued to hurt their child? It wasn't like he didn't know. Ace made excuses for his behavior, but she also made him aware that his daughter needed him, and he always did the same shit. He would promise to do better for a week, then it was back to the same shit with him. I know, and I really don't need to hear how you told me this would happen. So, what are you going to do? Bless told me that he's going to handle it. He keeps texting me and reminding me not to plan anything. She leaned on the counter. Big dick energy, I yelled and laughed. It was the first time that I had laughed since this whole situation happened. Girl, he don't know what he does to me, she blushed. The way he told me he would handle it, it's different from me. That's because he's a real man. A real man isn't going to leave his woman out in the cold. You came to him with a problem, and as a man, he's going to solve it for you. You're not used to it because you've been the man in you and Nico's relationship. Every problem you both faced, it was you who always solved it. When Ace knew I was being honest, she never spoke. All she did was absorb everything that I was saying. She knew in her heart that Nico wasn't good for her, but she was forever always searching for the best in people. I knew she meant well, but at this point in her life, she needed to separate herself from him. I don't think I'm going to let him see Nevaeh for a bit. That's for the best. Aren't you tired of having to wipe her tears when he disappoints her? He constantly stomps over her heart like she's not older and doesn't have feelings. She's excited for her party, and he couldn't even come through. Ace nodded her head and picked up the contract that Polite had printed at my house the last time he was here. What's this? Don't try and switch the subject. I'm not. I know what I have to do. Nevaeh's heart is my priority, and if Nico can't get it right, then I need to remove him from our lives for a bit. Now, what is this? Polite offered me a contract to sign with Raw Records. I waved it off. Her eyes widened. Are you serious? Why haven't you signed it? Her voice trailed off as she read over the contract. 500,000 advance, Sinclair! She screamed. I hadn't had the chance to read it over because I wasn't sure if I even wanted to sign. What? I snatched the paper from her and read over the contract. You need to call your lawyer and have them look over this and sign. This could be huge for you and a dream you've always wanted. I have too much going on to give music my full focus. Ace rolled her eyes and then slapped me in the face with the contract. You have 2 assistants and 2 interns. You need to start utilizing them more so that you can have your cake and eat it too, she encouraged. Nobody ever gets to have their cake and eat it too. If anybody deserves this, it's you. You deserve to do something for yourself. Your business was for your parents. You didn't want to plan weddings, and look at it. Do something for yourself. she pushed. I'll call my lawyer and see if he can squeeze me in and look it over.
Fax it over to him now.
She headed to my office and went to my fax machine. She looked through the contact list on my fax machine, then started faxing the contract over piece by piece. What are you doing?
Sending it over to your lawyer. I am not allowing you to push this to the side like you do everything else. You know you're not happy with planning weddings and haven't been for a while.
She was right. I hadn't been happy with planning weddings for some time, but it paid the bills, and my parents were proud. Ace, I sighed. I can't just sign a major contract like this and then give them half-ass work. I don't have the time to commit to my business and being an artist. Ace waved me off and continued to fax over the papers to my lawyer. Being a singer had been my dream for as long as I could remember. I used to sing in the shower and pretend that I was on stage. I would move my hips, sing my heart out, and pretend to thank the crowd. Singing was like breathing to me. But when my business took over my life, there wasn't any room for singing besides in the shower or during the holidays when my family would ask me to sing. When Polite brought the contract up, I told him that I didn't have time.
You tell me when I'm being stupid and don't give a damn how I feel. Well, I'm about to tell you the same thing. This is something that can be beautiful. You never wanted to plan weddings. You can hire the right people and still have your business running while you work on your music. You have so many excuses, and I know it's because you're scared. However, I am not allowing you to run out on your dreams. Nope. People don't pay to have other people plan their wedding. They come so I can plan their wedding.
Another excuse. You think every person that started out didn't outsource for help? Stop making excuses and just do it, she encouraged. It was just like Ace to force me to follow my dreams. Because she chose to follow her dream with Ace, she wanted everyone to follow their dreams, and I loved her for it. However, signing this contract meant that I would be singing professionally and would have to be around Polite, and that was something I wasn't ready to do. I'm just not ready to be around Polite, I admitted.
You don't have to be around him, Sin. If you don't want to be around him, then you need to make that known when you sit down with Bless, she told me. Done.
Just like clockwork, my lawyer's name popped across my screen. Hey, Guy, I greeted.
How are you, Sinclair?
I'm great, I lied. I know you're curious about the contract that was sent over. Can you please take a look over it, and I can come into the office tomorrow and we can speak about if it's good for me to sign?
I'll get on that now.
His voice trailed off, and I knew what he was about to ask me, and before he could, I decided to cut him off. And keep this between us. My parents don't need to know about any of this, I told him.
Will do. See you tomorrow.
We ended the call, and I plopped down in my office chair. My parents and I shared the same lawyer, and often because we were so close, my lawyer felt he could discuss my shit with them. I mean, they did cover my lawyer fees when I first started my business. Guy had loose lips, and I had to constantly remind him that I was paying him now, and if I didn't want my parents in my business, then he needed to respect that. I'm going to grab the food, and when I come back, we can watch Love and Hip Hop and judge everyone's lace fronts. Ace laughed. I hugged her, because no matter what, I could always count on Ace to be there for me, even when I was being a complete bitch. This was why she was my best friend.
4. V.O. Polite Callahan. Smoke and talk about our pain, drink until we're in our feelings. Wale. I sat in my office and leaned back in my chair. As I sat back thinking about Sin, I watched Alyssa setting up lunch for me and Kamaya. She wanted to come to the office and have lunch with me, which I found weird. Kamaya never wanted to be around anything that had to do with Raw Records. I could count on one hand how many times she had been in my office. Instead of questioning her, I told Jalissa to order some food from my favorite Cuban restaurant and set it up in the seating area of my office. Since Bless wasn't in the office today, she jumped right on it.
This is real sweet of you, Polite. She'll love this,
Jalissa said, as she sat down and plates and silverware. Yeah, trying to be a good fiancé, I shrugged. Since everything happened, I had been keeping my distance from Kamaya. All I wanted was to talk to Sin and at least try and explain what happened. The shit looked bad, and I knew I should have told her. Fear stopped me from being honest with her. I really felt like I had met my equal when I met Sin. It wasn't like Kamaya didn't have shit going on with her, because she did. She was at the top of her game at a law firm and was trying to become partner. It was all she spoke about lately, and I supported her. I think I wanted her to make partner more than her. That's what a disconnect was in our relationship. I went hard for her career and supported her no matter what. She could tell me tomorrow she wanted to quit her job and become a clown, and my ass would be in the store buying fucking clown shoes and a wig. When it came to me, she didn't return that shit. I used to believe she didn't want to be in the limelight. I never wanted to push her, and I didn't. If this music industry was too much, I didn't want to push it on her. The more I thought about it, Kamaya picked and chose when she wanted to be bothered with my career. She loved to please her family, and since her family didn't approve of me or my music, she didn't want to toss it into their face, so she figured she could stand by my side and encourage me, but remain out the public's eyes. Even with her not being seen with me in public, Kamaya never made it a business to come to the studio to chill, or even private industry parties without the media. She never came. To the public, I was single. When it came to Sin, it was different. She loved being a part of the music industry, even the ugly parts of it. A few times she would call me in the middle of the night and I'd be at the studio, and she'd come pull up with her pajamas on and help me write. We could be locked up in the crib for days just writing, fucking, and catching a vibe. I tried that with Kamaya once, and she was ready to leave and hang with the girls after 2 days. All she wanted to do was check in with the clients or catch up on her shows. She didn't give a fuck about me writing my music or helping me. And at one time, I was cool with that. I loved her because she wasn't like me. After meeting Sin, shit changed, and now I couldn't see myself without her.
Everything is all set up. They paged me and let me know that she's at the front desk. I'll go get her.
Jalissa smiled and left the room. It had been a few days since I had saw Kamaya. When we spoke, it was short because she was busy with a big case. I didn't mind because I was in my feelings about the whole shit that happened with Sin. On the ride home from the club, she was all I thought about. I sent the text messages while Kamaya complained about everything about the party. She hated the music choice, people smoking, and then girls half-dressed. Sometimes I didn't know if she was my age or a fucking grandma with the way she acted. It was a club, and everyone enjoyed themselves, especially our new artists. I never said anything. I just remained silent and let her complain while begging Sin to answer my messages.
Hey, baby,
Kamaya smiled as she came into my office. I stood up and hugged her, then kissed her on the lips.
I feel like I've been working so much that I haven't saw your handsome face.
She touched the side of my face. Word, same here. How you been, babe? She sat up Birkin down on my desk and then turned to the lunch spread that Jalissa had prepared for us.
I've been good. I missed you, and I'm glad you invited me to have lunch with you.
She smiled and went over to the table.
Yum, lobster bisque.
She licked her juicy lips. I got it from this new place that's not too far from here. I sat down and grabbed a plate. Food had been the last thing on my mind. My album was dropping, and I should have been happy, except I wasn't happy and felt slightly depressed.
I hope it's delicious, she smiled. I got the invitation for your album release party,
she started. I was waiting for her to say she couldn't make it or didn't want to attend because it would be too much media.
As much as I want to be there, I'm stretched thin with this new case, wedding planning, and I don't have time to go and get a dress and all that mess.
She scooped some salad into her mouth. I knew you weren't going to make it, I bluntly stated, as I took a bite out of my BLT. I guess Kamaya was shocked by my response.
You know how much stress I've been under with work. I wish I could come and celebrate with you, but we'll do our own thing.
It was always our own thing, and that shit never happened. She thought by throwing pussy at me that it would make me forget that she never showed up and out for me. Ever. Yeah.
What's wrong with you? I thought you'd been tired, but your mood has been something else lately.
She finally noticed.
Have you got your flight for Christmas yet?
Why the fuck do I need a flight for Christmas? I questioned, confused as fuck.
I sent over my family's Christmas itinerary to Ashley.
Why'd you send it to Ashley?
Because she's your assistant, isn't she?
Kamaya was clueless when it came to the office. Shit, it was a surprise that she was even here right now. She never came to the office unless I made her come. I saw Sim walk past my office and had the urge to jump up and run after her, leaving Kamaya here. Damn, she looked so fucking good. Her hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail, and she had a pair of dark shades on. She and Jalissa were in the hallway talking, and it looked like something was wrong. Nah, she's not. Hold on. I said and went into the hallway. Soon as Sin saw me, she shook her head. Her shades were so dark that I couldn't read her eyes.
I'm sorry, Polite. She was here looking for Bless and he's not in the office today,
Jalissa explained. I looked into my office and Sin's eyes followed.
I'll come back when he's here.
She turned and walked down the hall. Give us a second. I told Jalissa and chased after Sin. She was walking so fast by the time I caught up with her, she was already by the elevators. Sin, can you talk to me?
Sure. Let's go in there with your fiancé and have a long talk,
she suggested. If that's what's going to make you feel better, we can. I was serious. If she wanted to go in that room and tell Kamaya everything, I was going with her. She sighed and moved her purse to her other arm.
What do you want, Polite?
I told you to call me Vio, I corrected her. Everyone called me Polite. However, Sim was different. She earned the right to call me by my first name.
What do you want?
You came all the way up here and Bless isn't here. Let me help you out. She looked hesitant. If it was one thing I learned about Sinclair, it was that she hated to waste time. She came all the way to the office, so obviously she needed something.
I signed the contract and I wanted to talk to Bless about what was next.
I was shocked. Last we spoke, she said it wasn't something she was into right now, and that she was going to continue to prey on it. Hearing that she signed the contract and was ready to move to the next step had me excited as shit. Yo, Sin, you know what this mean? I jumped on her and pulled her into my arms. A soft moan escaped her lips before she realized that she wasn't fucking with me and moved away from me.
Just tell your brother to give me a call whenever he comes into the office.
She pressed the elevator and the doors opened. I watched the doors close as she tried to busy herself with the rings. I fucked up royally, and I had no one to blame except for myself. She confided in me about the things her ex put her through and how she hated to be lied to. I could have been upfront with her, yet I chose to lie to her. I was scared I was going to lose her, and I can admit that was selfish of me. I was trying to have my cake and eat it too. With me doing it, I ended up hurting her, and that was never my intentions. I went back into my office where Kamaya was eating like a nigga had left. She looked up at me while dipping her chicken in the hot sauce.
Everything good?
Yeah, I had to help a new artist. She was looking for Bless, and he's not here today.
Oh,
she shrugged. About the album release party, you really not going to come? She sighed and dipped the chicken into the hot sauce again.
Babe, you know these events aren't really my thing. Plus, with this case I'm working, I don't have any time and I'm tired by the time I'm home. We'll celebrate together.
She offered a smile, like she always did when she told me she was going to bail on my event. Yeah. Anyway, she continued like she didn't tell me she was going to miss one of the biggest nights in my entire life.
I'm going to send you over the itinerary for Christmas. My family is spending it in Georgia this year. My granny can't travel because of her hip replacement, so everyone is going to spend it with her.
Kamaya's grandmother owned a huge house with lots of land. The house had been in the family for years, and last year, all her grandmother's children surprised her with renovating the entire house. Kamaya lived to visit her grandmother. However, I hated to go, so I never went after the first time. Her family made it clear that I wasn't good enough for their princess, and the last place I wanted to be was with them during the holiday. I'm not going to be able to come. My mom wants all us boys to spend Christmas home with her. I lied. Each year, my mother had this dream that we would all spend Christmas under the same roof, then wake up in matching pajamas and open gifts. It was her dream, and I felt bad because none of us went home. Prayer did his own thing. I was always doing something with Kamaya's family, and Bless locked himself in a crib and didn't answer his phone. It would have been nice to have everyone under one roof this year.
You know both of your brothers aren't going to be there. Bless does his own thing and so does Prayer. Come to Georgia,
she begged. For something she wanted, she could beg and ask me to come. Yet, when it came to me, she couldn't do that shit. Nah, I'm really trying to be there for my moms. Tell your family I'm sorry. She sucked her teeth.
Yet different. What's going on with you? I wanted to announce to our parents that we're getting married.
And how do you think that would have went, Maya? Your parents don't want us to be together, which is why you decided to do the surprise wedding shit in the first place. Thanksgiving, I could hear the disgust rolling off your pop's tongue each time he had to say my name.
You know my pops is a hard ass and isn't the easiest to please,
she defended him.
They're trying, babe. Give them a chance.
Me? Give them a chance? How the fuck you figure? They need to give me a chance. I've treated you good our entire relationship. They can't seem to get past the fact that I was in prison and the music I rap about. I own a multi-million-dollar record label and management company, and that's not good enough for them. I raised my voice. She put her fork down and stared across at me.
Where's all of this coming from?
Your father sits there and says some ill shit that would have got him punched in the mouth in the streets, and you never defend me. I'm sick of that shit. It felt good to get everything that I had been feeling out. Kamaya looked confused because she never cared how I felt.
Do you know how hard it is to be in the middle of both men that I love? I love you and my father, and I can't pick one over the other.
One is about to become your husband. On the real, I don't know about this marriage shit, I blurted. She looked hurt, then gathered her things.
I'm going to take it as you're having a bad day and not hold anything you said against you. We have a cake tasting appointment with our wedding planner tomorrow. Don't be late.
She said as she kissed me on the cheek and left the office. I tossed the sandwich I was eating across the room and leaned back in the chair. Kamaya never listened, and that was the reason why I didn't want to be married to her. I sat and thought of a whole marriage where she would allow her father to disrespect her husband. A whole marriage where she would selectively listen to what she wanted. Jalissa poked her head back into my office.
Hey, you available?
Why?
Because I went and found Sin's contract that she had her lawyer send over. Bless said he knows nothing about it and to talk to you about it.
Yeah, I offered her the contract.
Okay, so what's next?
I wanted to put an EP out before an album. She's shy and still unsure, so I don't want her to have the pressure of having to deliver an album right now. Get her the best engineers and producers. She smiled.
I'll get on that. Need me to clean that up?
Nah, you pregnant. Congrats, by the way. I smiled.
I'll have the janitor come in and clean it up for you. Thank you.
She smiled and then closed the door back. I put my feet up on the coffee table and leaned my head back on the chair. After seeing Sin earlier, I couldn't get her out of my mind. I wanted to run after her, but Kamaya was waiting for me in my office. I just wanted to talk to her, but I knew she wouldn't talk to me. The only way I was going to be able to talk to her was tomorrow at the cake tasting. Kamaya barged into my bedroom with a purse on her arm and a hand on her hip. I knew she was about to yell about how I slept through my alarm and ignored her calls. Last night, I went to the club. It was something that I hardly ever do, and because Sin was on my mind heavy last night, I wanted to forget for a second. I just needed something to get my mind off her, so I went and chilled with a few of my niggas. Bless and Prayer were nowhere to be found per usual, so I kicked it with my niggas. I knew we had to be at this cake tasting appointment in the morning, and at that moment I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck that Kamaya needed me because she was never there when I needed her.
You've got to be kidding me right now.
She pulled open the shades in my bedroom and let the sun into the room. I slept with the covers over my head so I didn't budge from the sun. I'm not in the mood this morning, Kamaya. I had a long night.
Yeah, I saw. The blogs were reporting that you didn't leave the club until 4 this morning. I thought you promised that you wouldn't be out in the clubs anymore.
We all promised a lot. I mumbled and got out of the bed. I'll meet you at the cake shop, I told her.
It's at the wedding planner's office. I'll text you the address.
She rolled her eyes, then headed out of my room. I heard the door slam a couple seconds after. It didn't take me long to shower and get ready. The only reason I was going to this cake tasting was because I wanted to see Sin. I had to see her and talk to her. Enough time had passed and we both needed to talk. I wanted her to know that I was sorry and I didn't mean to hurt her. I was being selfish, and while I was being greedy, I didn't realize that I was hurting her. While pulling my keys out of my pocket, I felt my phone buzz. I saw Bless's number pop across my screen, so I slid my finger across the screen. Yo, what's good? Shit, when you get some time, we need to link. I got some shit I need to run by you, he told me. His tone was serious, so I knew it had to be something serious he wanted to speak to me about. Bet, you good? Yeah, I'm straight. What's this shit with Sin signing the Raw Records? I hadn't told Bless about the contract that I had offered Sinclair. With me owning the company too, I didn't feel the need to run everything by him. Plus, He would have tried to talk me out of it. He would have assumed that the only reason I was giving her one was because I was feeling her. Sin had talent, and I didn't want anyone thinking that she got a contract because we were fucking. I offered her a contract. You heard how she sounds, and she's talented. Amani has been playing games when it comes to what is expected of her, so I'm trying to make Sin the face of our new R&B division. Man, what? I'm not even about to do this with you right now. We'll talk when we link up, he told me. Bet. You going to Mama's for Christmas this year? Nigga, nah. You know that's Shy's favorite holiday, and I'm not trying to be around everybody with Mamu. Feel me? What about Ace? You not going to spend it with her? Nah. She already know when I need my space to give it to me, he replied. I wanted us to get together and celebrate with Mommy. You know she always wants us to get together and we never do. He laughed. I get it. You better get Prayer's ass and tell him to go over there with you. I'll be in the crib all day. Catch me on New Year's, he chuckled. I'll get up with you later. Aight, I replied and ended the call. I arrived at Sin's office in an hour. Before arriving, I stopped at my jeweler and picked up something special I had made. Kamaya's car was parked across the street. Hitting the locks, I headed inside. Soon as I walked inside, it smelled of warm vanilla. The whole vibe of her office made me feel calm and shit. I was greeted by her receptionist with a smile and a glass of champagne. Hey, Kamaya said that we should be expecting you. She handed me the champagne glass, then pulled me into the conference room. Look who I found, she announced. Me and Sin locked eyes. She tried to act pleasant. However, I could see the pain in her eyes. I could tell she had spent some nights crying over me. You're laid. Kamaya said as she hugged and kissed me like she hadn't just come from my crib with an attitude. I had to handle some business. Nice to meet you all. So, this is the woman with the plan. I extended my hand as Sin put her petite hand into mine. Nice to meet you. She was dry with her greeting. Can you please bring the cakes out? I have a few calls to take in my office. She told her assistant and headed out of the conference room. Me and Kamaya sat down while the assistant put the cake samples on the table. I watched all the cake samples, and my mind was the furthest from trying these cakes. Kamaya, on the other hand, was excited and sticking her fork in all the plates. Yum. This lemon is delicious. She closed her eyes and jotted down some notes in her wedding planner binder. Babe, you need to help me decide. There's so many. Let me go piss real quick. I lied and left the conference room. I found the assistant that Sinclair was talking to. Where's Sinclair's office? She pointed down the hall and I quickly headed to her office. I quickly slipped inside her office and locked the door behind me. Sin was on the phone with her back turned. When she heard the door closed, she quickly turned around and rolled her eyes. Ace, let me call you back. She quickly ended the call. We're not doing this right now, Polite. You really not going to let me explain things? What do you need to explain? I mean, you failed to tell me that you're engaged, and now I have to plan a wedding for someone She allowed her voice to trail off. Someone you what? It doesn't matter. You need to be out there with your fiancé tasting cakes, not in my office trying to talk to me. I don't want to be with her, I blurted. It was something that I hadn't meant to say, but it was true. The more Kamaya brought up this wedding shit, the more that I didn't want to be involved. What do you think? She slapped her hands at her side. That's what I want to hear? I don't want to hear that you don't want to marry her. That's not my issue. I grabbed hold of her hands gently and stared into her eyes. I love you, Sinclair Vega. Not being able to talk to you these past few weeks have been hell. I want to make you happy because you make me so fucking happy. I held on to her hands and stared into her eyes. Spending Thanksgiving with you and your folks made me fucking happy. I pictured how it would be if we were together. How it would be if I slipped a big-ass ring on your pretty little finger. She removed her hands from me. All that sounds good. That woman in my conference room has your fat-ass ring on her pretty little finger. I have work to do, so go and enjoy your cake, she told me, then walked back around her desk and sat down. Polite, don't make me have to let Kamaya know. Just leave my office and enjoy your cake. She grabbed her cell phone and turned her back. I unlocked the office door and headed back to the conference room. Kamaya had tasted every cake and was now tasting them all again to make her final decision. I couldn't understand why she was ignoring what I had said. I told her that I didn't want to do this wedding shit, and we're sitting cake tasting like shit is perfect. About time. All of these cakes are delicious, she smiled. Here, try this. She shoved some chocolate cake into my mouth. That's good. No matter how much I was thinking about Sin, I couldn't deny the fact that this cake was good as shit. Which one did you pick?
We're supposed to pick this together.
With Sim being so close, I couldn't focus or fucking breathe. I know. My stomach hurts, and I don't feel like tasting all that cake.
Why are you sweating?
She grabbed a napkin and blotted my forehead.
See, if you didn't go out last night, we could have done this together. I feel like I've been planning all of this alone.
She whispered with a smile on her face. The door opened and Sin stood there with a forced smile on her face. I could tell it was forced, and I could tell she had to get herself together before even coming back into this conference room.
So, how are we liking the cake? Did I choose well?
She smiled and looked at both of us.
Sinclair, these cake options you had sent over are delicious. I don't know which one to choose. Vio had a long night last night, so he's not in the best mood to taste all these cakes. Oh, okay. I actually have a meeting to get to, so when you both choose, let my assistant know, and she'll get on putting that order in. We have already finalized your cake design, correct?
Kamaya nodded.
Yes. Thank you again for squeezing us in your schedule today.
Kamaya thanked her.
No problem. I'm trying to juggle a million things. However, I'll always make room for my clients.
She smiled and headed out of the door. That tight knee-length shirt hugged every curve she had. Then the white tulle blouse she wore mapped out her perfect set of succulent breasts. Damn, I loved everything about that woman and couldn't help but to drool.
Take all the time you need to pick. The cake is the most important thing about a wedding,
Sin's assistant told us. I thought the wedding was, I smartly replied, and she snickered.
That too.
She winked and left the room.
Good, because we're going to be here about another hour.
Kamaya looked at her Rolex and then at me. I couldn't sit here for an hour going over damn cakes, especially a cake for a wedding that I didn't want to have. Babe, I really got to meet with an artist. I didn't think it was going to run this long. I lied. She had me up tasting cake and I already had a slight hangover.
Artist? Who? Because your ass would have been still lying in bed if I didn't come by your place.
She called my bluff. Bless told me that he can't make it because he's stuck in traffic. He asked me to step in for him. I continued to lie. Kamaya was known for calling Bless to confirm the lies I told, and like my older brother, he always had a nigga's back. She sighed and put the fork down.
I'm really tired of feeling like I'm in this alone, Vio.
Me too, I replied. She wanted to continue to put that shit on me, and she did the same thing. I was tired of feeling like I was alone when I was in a relationship.
Listen, I know there's so much to talk about and we can't talk about it here. How about you come over to my place and we can talk about it there?
When?
Tonight.
I stood up and bent down and kissed her on the cheek. See you tonight. I had no plans to talk about shit with Kamaya. Talking with her never worked because she never listened. She loved to listen to what she wanted to hear, so it made no sense to even sit down and talk, especially when nothing was going to change.
5. Valerie Val Terrence. Valerie Val Terrence. I wasn't looking for love, I was looking for a buzz. So at times I would lie and say I'm busy, yo. Nicki Minaj. I had been so busy with work and school that I had no time to hang out. Ace had reached out a few times, and I sent her a quick message letting her know that I was fine and that I would kick it with her when time allowed. Time wasn't on my side these days, and I found myself overworked and underpaid. I was so tired of punching a clock, flipping burgers, and then coming home to deal with 3 fussy babies. I found myself tired, and I didn't want to do this alone. I mean, I didn't plan to do this alone, and then this happened. 1 baby would have been a blessing, but God had a bigger plan for me when He blessed me with 3. I went my entire pregnancy alone until I decided to move back in with my mama. I realized that I couldn't raise 3 babies alone. "Baby girl, you're falling asleep at this kitchen table." My mama laughed and grabbed my textbooks. "You need to get some rest while they're resting," she suggested. "I have to finish this assignment, then I need to do their laundry." I grabbed the lukewarm coffee and took a swig from the mug. "While I'm off today, I want to get a bunch done because I'm not off until the middle of next week," I explained. My mother sighed. "Valerie, you're working yourself too hard." She told me the same thing each time we had this talk. I knew I was overworking myself, but this was what I had to do. I didn't get government assistance because they had the nerve to think my job paid me too much. With the triplets approaching a year old, WIC was about to soon expire, so I knew that I had to pick up an extra job just to afford everything that they needed. Mama helped where she could, but this wasn't her responsibility. How else am I going to afford to pay my half of the rent and everything that they need, Mama? I don't have a choice but to work hard, I snapped. She wanted me to take a break, and that was something that I couldn't do right now. What about their father? You never speak about him. Hell, I've never even met the man, and you never mention him to the babies. I grabbed one of my textbooks, keys, and one of the laundry bags from the side of the table. I'm going to do laundry, I replied. Right now, I didn't want to speak about the triplets' father. My mother always tried to fish for information about him. When I lived in Queens, I went through my entire pregnancy alone and realized that I wouldn't be able to afford the apartment and 3 kids at once. When my mother told me she had got called back for an apartment in housing, I decided to move in with her. It was a 1-bedroom apartment with a den that we used for my bedroom. The triplets slept in the room with me or in the living room. It was clear that we have outgrown this apartment, and my mother never complained. Baby toys were scattered everywhere, and she never uttered a complaint to me. Instead, she helped me and was the shoulder I needed to cry on when life got too hard. The laundromat was down the block from our apartment, so I quickly made it there and snagged a washer. I sat down in the chair and pulled my textbook out to get some work done. Soon as I wrote the date on the paper, my phone buzzed. When I saw Prayer's name, I sighed and ignored the call. He had been calling me like crazy, and I had been ignoring him like crazy. I allowed myself to get too comfortable, and I needed to distance myself from him. If he found out that the triplets were his kids, then that would open another can of worms. Instead of working on my class assignment, I dazed out and thought about the day I had met Prayer Callaghan. Girl, you need to stop being so damn nervous. I didn't get invited to this party, but we're cute, Wanda, my coworker, said, as we skipped the line and went straight to the front. I should have been at home studying because I had finals the next morning. Instead, I allowed Wanda to talk me out the house. I was single, lived alone, and had no responsibilities other than school and work, so I allowed her to drag me out the house. I'm saying, we're going to look stupid if they kick us to the back of the damn line, Wanda. What I had said fell on deaf ears as she gently tapped the bouncer's shoulder. Wanda was the triple B's, beautiful, brown-skinned, and had body. How you doing, little mama? Not too good. I forgot my invitation to the party in the cab on the way here. Do you think I can use your phone to try and dial the Uber driver's number? She held up her dead phone. I would need to log into my email account to get his information, she added. He looked around and then smirked before handing over his phone. Yeah, please make it quick. Wanda logged into her email, checked a few emails, then dialed my number. I hid my phone as she called and then stepped away. Please bring it back. What do you mean? Fuck you. My mama died from cancer 2 years ago, jerk. She screamed into the phone and handed the man the phone back. Thank you, she told him, then turned to me. Girl, looks like we wasted money for no reason. She grabbed my hand and started to walk away. Ma, come here. I'll let you in. The bouncer fell for her con, and I was grateful for it. Enjoy your night, and I'm sorry about your mother, he told her. We entered the party, and I was excited. I couldn't believe that we made it into a party that was being hosted by Prayer Callaghan. He was an up-and-coming boxer, but had proven that he wasn't one to sleep on. Everyone was paying attention to him because he was being mentored by Zane Whitfield. We found the bar and ordered a drink while scoping out the party. It wasn't a big party, mainly because everyone knew Prayer didn't really get around like that. I sipped my martini and continued to look around. There were sections above that overlooked the entire club. I saw Prayer and his people up there popping bottles and having a good time. I knew there was over 100 women in this club that were prettier or dressed better than me, so I knew that we wouldn't catch the eye of anyone worth our time tonight. The DJ was playing hit after hit, and because I loved to dance, I grabbed Wanda and headed onto the dance floor. After each song, Wanda tried to pry her way away and head back to the bar, but I continued to keep her on the dance floor. When I danced, it felt like nothing else mattered, like I was floating around and being carefree. I had loved to dance since I was a child, so anytime I heard music, it was as if the music gave me a second breath. When the DJ played Baby Boy by Sean Paul and Beyoncé, it didn't matter how old this song was, my hips moved like it was new. At this point, I didn't need Wanda anymore and started rolling my hips and doing my own thing. I had my eyes closed and spun around that dance floor like I owned the place. As the song ended, I finally opened my eyes, and the whole dance floor had spread out and gave me room while hyping me up. I smiled and continued to dance as the song went off. When I was finished, I smiled and waved before quickly going over to where Wanda was. "You killed it out there. Why didn't you tell me that you could dance?" she wondered. "I've been dancing since I was a child, but stopped doing it. Work and school took over my life, and there's no room for dance," I explained. I felt someone gently tap my waist, and from Wanda's eyes, I was worried about who it might have been. Slowly, I turned around and looked at who it might have been. When I saw Prayer Callaghan standing there, my panties got wet, and I was at a loss for words. "Hey, beautiful. I saw you ripping up the dance floor down there. You dance well, and you fine as fuck," he complimented. Thanks." I removed my hair from my face and pinned it behind my ear. "I didn't think anyone was paying attention." "You dance better than some of the people in here. I definitely took notice. Come chill with me and my niggas in my section," he told me. "I'm with my friend." Wanda pinched me to remind me that she was with me. "Can she come too?" "The more the merrier," he told me. He grabbed hold of my hands. His hands were soft, yet callous in the same breath. I held onto his hand and followed him up to the section, while every bitch in the party stared with jealous eyes, including Wanda. When we went up to his section, we drank and listened to music. I danced on him for the majority of the time, while he smoked and continued to get drunk. It seemed like the club never ran out of any of the bottles. I was tipsy and kept my limits. The last thing I wanted was to be known as the drunk chick that Prayer invited up to his section. Wanda was another story. She had her dress hiked up, dry fucking one of his friends with a drink in one hand. "Yo, let's get the fuck out of here," he told me. "I can't. My friend is here with me. I can't leave her." "We'll drop her home, and then we can chill at my hotel room," he told me. It took forever to convince Wanda it was time to go. In the end, she ended up cursing me out and leaving with one of his friends. Prayer held my hand, and we left the club. A car was outside waiting, and we ended up going to the Marriott by the Brooklyn Bridge. That night, we continued to drink and smoke while undressing each other. We fucked so much that night that I couldn't name a number. The next morning, I was woke up by his security and told I had an hour to get ready and leave the room. I felt so low. It was something that I kept to myself. When Wanda apologized, she told me that she and Prayer's friend fucked in the car and he dropped her home. She questioned what happened with me and Prayer, and I lied to her. I told her that I told him to drop me off because I didn't get down like that, when in reality, we got down in that hotel room. 2 months later, after being sick for 2 weeks, I knew I needed to go to the emergency room. When I did, I found out that I was pregnant with triplets. The doctor counted them on the screen, and I passed out. She had to put a wipe near my mouth that woke me up. When she explained everything again, I passed my ass out again. "Your washing machine stopped." The laundromat attendant tapped me and brought me from my thoughts. "Thanks," I replied, and grabbed the kids' clothes out the washing machine and put them in the dryer. When I walked into that office and saw Prayer sitting there, I was nervous. Did he remember me? To my surprise, he had no clue who I was and acted like we had never met before. In Miami, we hung out until I realized that I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't fake like I hadn't met this man before. We shared 3 kids together and he had no clue. I didn't need a DNA test to tell me who the father of my children was. I wasn't messing around with anyone at the time. My ex-boyfriend and I had been broken up for 6 months, and I refused to sleep with him after he cheated on me. Prayer was the only man that had been between my legs. I couldn't randomly tell him that while hanging out in Miami. He would look at me like I was crazy, then assume that I was trying to shake him down for money, which I wasn't. I took care of my kids all on my own and never asked for any help. I thought about contacting him via Instagram, but then decided against it. I didn't want him to think I was some woman trying to be in his pockets. Nobody knew who my children's father was. Friends that I used to be close with always assumed that it was my ex's kids. I never corrected them either. I let people think what they wanted. It saved me from having to explain something that I didn't want to explain. While the laundry dried, I finished my assignment and then headed back home. I knew that I was going to have to come clean and let Prayer know. What stopped me was how was I going to do it? I couldn't come right out and tell him that we had 3 kids together. He would look at me like I had lost my mind. The situation had been on my mind since I saw him in the office that day. I thought I could go on about my life and never have to tell him about the kids. It would have been easier if he didn't call me every hour on the hour. I sighed and continued home. The babies would be waking up soon, and I had to get them fed, baths, and then playtime before I got them down for bed again. Soon as I turned the corner near my house, I froze when I saw Prayer leaned on his car staring at me. I tried to quickly turn around and head back down the opposite block. "Val, I'll toss this rock at the back of your head," he threatened. I slowly turned back around and walked over to where he was standing. The only reason he knew where I lived was because after Miami, he dropped me off home from the airport. He had never been inside my apartment, but he knew the building. Dropping the bag at my feet, I stared at him. His dreads were pulled back from his face. "What's up?" I dryly greeted.
"What's up?"
he mocked.
"The fuck been good with you? I've been reaching out to you since we got back from Miami. What happened? I did something to you?"
I could tell this had been something he had been asking himself. He was genuinely confused about what he had done for me to stop taking his calls. "I don't have time right now, Prayer. I have 3 kids and a lot of things on my plate, and dating isn't one of them," I lied. What I had said was the truth, except that wasn't the reason I had been ignoring him.
"You keep telling me that you have a lot on your plate, but you won't let me help."
He had offered his help in Miami when my mother called and told me that the kids had spilt the last of their formula and she didn't have enough to get them a new can. He offered to have somebody bring her some formula, and I declined. Instead, I sent her the money through our banking app, and she was able to order the formula. "I don't need help," I snapped. "You really don't remember, and that's sad. How many women have you fucked?" I blurted. It irritated me that he had no idea who I was. The night we spent together was sex, and I knew that. Still, I wanted to think that I was special. I spent the entire night with him, and he didn't even know who I was.
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
he questioned. "Nothing." I grabbed the laundry bag and headed inside of my building. Hitting the code of the building, I was about to open the door, but he closed it back.
"What are you talking about? Is this why you're not hitting me back?"
he wondered. My heart was telling me to tell him, then my head told me not to. "Nothing, Prayer. I just have a lot going on right now," I repeated again. "As nice as it would be to date, I just don't have the time or money." I could tell his feelings were hurt.
"Bet. Good looking on letting me know,"
he replied and opened the door for me. I stood there holding the door while he swaggered back to his car. My heart broke because I wanted to tell him so bad. I wanted him to know that we had 3 beautiful kids and that I wanted to be with him. He was nothing like the cocky man I had met in the club that night. He actually had manners and cared about other people. In the club, he didn't bother to ask my name, and all he requested was for me to dance on him, which I did. Even on the ride to the hotel, he never asked questions. Instead, he felt my body up. At the moment, I didn't mind because the liquor and contact high had me wanting to have sex too. Spending time with him in Miami showed me otherwise. It showed me that he wasn't like everyone portrayed him to be. After a long shift at work, I was happy to approach Ace's block. I knew when I hit her block, mine wasn't too far behind it. My mother had sent me a text and told me that the kids were asleep for the night. I was happy that they slept through the night. With their birthday approaching, I knew it was time for us to get our own place. The thing with that was that it was too expensive in New York. They were going to be a year old, and they needed their own space. Right now, we all slept in my full-size bed every night. I was tired of waking up with feet in my face, back, or neck. They were getting older, and they needed their own space. I looked up at Ace's building and decided to pay her a visit. She had been checking in on me, and I had been ignoring her. I knocked on the door and removed my book bag. The door opened, and Ace was holding a pot in one hand and spoon in the other. "Hey, girl, you look tired as hell." She welcomed me inside. When I came into the kitchen, Bless was sitting at the table. "I am tired." "Hey, Bless," I greeted.
"What's good?"
He nodded.
"Let me head out of here before your grandmother and daughter get back,"
he told her, then walked over and kissed her on the lips. I watched as his hands gripped her ass tightly before he released her. Man, I needed a man to do that to me. The last time I had sex was when the triplets were conceived. It had been a long time, and it wasn't like I had time to pleasure myself. I shared a bed with my kids and barely had room or privacy. So seeing the way he gripped Ace's ass, I had to fan myself because it had been a while since I've had that action. Ace looked so happy to have him around. She was smiling all goofy and allowed him to grip her face while he kissed her on the lips. She walked him to the door, then came back into the kitchen to finish cooking. "He hasn't met Nevaeh yet?" "Not yet. I'm going to introduce her to him this weekend. He wanted to talk to me about something, but you knocked on the door." "Damn, sorry. I can come back another day," I offered. "Girl, you fine. What's going on with you? Feel like I have to chase you down just to see if you're good." "I'm sorry. If I'm not at work, then I'm at school with the triplets. I'm so tired that I slept on the train and missed my stop." I giggled. "I'm a single mama, so I'm never going to tell you not to work. However, you need to calm down with how you're working, babe. Those babies need you, and you can't keep working yourself so hard." "I have to work whatever hours they give me. My manager started cutting shifts because he won't stop hiring people, so when someone calls out, I'm always available because I need the money." "You need to quit that job. Traveling to and from the city every day, then work. I don't know how you do it." She stirred whatever she had in the pot. "The money is needed. You know my mama's SSI isn't going to cover everything, and I can't depend on her." "I know. Sin's receptionist is about to go on maternity leave. She's looking for someone to fill her space for 3 months, and Sin pays very well." My ears perked up at the thought of retiring my non-slip shoes and apron. "Seriously?" She pulled her phone out and dialed Sin's number.
"Hey,"
Sin answered dryly. I hadn't been clued into all the drama, so I'm sure Ace would fill me in later. "You still looking for someone to replace Courtney while she's on maternity leave?" Ace stood there with her hands on her hips. "How about I'm looking for a whole new receptionist? Her last day was last week, and she had the baby 2 days ago. She sent me some long email talking about she needs more than 3 months. I told her that I'm not paying for more than 3 months, so she better strap that damn baby to her chest or quit." And
The bitch faxed over her letter of resignation. Both my assistants have been taking turns to handle the front.
She sucked her teeth.
All the candidates that I interview are...
She allowed her voice to trail off.
Valerie is looking for a job. She's in college, and she knows how to handle a desk. Seriously? Shit, she's hired. Tell her to come to my office tomorrow to fill out paperwork, she replied, and I jumped up and down. Oh, and tell her to be prepared to work, too. I need her to start immediately.
Sure, no problem, I yelled.
Oh, hey, Val,
Sin sang through the phone.
See you tomorrow,
she said, then ended the call. Ace sat her phone down, and I hugged her.
Thank you so much, Ace. I got your back. Sin pays well, and she has benefits. Shake Shack isn't going to pay your bills, and damn sure isn't going to allow you to move out of your mom's apartment.
I plopped down on the chair. Prayer is the triplets' father, I blurted, and Ace dropped her spoon onto the floor. Her eyes looked into mine, and it was like we were talking mentally for a second.
How? You just met Prayer. I'm so confused.
She left the spoon on the floor and came and took a seat by me.
We met way before at a party he was hosting.
I explained everything to her, and she continued to look at me with this bewildered look across her face.
I feel like you came and dropped a bomb in my face,
she finally spoke after I sat staring at her for 10 minutes.
Are you going to tell him? Never mind, you have to tell him. That man has triplets and doesn't know about them. Hell, he doesn't even know that you both slept together before.
I'm torn. He's going to think I'm lying and that I just want his money. Ace, I don't give a damn about his money. Yes, it will help my kids out, but that's not why I want to tell him. She reached out and touched my arm.
I know the kind of person you are, so even if he thinks that, we'll both set him straight. Of course, you know he's going to want a DNA test. Are you prepared for that?
Not really. I'm not ready to feel judged by his family. I know this is deeper than just me and him. I don't want people thinking I'm trying to drain him dry.
At the end of the day, everybody is going to think something. You know why you've kept this to yourself, and that's all that matters.
You're right. With them about to turn 1, I feel like I need to come clean.
That's right. What you doing for their birthday?
Probably do something at Chuck E. Cheese. Money is tight, and I don't need any handouts.
I looked right at her. Ace was a good person, and she would give the shirt off her back to help someone out. I knew she was big on birthdays, and I knew she would try and help me out. I didn't need any help. Well, damn, she laughed. Just make sure me and Nevaeh get an invitation.
She hugged me. Nevaeh and her grandmother came in shortly after. I stuck around and spoke more with Ace, then decided to head home. I had to search my closet for something decent to wear tomorrow, and I had to send my manager a text stating that I quit. I had never been this excited about a job in my life.
6. Bishop Bless Callahan. Somebody told me the greatest gift you could give someone is your time, because when you give your time, you give a portion of your time that you'll never get back. Fabulous. Yo, mama! I called as I walked through this big-ass house. My mama could be anywhere around this bitch, and I wouldn't know where to start. I grabbed the housekeeper gently. Where's my mom's?
She's downstairs in the sauna,
she replied. I headed downstairs to where my mother had a personal spa. She had people come in and cater to her when she felt she needed a spa treatment. When I built my crib, I wanted my shit to be just like this. I never wanted a reason to leave my crib. My mother had a whole screened-in in-ground pool out back and one that wasn't screened in. She claimed she liked to swim in the winter, so of course my pops made it happen for her. He spoiled her to no end, and that was why he got all the respect from me. Respect wasn't something that I gave away easily. Mama, where you at? She peered from around the corner in the road. Why you peeking around the corner and shit? Who the fuck you got down here? I looked around down here.
Bishop, I'm peeking around the corner because you're loud. I had an amazing massage and spent an hour in the sauna, and I'm relaxed. I don't need you coming in here yelling. She walked over to the seating area and crossed her legs. My bad. I'm sorry I haven't been around like that. I started. She had been calling me, and I continued to promise that I was going to come over, and I never did. Where's Pops? You always lie to me. I'm used to it. He's out of town. You know Meemaw's being stubborn about moving here full time, she sighed. I just wish he'd leave the old witch where she's at. Although me and my brothers loved Meemaw, she was like the grandmother we never had. My mother's family was estranged. My mother always bickered with Meemaw because she hated someone telling her how to care for her husband and home. It was the typical mother knows best. I never got involved because the shit wasn't my business. My mother knew what she was getting into when she married my pops, so I kept my mouth shut and minded the business that paid me. You don't mean that. Pops bringing her here means he doesn't have to be out of town often. Plus, with this big-ass house, you probably don't have to see her for days at a time. I joked, and she did a small smile. I'm being selfish. I know she needs to be close to family, she sighed. What brings you by today? She switched the subject. I wanted to ask, would you mind helping me plan a birthday party here? Here? What are you trying to do, Bishop? She stared at me with that signature look she gave, one eyebrow raised while she used her index finger to gently tap on the middle of her bottom lip. I met someone, and she has a daughter, I revealed. My mother wanted me to move on so bad, so she got excited whenever I mentioned the woman. It was the main reason that I kept things from her. With Lachey, I knew it was different. She was different, and she had a nigga thinking about her when I wasn't around her. I wanted to know everything about her, what made her smile and what pissed her off. I tried to keep my distance from her, and that just made me unhappy. I wanted to be with her, and I wanted to build with her. She was broken, and I was too. We completed and fixed each other. She came with baggage, and I did too. I hadn't felt this way about a woman since Shy passed. I knew something wasn't right when my ass was Googling JoJo Siwa while in the office. If throwing her daughter a party made her happy, then I wanted to be that nigga that kept a smile on her face. Oh my, she sat up. Tell me more. What's her name? How'd you meet? I laughed because she was so excited. Mama, you'll get to meet her if you help me throw her daughter a birthday party. She pursed her lips. Does she want you for you, or is she just chasing after your money? Bishop, you have to be careful with women. Sha loved you because of you, but not every woman is like that. She said the same speech she had given each of my brothers. Ma, she makes her own money. She's a popular blogger. And I just hired her at the company to help us with our new blog we're launching. She don't care about my money. Then why does she want you to throw her daughter a birthday party? I sighed. Speaking to my mother sometimes caused me to get frustrated. She didn't. She leaned up. I see you shutting down and you were excited moments ago. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you boys are protected. That's the thing. I'm not a little-ass boy, I snapped. Ma, I'm a grown-ass man, and knowing a bitch is coming with the bullshit a mile away. Lachey is different. She's not like those other women. She get her money, raise her daughter, and stays out the way. She don't give a shit about this lifestyle I live. This was why I avoided my mom's crib as much as possible. She knew how to get a nigga to reveal his true feelings. Baby, if you feel that strongly about her, then I know she must be some kind of a woman. You can have the party here, and I'll help you put everything together. She touched my hand and smiled. I hope this woman is one that will be around for a while. I need some grandbabies. I got too much room and need some babies to fill them. She smiled and hugged me. Thanks, Ma. She likes something called JoJo Siwa. Oh, that little heifer? Franny from a couple houses down just had a party for her niece. All these life-size blow-ups of this little girl everywhere. She laughed. How about a pool party? She might like that. Then it's settled. I'll get to planning this party for you. I wonder if you can pull some strings and get JoJo to come to the party. Ma, Bishop, you are well connected, so I know you can get it done. She cut me off before I could say anything else. How old is the little girl? 6. Oh, she's a baby. I'm so excited. She clapped her hands together. My mother wanted grandkids like yesterday, and she loved children. I knew she was the perfect person to help me get this party together. They won't let me up to your apartment. I saw the message that Lachey had sent me. On my way now, I replied and stood up. Mama, I gotta get going. I'll keep you updated about the party and you do the same. I want this party to be the biggest shit she's ever had. Have you met her yet? Nah, I'm actually meeting her tomorrow. I couldn't front and act like I wasn't nervous about meeting Nevaeh.
Lachey was spending the night with me, and her grandmother was coming by my condo for brunch. I wanted to meet the both of them the right way, so I hired a caterer to come by and prepare the food.
Good luck, baby boy. I'm praying everything goes good. Lord knows you deserve happiness.
She stood up and hugged me. Thanks, Mama. I kissed her on the forehead and headed out. I arrived in my building and shoved the keys in the valet's chest. Before I left the building this morning, I told these bitches that I had someone coming over and to let them up. I told them my girl was coming, and they confirmed that she wasn't going to have any issues. Lachey was sitting in the seating area when I walked through the double doors.
Calm down, Bless. I can see the red in your eyes.
She held onto my arm. Just the feeling of her small hand rubbing up my arm calmed me down some. I held her cheek and kissed her on her lips. You good?
I'm fine. I was reading while waiting for you to come, and they brought me refreshments during the wait. They were really nice about it,
she explained. I walked right up to the front desk.
Hello, Mr. Callahan.
The manager greeted me. His beady-eyed ass made me sick. Something about him didn't sit right with me. He looked like he kept bitches locked in his basement or some shit. When I tell y'all to let my girl up, then she better be let the fuck up. I don't want to hear shit about what can't be done.
Sir, you don't have anyone else on the car besides your brother and housekeeper. Legally, if no one is home, then we can't let her up into the apartment.
Then why the fuck your beady-eyed ass didn't say that shit this morning? I asked you, or maybe it was her, because y'all both got the same 5 o'clock shadow.
Bless.
Lachey tried to stifle a laugh.
You don't need to add me onto your apartments for visits. I'm good.
Nah, we about to change that shit now. Give me the damn papers to fill out. He rushed to the back and came back with the papers on who can be allowed access to my condo when I'm not around. I filled out her information and shoved the paper into his chest before grabbing her hand and getting on the elevator.
Anybody ever call you an asshole?
All the time. I cornered her and kept stealing kisses from her. She made me into this corny nigga that I wasn't. She was the one who made me want to do all that shit that I used to laugh about. How was your day?
Good. I got some work done and then took Nevaeh to get her hair blown out. She's excited to meet you tomorrow.
She smiled. Word? I'm nervous to meet her.
Why?
If Shorty isn't feeling me, we might as well call this shit a done deal, I told her. When it came to their kids, some mothers will end a whole marriage if the child isn't feeling it. I say some, because you have those blockhead bitches that stay with niggas because they so desperate, and the nigga be doing shit to their kids.
Nevaeh loves anyone. She's good at reading people too, she revealed. I know she's going to like you because you've kept me smiling a lot lately.
I grabbed her chin and stared down into her eyes. A word?
Uh-huh.
She reached up and kissed me on the lips as the elevator door opened. Prayer was standing there with an overnight bag. The fuck you going?
Me and Reagan got back together. She want me to spend the night at her crib.
I shook my head because he and that toxic bitch were back together. Reagan was crazy as shit. She wasn't meant to be on Prayer's arm because she was so insecure. For as bitch as bad as she was insecure like a motherfucker. The reason they broke up was because Prayer kept cheating on her ass. I noticed when they were together, he would host more parties to stay out more. The nigga would get high, which he knew wasn't allowed. When they broke up, it seemed like he was at peace. Why the fuck you get back with her crazy ass? I thought you were done with that situation. I never got involved in my brother's issues. However, now that the nigga lived with me, I needed to know. If he brought her ass to my crib and her crazy ass broke some shit, I was going to be sitting in prison.
I saw her at a party last week, and we decided to chill.
How the fuck does chill go to being back together?
I missed her.
Nah, you miss having a woman. You don't miss her crazy ass.
Maybe, he sighed. She's the only one here right now.
He shrugged and entered the elevator. Lachey stepped away to give us privacy. You can have 1,000,000 bitches beating down this elevator to spend the night with you. Why go backwards?
Bless, on the real, I'm not trying to hear this shit right now. Me and Reagan have history, and I'm not trying to start something with the bitch I know wants me for money.
What happened to Vicky?
Who? Shorty that was hanging out with Lachey and Sin.
He laughed to himself.
You mean Val? She been acting weird and cut me off. I don't have time to be chasing after her.
I'm gonna let you go, but maybe you should be chasing after the one that's not chasing after you. I left him with those words and let the elevator close. We need to talk. Ashley sent me a text message. We hadn't spoken since the night I popped over her crib to talk. Link with me tomorrow? Lunch? Fine with me, she replied, and I slipped my phone back into my pocket. We entered my condo and I kicked my boots off. Annette had been here earlier because I could smell hints of pond sol in the air. That bitch loved using that shit for everything. I didn't complain because she knew how to clean the house, and my shit was always cleaned.
This is beautiful. She looked around and then out at the view of New York City. So this is how the other half lives, huh? She laughed. I guess so. You can live like this too. I stood behind her. Unless I win the lottery, there's no way that I can ever live like this. She turned around and looked at me. One day, I'm going to work hard until I can live like this. I could see this determined grin on her face. That was the reason that I had feelings for her. She wanted to get it out the mud and didn't mind putting in the work. She didn't give a fuck about a nigga's money. She wanted her own. Lachey was rare. There wasn't too many women that wanted to get it on their own and didn't want a nigga's help. You need to start accepting help with your blog. With how many followers and traffic that blog gets, you can definitely ask for more money. I may not be at the office often, but I see the work you're doing for the blog at Raw Records. Don't be afraid to ask for more money. Ask for your worth, I told her. You both have compensated me very well. I'm not a greedy person. At the end of the day, this is a business, and I know you're worth more than the check that Polite is cutting. You're not used to that kind of money, and I get it. But start asking for your worth. Don't let nobody shortchange you. I held her chin when I told her. Thanks, babe, she said and hugged me. When she said the word, a nigga's heart skipped a beat. What are we going to eat? I worked through lunch and now I'm paying for it. I told you about doing that, I told her. Then went to the fridge. My ass went in there like I knew there was some food in there. Other than drinks and fruit, the fridge had no food. I'm going to order some food. The reason for moving into this building was because they had a restaurant in the lobby. All residents got free breakfast, and they would deliver food to the room. With how much fees I paid a month, they knew they needed to offer something other than a damn swimming pool and spa. I'm going to shower and stuff. She held her bag up. I placed the order in, and they told me they would bring the food up. I let them know that the front door was open and to just slide the cart inside. Lachey was admiring my bedroom when I entered the room. Food is ordered. Your room is... I don't even have the words to describe it, she laughed. My room was gold and navy blue. I had a large 4-pillar gold bed, and the walls were of velvet navy material. All my furniture wasn't masculine or girly. It was modern. Navy blue is my favorite color. Noted. She smiled and went into the bathroom. Oh, I'm definitely taking a shower in this. She squealed over the freestanding tub that was in the middle of the bathroom. It was big enough to fit 3 to 4 people. Let me run us a bath. I pulled her into my arms and she kissed me on the lips. Go and unpack your stuff, then come back. While she was in the room, I lit some candles and played soft music from the speakers in the walls. I let the bath fill up and added bubble bath. Even though I was a cold-ass nigga, I loved to soak in the tub too. Niggas acted like they couldn't bathe and tote a gun. By the time she came back into the bathroom, the room was illuminated with just candles. It looks even more beautiful without lights on. You sure you want to bathe with me? She undressed. I licked my lips as she pulled her shirt off, then stepped out of the jeans. Her thong fell to the floor, and she unstrapped her bra. Her body was something she should have been proud of, except she kept a hand in front of her stomach. I could tell from the stretch marks on the stomach that she had got them during pregnancy. I wasn't a shallow nigga, and I damn sure didn't like shit. A woman with warrior scars was a woman I wanted. She sacrificed the vanity of her body to bring forth life into this world. Walking over to her, I removed her hand. Do me a favor. What's that? She looked up into my eyes. Don't ever hide your body when you undress in front of me. I want to see every part of you, I stated. My body isn't perfect. Nevaeh is going to be 7 and I covered her lips with my fingers and kissed her on the forehead. Your body is perfect to me. I'm the only opinion that matters when it comes to your body, Lachey. You hear me? Once she nodded her head, I picked her up and she wrapped her legs around me. I'm scared, she whimpered as I lowered her into the tub. I quickly got undressed, then got into the tub. Pulling her in between my legs, I kissed her on the neck. Of what? Us. Speak to me. What if this is all too good to be true, Bishop? I noticed the only time she called me by my real name was when she was serious. Any other time she called me Bless. Why do you think that? I asked, as I continued to kiss her on the neck. On the real, tell me, I continued. I want this to work because I'm falling for you. I'm falling hard. And the last time I fell hard, I ended up with a baby in a broken relationship. You're acting like I don't have as much to lose if this doesn't work out. I told my mama about you today, and I never tell her about women in my life. Why?
Because she brings up Shy and how I need to move on. She gets overly excited, and I never want to get her hopes up.
And what about me?
I told her about you because I feel like this is going to work. You make me happy, and when you're not with me, I'm thinking of the next time I can see your fine ass. When I see you walking in the office, I want to grab you up and smother you in kisses. I love hearing when you talk about work. That shit makes my dick hard.
I can feel it,
she giggled. On the real, when I lost Shy, I didn't think I could feel like this again. To me, my heart was broken, and the women that entered my life were just to fuck and send on their way. Then I met you at the club. I couldn't stand your smart ass. Then in Miami, I couldn't go back to the hotel until I knew you were safe. Small shit like that kept happening, and I continued to ignore it until it was evident that I was feeling you. I'm not one of those niggas that lie and pussyfoot around their feelings. I'm real, and I expect real back. She quickly turned around and straddled me. I felt her reach down and direct my dick right inside of her. When that shit moved inside of her, I thought my eyes were gonna roll behind my head. Holding on to her hips, she held onto my shoulders and she bounced up and down. The water splashed out of the tub and put some of the candles out as I stared her right in the face. She looked back into my eyes and then tossed her head back while letting a loud moan escape her lips. Shit, you tight. I squeezed her hips and she went harder. Her waist rotated and her titties bounced. Fuck me. Show me how much you feeling me, I demanded, and she took hold of my shoulders and bounced so hard that I knew the floor was soaking wet.
Like this, baby? You like this?
She moaned. I grabbed hold of her neck and bit her neck. Fuck me harder. Show a nigga how much you love this dick.
Ooh,
she moaned.
I love this dick, baby. Bishop!
She screamed out and I applied more pressure to her neck.
I'm about to come, baby. I can't hold it.
She continued to scream out. Hold it. Let me get my nut too, I demanded. You better not let it go without me, I told her. I flipped her ass over, and she leaned over the tub while I slid in the back of her.
Ooh,
the way she moaned turned me the fuck on. My dick was on brick because it was hard as shit. Each time I slid inside of her, I had to let a moan escape my lips. Reaching around, I grabbed her neck and held it. Biting down on her earlobe, she moaned out and threw her ass back on me. Fuck my dick, Lachey, I demanded, and she did as she was told. She threw it back on a nigga like her life depended on it. I grabbed hold of her hips, then pulled her back onto my dick hard as shit. I fucked her so hard that the water in the tub was damn near gone, and she was sobbing. You ready to nut? I asked.
Yes, yes,
she cried. I pulled out and slammed my dick right back inside of her. Both of us came at the same exact time. I could feel her body grow weak from under me. She held on to the edge of the tub and cried hard. If this was my first time, I would have been worried, except I had this effect on women. Lachey wasn't the first woman who cried like a damn baby while I fucked. I carefully put towels down and carried her to the bed. Shorty could barely walk, so I didn't mind carrying her. When I dried her off and got her in the bed, she buried her face in my pillows.
I'm so ashamed,
she said from behind the pillow.
I've never cried like that during sex. That orgasm was my first one,
she admitted. Damn, you never been dicked down the right way. That's why. I kissed her on the lips and stuck my tongue down her throat. I know I hit that shit, so it's good. Let me taste it. I told her and pulled her legs apart and got right to work on feasting on my pussy.
Ooh,
she moaned out.
Bishop, please,
she moaned out. Lachey didn't know that she just signed her contract with me. I'd kill a nigga if he tried to get what was between these legs. While Lachey was still in a dick coma, I was up making sure shit was straight with my condo. Her grandmother and daughter were supposed to arrive soon, and a nigga was nervous. I never gave a shit about meeting families, but with her it was different. After I had a sample of what she had to offer, I knew I had to lock her down. The way she allowed me to take control of her body had me about to get hard. I fucked her so hard that management had to come knock on the door and see if everything was good. It was the beady-eyed manager, so you know I cursed his creepy ass out and told Lachey she better stay away from his ass.
You need me to straighten up your room?
Nah, the bathroom. My girl's asleep, so don't wake her.
Your girl?
Annette damn near snapped her neck when she heard that word leave my mouth. I don't know why she thought me and her would ever be together. I guess it was foreign because I never brought bitches here. I'd get a hotel room, smash and be gone before housekeeping could knock on the door the next morning. I taught polite and prayer that fucking dash trick a long time ago. Even more now, because bitches love to leech on because they thought they landed a nigga with money. I know I didn't fucking stutter in that.
I'll clean the bathroom,
she replied, then headed to my room. Her ass kept trying me, and she was going to find herself unemployed. The only reason I kept her around was because she actually knew how to clean, and she was trustworthy. If I fired her, then I would have to go and hire someone else and put them through the same test that I put Annette's ass through. The caterer was cooking in the kitchen, so I went into Prayer's room to see if he was home. I just knew he and Reagan's ass would have got into an argument, and he would come home. His room was empty, so I went to go find something to wear for brunch.
Baby, I hate to complain, but the housekeeper is slamming stuff around and talking to herself.
Lachey yawned. I hugged her and kissed her on the lips. Good morning. You slept good?
The best, she smiled. I need coffee.
There's some in the kitchen. Let me handle the housekeeper. She kissed me and then went to the kitchen while I headed to the bedroom. Like she said, I could hear Annette rant to herself and slamming shit down onto the floor. Didn't I tell your simple buck-toothed ass to be quiet? She damn near jumped out of her skin when she saw me standing there.
I'm sorry. You called me on my day off and expect me to clean after you and your precious princess?
She rolled her eyes. See, you got me fucked up. Did we fuck and I just don't remember? I knew we didn't. If I fucked her, I would have been stupid as shit. Plus, I wasn't a nigga that was needy for pussy.
No.
Why the fuck you acting like we've been in a relationship or something? I'm allowed to have a woman in my bed because I pay the fucking bills. And I pay yours too, right?
Yes.
Clean this fucking bathroom and carry your ass out of my crib, I told her, then left the bathroom. A few days without her would let me know if I wanted to swallow my pride and call her back. I found Lachey out on the patio with my robe on and a phone in her hand. She had a cup of coffee sitting beside her.
You didn't fuck her, did you?
Nah. Why?
Don't lie to me, Bishop.
What the fuck I look like fucking my maid? She wanna fuck, but I never fucked her. I admitted and sat down in the chair beside her.
If she has those types of feelings, then why is she still working for you?
Because she knows how to clean the hell out of some floors. I laughed, but stopped when I noticed that she didn't find the shit funny. I sent her home.
I don't want to tell you how to run your life.
Then don't. I cut her off. She looked at me and then grabbed her coffee.
I won't.
She went back into the house, then into my bedroom. You really about to do this? I don't tell you what you should do with your life, Lachey, so don't try and do that shit to me. I'm a grown-ass man. You're not about to tell me how to run my life. She had me all open and shit, but she wasn't about to start this shit with demands.
I'm leaving.
She started to gather her shit and put some clothes on. When she grabbed her sneakers, I grabbed her hand. Don't do that shit.
Do what?
Leave when you're pissed. That shit triggers me. Don't ever do that shit to me, alright? I looked into her eyes. Don't ever leave me when you're mad. You mad? Go into another room. But leaving while we're fighting is a no for me. She plopped down in my bed and sighed.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. Just don't let that shit happen again. I grabbed her face and kissed her on the lips. I don't ever want us to leave each other mad or go to sleep like that. Life is too fucking short.
So I can go and fuck with other people, right?
She smirked.
You know, since you don't want me telling you what to do.
Don't get fucked up, I threatened. The thought of another nigga trying to get between her legs had me pissed. If you don't like Annette being here, then I'll find a replacement. Go get ready. They should be coming soon. As long as Annette had been working for me, she had crossed the line today. I couldn't have my girl feeling insecure about another woman, especially when Annette's big-headed ass was acting as if me and her fucked before. If the shit was vice versa and a nigga did that shit with Lachey, I would have been trying to kill him. She rolled her eyes and went to get ready, while I did the same. Lachey Sofrino was about to make me do time behind her fine ass, and I had no problem doing the time either, unlike her punk-ass baby daddy.
7. Lachey Ace Sofrino. When life was trying to do its best to break me, boy, you put on your cape, flew down, and saved me. Leighton Green.
Mommy, that elevator was so cool. It had a television on it,
Nevaeh said as soon as I opened the door. I was usually nervous whenever I had to introduce her to people. With Bless, I wasn't nervous. He was a good man, and I knew Nevaeh would love him. "Oh, really? Where's my kiss?" I said, and she planted one right on my cheek. "At least we didn't have to deal with the subway. I heard something happened." My Nana came into the condo. "Wow, this is gorgeous. Far cry from our apartment, huh?" She chuckled. I said the same thing. His home is beautiful.
"Look at the balcony. Mommy, will you take a picture of me on it?"
I laughed because Nevaeh loved pictures. She often told me that she was going to be a blogger. I loved that I could encourage my baby girl to be something other than the usual occupations. "Yes, but we need to meet Mr. Bishop first." She grabbed hold of my hand, and we walked further into the condo. Bless was standing in the living room. He walked over to Nana first.
"How are you, Mr. Sofrino? It's nice to finally meet you."
Nana looked at him crazy. "Ace done told me that you're rude as hell, so quit that nice act with me. You don't need to impress me. I'm impressed by the smile you put on my baby girl's face." Bless laughed.
"Aight, if we doing it like that. How you doing, Nana?"
He joked. "That's better." She reached up and hugged him, then planted a kiss on his cheek. "Your home is wonderful."
"I mean, it's aight."
He laughed. Bless turned his attention over to Nevaeh and knelt down.
"What's up, Nevaeh? Your mama is always running her gums about you."
He laughed. Nevaeh giggled.
"Mommy always talks so much."
"Hey," I nudged her.
"Can I tell you something?"
Nevaeh nodded her head, so Bless whispered into her ear. When he was done, she smiled and started giggling.
"You do?"
"Hella much."
"Can I tell you something?"
"Yeah."
She whispered in his ear, and he smirked.
"Word?"
"Word."
She mocked him. "If the both of you are done with secrets, can we please go and eat?" I laughed and showed them to the table. Bless had went all out for brunch, and it showed me that he cared. It showed me that my family was important to him. That spoke volumes to me, because my family meant the world to me, so anybody I dated had to love them too. Once we were all seated and eating, I looked at my Nana, and she winked at me. "I did some research on you. You have a lot to be proud of, young man."
"Nah, it was all my brother. This was his dream. If it wasn't for him, I would still be in the streets being a knucklehead,"
he revealed. That was big of him to admit. "No, you had to be the one who wanted to leave the streets. You and your brother have built a black empire."
"I appreciate that."
He cut into his steak.
"You should be proud, too."
"Oh, yeah? About what?" Nana chewed her chicken.
"Lachey, you raised a good woman with a good head on her shoulder. She knows what she wants, and she's not going to let a man get in the way of that."
"Lachey? Y'all must be serious. You never let anyone know your real name or call you by it." She laughed. Her mother nicknamed her Ace, but she always called her Lachey. I think she was the only person who called her by her real name. When she died, Ace stopped letting people call her by her real name, my Nana explained. My mother called me Ace if she needed me real quick. When she called me by my real name. When Bless started calling me Lachey, it made me feel good on the inside. I never corrected him because, well, Bless wasn't a man that you could tell what to do.
"I'm just special."
He winked and rubbed my thigh.
"I heard you have a birthday party coming up, Nevaeh."
He turned his attention to Nevaeh. She took a bite of the chicken nuggets and smiled.
"Yep. Mommy is throwing me the biggest party ever. I invite—"
"Baby, I told you that the party this year would—"
"Your mom's is throwing you the biggest party. A JoJo Siwa pool party," he announced.
"It's JoJo Siwa."
Nevaeh giggled as she corrected him. I looked at Bless like he had lost his damn mind.
Why was he promising my child shit that he knew I couldn't come through on?
JoJo loves your mom's blog so much that she's going to show up at the party too,
he added, and my Nana looked impressed. As she sipped her mimosa, she wore this proud look across her face. Mommy, really? I put a smile on my face and yanked Bless's arm. Babe, can you help me in the kitchen? I asked, and pulled him before he could answer. Soon as we walked into the kitchen, I pushed him against the counter and whispered, Why would you tell her that? Do you know how hard it is going to be to pull that off? I don't have the contacts for that. I was so mad that I could spit.
It's already handled. My mom said that we can use her indoor pool, and she's been helping me plan the party. I had Jalissa get in touch with JoJo's people and paid the deposit for her to come through for a bit, he explained.
I took a step back and paced the floor. Are you serious, Bishop? Please tell me that this is a joke, I pleaded with him.
I told you that I would handle it, and I did. You're used to fuck niggas, so you didn't believe me when I told you that I would handle it.
Now it was his turn to corner me near the pantry. He held my face up to his and smirked.
I'm a real nigga. When I tell you that I'm gonna handle something, then I'm gonna handle that shit.
How much do I owe you? I can't allow you to do all of this for Nevaeh. Her father should have come through for her like this. I felt like I couldn't accept this help. With my Nana, it was different. She helped me raise Nevaeh, so any help she offered, I graciously accepted. With Bless, I felt like I couldn't accept this from him.
Don't play me, Lachey. I don't give a fuck about her daddy, and I told you how I feel about that nigga. This is nothing. You're a good-ass mama, and just because he fucked up doesn't mean that Nevaeh should be the one suffering.
I rubbed my hands through his beard. I told you I felt like this was too good to be true. Now, I really feel like it's too good to be true. I smiled and leaned up to kiss him on the lips. He shrugged.
I'm just that type of nigga. Be real with me, and I'm gonna ball out on you.
He grabbed my face, like he always did, and kissed me on the lips. I blushed and went back to the table. Nana and Nevaeh were eating and talking about her birthday party. She was so excited, and it warmed my heart to know that Bless had went out his way to make my baby girl smile. He didn't know her or hadn't met her. Still, he went out his way to put a smile on her face. You're going to make me cry. I choked back tears. It was hard not to get choked up because of his actions. I had been begging her father to be a part of her life, and he always felt like work was more important. Yes, he sent money every month, and it helped. Still, I needed a partner to help me raise our daughter. I didn't make her alone, and it seemed like I had been the only one that made sacrifices for her. I didn't mind, because there was nothing I wouldn't do for Nevaeh. Sometimes it got lonely.
Damn, you big-ass crybaby.
He pulled me back into his arms and kissed me on the forehead.
For your ass to have a smart-ass mouth, your ass sure cry a lot.
Shut up, I sniffled and punched him in the chest. What happened? Nana grew serious when she saw me crying. I'm just very happy, I smiled. Nevaeh came over to me and hugged me. She then motioned for Bless to bend down. He bent down and was staring at her, eye to eye.
What's up? We got beef?
She touched the side of his face. My mommy has cried a lot over my daddy. Please don't make her cry. I'm not sad, baby. These are happy tears. She looked at me and then turned her attention back to Bless. Don't make her cry sad tears.
I got you, little one.
He winked and then stood back up. I was so emotional, and I couldn't stop the tears that fell down my cheeks. Nobody has ever done anything like this for me. When he first told me that he was going to handle it, I brushed it off. I had been used to making a way out of nothing.
The only people that had ever come through for me when I needed them was Sin and Nana. So when he told me how he was going to handle it, I didn't believe him. When he didn't bring it back up, I figured that he had just told me that to make me feel better in that moment. "You gonna keep crying or sit down and finish your food?" He laughed and kissed me on the forehead. "This makes me so happy. You don't understand how much I prayed for her to look like this. She's a different person, walking around the house whistling for no reason. Thank you for putting a smile on my baby girl's face, Bishop," Nana said. "She's mad happy and doesn't even know it," he winked. We all sat around and talked about everything. Nevaeh told us what she wanted to wear to her birthday party. It felt nice to sit around and have a brunch with my favorite people. I heard Bless's phone buzz and saw him look down at the phone. "Something wrong?" I asked. "Yeah, these bozos need me at the office." He caught himself. "I'm gonna run there and handle things and be back." "Don't worry about us. Handle things at work," I told him. I planned to take Nana shopping. I smiled at her. She was shocked. Money wasn't tight where we couldn't afford things. However, I never had extra to just treat my grandmother. She deserved everything and then some. I had some extra pocket money and wanted to spoil her today. "You sure? Let me call a car to come scoop y'all." Before I could protest, he made a call and then stood up. "They're coming in an hour. And don't worry, I'll have someone to clean this up," he told me. "Bishop, we clean after ourselves. Me and Ace will have this cleaned up before the car comes to get us. Nevaeh, clear those cups and silverware," Nana ordered Nevaeh. My daughter had chores, and my grandmother made sure that she didn't become one of those entitled children. She had small chores and she had manners. I was shocked at how some of these kids spoke to their parents these days. Then the parent turned around and spoiled them with whatever they wanted. "Yes, Nana," she said and got up from the chair. Bless watched as she gathered the cups and silverware and went to the kitchen. I guess y'all got this handled. Let me know when you leave out. The door will lock automatically," he told me before he kissed me on the lips and kissing Nana. "See you later, gangsta," he told Nevaeh on the way out. I continued to work on my salmon and grits while my Nana eyed me from across the table. I smiled because I knew she was about to ask me a million questions. "Where'd you find him, Ace? That's a damn man." She fanned herself. "Nana, I'm old, not blind," she laughed. "You can tell that man has pain. When he lays his eyes on you, it's like he's another person." "We both do. I haven't had the best relationships. We take care of each other. I really like him," I finally admitted to her. Each time she would ask me, I would brush it off and tell her that he was a friend. After the night we shared last night, I knew that I cared about him and was falling for him. "Baby, you know I support anything that you want to do. I love to see you smile. It's something that I wish you did more often." "Thank you, Nana." "We had our first fight today," I admitted. Our fight was still on my mind. It was different with Bless. When me and Nico would argue, he would shut me out and leave. Our argument would never get settled. We would just brush it under the rug and act like it never happened. Meanwhile, he slept good while I stayed up all night obsessing over the argument. Then he would act different with me and hold an attitude for days to come. Bless was different. He acknowledged that there was an issue and offered a solution. He didn't harp on the argument and damn sure didn't hold a grudge with me. "Oh, it didn't seem like you both were arguing. Or you both are good with faking." "That's the thing. We argued and I was about to leave." "Typical you, always trying to run away from things. It's interesting that you're running when you complained about Nico always running." She raised her eyebrow. "He's different. I saw the argument going left, and I didn't want it to go there with him. You know I fight dirty when I'm mad. I aim to hurt feelings. She chuckled. You're vicious with your tongue when you're angry. Been that way since you were a little girl. Nico used to complain about the stuff you said to him during an argument. I knew I wasn't perfect, and I never pretended to be. I could blame a lot on Nico about our relationship, but the truth was I played some part in it. I was very insecure, accused of cheating with clients, and when I was angry, I would say the most hurtful things. I had acknowledged that I was toxic and had played a part in our relationship. It was hard because Nico never took accountability for anything. I know, and you know I've been working on myself. So before I could come crazy out the mouth, I tried to leave. He got upset because I was trying to leave and told me never to leave when we're arguing. Nana took a sip of her mimosa. Makes sense. He lost his wife, and I'm sure there's things he probably thought he could tell her that he was never able to tell her because her life had been ended. Baby, I know you're scared because of your past with Nico. Bishop didn't cause none of that hurt. It's not fair for you to treat him like Nico or make him pay for the stuff Nico put you through. I know, Nana. It's hard because the way my trust is set up. I worry about every little thing, and I've worked so hard on my confidence. He's a millionaire, and every woman would give up their firstborn to be with him. Why would he want me? We're not about to do that right now. Bishop is used to being the only person who brings things to the table. It's different when it comes to you. You can provide the table, chairs, and placemats with or without him. Thank you, Nana. I smiled. Leave it to my Nana to always pick my mood up. She could always make me feel better about anything. Now let's finish cleaning so I can take you shopping. Today is about you. I love you, Ace. I love you more, Nana. Tonight was the night of Polite's album release, and I knew when I got out the car in front of Sin's house that it was a bad idea. Jalissa had gave me Sin's invitation for the party and told me to give it to her. I debated if I was going to pull her out the house for hours. Then, when I got out the shower, I decided that I was going to pull her out the house. It didn't matter that it was Polite's party or that they weren't on speaking terms. She was on that album and deserved a night out to enjoy herself. I let myself inside of her townhome and heard music coming from upstairs. I followed the music, and the music was coming from her bedroom. When I pushed the door open to her room, she was laying in the bed, listening to music with candles lit. Is this what you rush home from work to do? She jumped up. Damn, bitch, you don't knock? I was setting the mood to play with myself. She got up from the bed, grabbed her silk robe, and stood with her hand on her hips. The hell do you want? And why are you so glammed up? I was wearing a pearl satin evening gown with spaghetti straps and a thigh-high split. When I bought it online, I had been sipping wine. When it arrived, it fit me perfectly except for my midsection. I took it to get tailored and loved it when I tried it on. My hair was spiral curled and my makeup was done to perfection. I finished the outfit off with a pair of black strappy Louboutin heels that I caught on sale the other day when I went shopping with Nana. Tonight is Polite's album release party. And you're here because you're going to that party. I don't want to hear any excuses about Polite. Are you going to let him dictate where you should go? She rolled her eyes. I'm not in the mood for this, Ace. I'm not going to allow him to control where I go, but this is the one time I will, since this is his party. You're on that album, and you should be there too. This is not about him either. You've been held up in this house and at work. I barely speak to you because you either ignore my calls or rush me off the phone. I deserve this night. She laughed and then sat back on the bed. You are so fucking selfish, Ace. My heart feels like it has been ripped out of my chest, and all you could think about is what you deserve. Bitch, don't try and use that to get me to feel guilty. I heard her laughing. Damn, I thought you would have fell for that and left me alone. I knew Sin felt like her heart had been pulled out of her chest and there wasn't anything that I could do. A night out to forget about her problems on a yacht with free liquor was what we needed. Tonight is a big night for Raw Records, and I know I'm barely going to see Bless. Hang out with me and have some drinks. If it doesn't make you feel better, then I will never ask you to go somewhere you don't want to go again. She debated. Then a smile appeared across her face. Deal. You have to wear white. Do you have anything? I should have something. She went into her closet and started moving clothes around. She found a bodycon dress that left her shoulders exposed and stopped at her calf. She paired it with a golden belt and matching accessories. While she showered, I got her makeup out so I could give her a quick beat before we left. Sin walked out the bathroom looking like a bitch that broke hearts for a living. She turned around and I smiled because the dress left little to imagine. I could see her heart beating in that dress, that's how tight it was. She pulled her hair in a tight ponytail that hung down her back. My makeup job looked spectacular. I added small hues of gold into her eyeshadow. I should be a professional makeup artist. I patted myself on the back. Look at you, I complimented. I knew I still had it in there. She smirked to herself. It has been so long since I've pulled myself together like this. Miami was something light, and the listening party was too. You should be proud because you look good. Hey, you never know. You may snag someone important. I winked. As much as she was regretting going to this party, I had a feeling that it would be good for her. She needed to get out the house and let loose. I knew this wasn't going to make her feel better about what was going on between she and Polite, yet I figured it would clear her mind for a few hours. 8. Sinclair Sin Vega. It's a lose-lose, a hurt woman and a damaged dude. I guess it's true. Nobody wins when the family feuds. Fabulous. My phone kept going on with text messages from Kamaya. Apparently, she was pulling an all-nighter and had come up with some ideas she wanted to add into the wedding. Each time I looked at my phone, she was sending another message right after the other. I silenced my phone and looked out at the party. Polite's album was playing on repeat and everyone was enjoying themselves. The drinks were flowing and the dance floor was full. Ace had been all over the party meeting important people from the label and from other walks of life. Bless kept pulling her over and introducing her. I smiled because he wanted her to win. Each time someone came over while he was talking with us, he would introduce the both of us and let them know about our business. He was still an asshole, but I could tell he had a heart and that he liked Ace.
You look like you want to be anywhere but here tonight.
I heard a voice come from behind me. Turning around, I laid eyes on Nye. He was a new rapper signed to the label. I had heard a few of his songs, and I liked them. He was definitely not a mumble rapper and had bars. I smiled and took a sip of the champagne I had been nursing. Polite had noticed I was here and had spent the past 2 hours trying to make his way over here. Except everyone kept pulling him in every direction. Nye, right?
Oh, the beauty knows my name.
He extended his hand, and I placed mine into his. He kissed my hand and then looked over me once more.
Can I get your name?
Sinclair Vega. I smiled. Shouldn't you be shaking hands with everyone and getting prepared for your album?
I should be saying the same about you. The company sent a memo about you signing to the company.
Me and Bless were supposed to sit down to discuss how things were going to go. I didn't know that they had sent a memo about me signing. Well, I'm newly signed, and I don't know what I'm doing yet. You, on the other hand, know exactly what you want and what you're doing.
True,
he agreed.
From the track you did on Polite's album, it doesn't sound like you don't know what you're doing.
I blushed. I listened to that song nearly every morning. Hearing myself gave me the confidence I needed for this music industry. Polite had gave me the confidence that I needed. He made me feel like I could do anything. I appreciate that. I'm still finding my way. It was nice meeting you, Nye. I tried to walk away, and he grabbed my hand gently.
I'm doing a slow song, and I know you would do my track justice.
I got excited just thinking about going into the studio and singing again. How do you know that you can afford me? I joked.
Shit, you never know. Come by my studio and see.
Your studio? I knew for a fact that Raw Records owned studios all over the city for their artists to use, so if he thought he was impressing me by acting like it was his, he had another thing coming.
Yeah, I bought me a little spot in Brooklyn with some of my advance money. I like to have my own shit, feel me? Niggas' energy be transferring, and I don't need that when I'm creating.
I stared at this man and was impressed. Looking at him, I assumed that he was the type that recorded with all his friends in the studio while women walked around half naked and bottles of liquor was passed around. I can admit that I judged him just by his appearance. Nye had to be around 6 feet, medium build, with the most beautiful hue of brown skin I've ever seen. His teeth were so perfect, which resulted in him having a beautiful smile. A man with good teeth was always a bonus. Wow, I guess I should say sorry. I judged you. He waved it off.
You good? Take my number and hit me up. I really want to work on a record with you, and that's not just because you beautiful as hell.
I handed him my phone and he put his number into it. When he was done, he kissed my hand and then made his way into the crowd. I watched him for a bit and then polished off the rest of my champagne. We had an hour before we would be back to shore, and a part of me just wanted to jump off the boat and swim back myself. I watched Ace smile and shake hands while Bless stood beside her. The both of them really did make a cute couple. I could tell Bless cared for her from the way he moved around her. He never left her alone unless she was with me, and when he introduced her, he commanded everyone's attention.
Thank you for coming.
I heard Polite's voice. I didn't bother to look at him. I didn't come for you.
Sin, baby, can we talk?
How about you talk with your fiancé? Apparently she has some more ideas for y'all wedding. I held my phone up in disgust. He had some nerve calling me baby when he had a woman at home waiting on him. I started to walk away. He had me pissed, and I was actually enjoying my own company over here.
I'm ending things between us.
I stopped in my tracks. Turning around, I looked at him through squinted eyes. For me? Do me a favor and don't do that. I don't want to ruin a relationship.
You see her here? I didn't tell you about her because I didn't want to ruin us. You make me happy, and you made me realize that I was trying to revive a relationship that had died a long time ago.
Polite, I don't want to do this right now. You don't know how many nights I sat and cried because of you. You hurt the shit out of me when I trusted you. How could I ever trust you again? Tears poured down my face, and he pulled me over to the bathroom and into the men's bathroom. I watched as he locked the door and turned to look at me.
Baby, I don't want to hurt you. Look at me. You really think I would hurt you intentionally? I was being selfish. I can admit that I fucked up because I fell for you knowing I had a situation at home.
And what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I wiped my tears. Sorry isn't enough. I'm planning your fucking wedding. I raised my voice. He tried to walk over to me, and I pushed away from him. Leave me alone. You've caused enough confusion and hurt in my life. I hate you, I screamed and pushed past him. He made me trust again and let down my walls. I trusted that he wouldn't hurt me, and he did. I was tired of giving my trust to men who, in return, took it for granted. I knew it was a bad idea to come to this party. Polite had been busy the entire night, so I assumed he would leave me the hell alone. Except he continued to keep trying to plead his case. I didn't care that he didn't mean to hurt me. All I cared about is the fact that he did hurt me. I was rushing so quick out the bathroom that I bumped right into a firm chest. Looking up, I realized it was Nye. "I'm sorry," I sniffled. "You good, Ma?" he questioned. "Yes," I lied and tried to walk away, but he grabbed my wrist. "Please, let me go," I whimpered. The feeling of his strong grip and sympathetic eyes was too much for me. He let go of my wrist and I took off to the bottom deck. I needed a break from everything. Polite knew how to get me to reveal my emotions. I loved that man, and I think he knew. This situation had been hard on me, and each time I tried to get over it, I couldn't. The reason was because we had shared some intimate moments together. This wasn't two people fucking and making music together. He understood me, and I understood him. I felt like this man had the power to fix my broken heart. Boy, was I wrong. I leaned on the railing and looked out at the pitch-black water. There wasn't much of a view because it was 11 at night. "I had to check and see if you were good. Didn't need you to toss yourself overboard." Nye stood next to me. He had his hand in his pants pocket as he looked out at nothing. "In this dress? I don't think so," I smiled. "I would have figured you would have just got naked and then jumped," he snickered. "You would have liked that, huh?" "Maybe." We both grew quiet, and I continued to get lost in my thoughts. I saw the shore coming into view, and I blew a sigh of relief. "You had a hard night, and I had one too. If you want, you can come to the studio with me. Not to make music, just to chill." "You just chill at your studio?" "Yeah, it's mine, and my apartment is above it," he chuckled. "You have my number. The offer stands. I'll wait for you near the pier." "Why did you have a bad night?" "Me and my girl decided to break up tonight. I wasn't even going to come out tonight, but I couldn't do that to my nigga Polite." "I'm sorry." "Nah, it was needed. We both have a busy schedule. Neither of us is never in the same state. That long-distance shit takes a toll." "I agree," I sighed. "Let me know if you want a link. Like I said, my number's in your phone. I'll wait for you," he told me before he turned to walk back inside. I stood outside for a bit before I headed inside. Polite kept sneaking stares at me while he held a conversation with someone. I found Ace, who was talking to a woman that owned her own magazine. She wanted Ace to write an article for the magazine. "Hey, I'm going to head to the front. We're about to dock." Ace took hold of my hand. "I know you do wedding editorials as well. Well, this is my best friend, Sinclair Vega. She's a wedding planner." "We're always looking for Black wedding planners to showcase." The woman shook my hand. "Nice to meet you, Sinclair." "Nice to meet you, too." I dug into my purse and handed her my business card. It didn't matter how I was feeling. I always had a business card and smile ready. Ace excused herself and pulled me back over to the bar. "What's wrong?" "Ace, you haven't spent more than 10 minutes with me, and I'm not complaining. You're mingling and getting your brand out there, and I'm proud. However, I'm not enjoying myself and would rather head out." "You're not going to come to the after party?" "No, I'll leave that to you. I have an early morning with a client, and I don't want to arrive looking like I died 10 times before I walk through the door." We both laughed. "I'm sorry you didn't have a good time." "It's not your responsibility to make sure I have a good time. I appreciate you getting me out the house, but I'm not ready to be in the same room with him," I admitted. Being in the same room with Polite threw me off my square. I felt hurt. Then in the same breath, I wanted to walk over to him and fix us. I realized that it wasn't my issue to fix, and I needed to worry about trying to fix myself. I know. I still feel like it is, though. Do you want me to come home with you? Ace, I squeezed her shoulders. Spend time with your man. You both deserve to have some fun tonight. Please don't worry about me. Okay, she sulked. Now go back over there and finish securing those bags. I kissed her on the cheek. When the boat docked, everyone was still on board partying like it hadn't docked. I exited the boat and walked to where the cars were. Like he promised, Nye was sitting on his BMW smoking a cigarette. I walked over to him. You know smoking is bad. So I've been told a time or two. Are you going to take me up on my offer? He raised his eyebrow. I did have an early morning and should have been getting home, yet there was something about Nye that made me want to risk it all. Hell, I spent enough time at home, and being out tonight was what I needed. I did. And I'll hang out with you for a bit. I blushed. He dropped his cigarette and stepped on it before opening the passenger side door. Sliding in, I put the seatbelt on and relaxed. Usually, I was nervous when I was around a man, especially one as fine as Nye was. You good? I'm fine, I replied. He pulled out the parking lot and right onto the empty Manhattan streets. There was no traffic, and he was able to zip in and out of traffic. We crossed the bridge into Brooklyn, and I listened to a few tracks that were supposed to be on his new album. You always listen to yourself in the car? Nah, I just want everything with my album to be straight, so I listen to it over and find shit to fix. A perfectionist, huh? Something like that. What about you? He turned the music down. How are you with your art? A perfectionist. I love music, and everyone who knows me says I can sing. When it comes to me, I never think anything I create is good enough. Me and Polite been cool for a minute. He had sent me the same song, and Imani was on it. I can say that you have nothing to worry about. The remake was good, and the vocals you had on that track goes hard. I blushed. Thank you. We arrived at some industrial buildings in Dumbo, Brooklyn. He pulled into a parking spot and then opened the door for me. This is where you live? Do you know how much property costs here? Seeing where he lived and where his studio was had me thinking how much his damn advance was, and maybe I should have asked for more. My aunt is a real estate agent out here, and she was able to cut a deal. Shit costs money, but in the coming years, my investment will pay off. He opened the door, and there was a set of stairs, and then to the right there was different doors. It smelled like mahogany teakwood throughout the space. The studio is down here. He walked over to one of the doors and opened it. Inside was a state-of-the-art recording studio. What really stuck out to me was the fact that he had a meditation section. Candles everywhere, and the vibe was real chill. The modern leather couches were in amazing condition. It didn't look like he had people stepping over his furniture or bitches twerking everywhere. It's really nice in here, I admitted. When it comes to the studio, I feel like niggas like to play around. Me and Polite are on the same page because we take our career serious. These other niggas like to pop pills, drink, and have bitches all up in their space. I'm not judging, but that shit isn't me. The only people that come through those doors is niggas I grew up with and respect my process. I walked over to the soundboard and looked at all the buttons. This is really nice. I can see myself recording so much and just chilling. Come through any time. I don't mind. He walked over to the kitchenette that was in the corner. I watched as he grabbed a bottle of wine out the fridge. I mean that shit too, he added. I'm going to have to take you up on that offer. He brought the glasses and bottle of wine over to me, and we sat down on the couch. Nye made me feel comfortable and nervous at the same time. This man was so damn intense. You could tell he wasn't one for games. Everything that he said, he meant that shit. His music was the same way. He rapped about real stuff and not that fake shit. Like Polite, there was emotions behind the words that he rapped. I understood why Bless decided to sign him.
On the real, what made you want to become an artist?
It fell into my lap. I've always sang in the church, but my parents didn't think there was no money or stability in it.
So you went and got a 9-to-5?
Nope. I started a business, and now I'm free to do whatever I please because I put in the work, I replied.
Word. What do you do?
Plan weddings, I dryly replied. It wasn't that I didn't love my career, because I did. I loved the fact that I helped women make their special day even more special. I've had some clients name their babies after me.
You must not be happy with the way you replied.
Sounds bad, huh?
Yeah, you're supposed to love what you do.
I laughed. My parents would disagree. You're supposed to have something that can pay bills and set you up to live well. My dad is a pharmacist, and I know that's not what he wanted to be. My mother is a lawyer.
How are you going to change that? Are you going to continue planning weddings? Or follow your true dream?
I sighed. It's not that I don't enjoy what I do. It's hard to do what I do when I feel like, personally, I'm not near where I want to be. I want to be married, planning a wedding and future with someone. Yet here I am planning people's happily ever after, and I feel like I'm no closer to my own. Nye leaned in close and looked me in the eyes. His hands gripped my chin, and he placed a kiss on my lips. I accepted his kiss, and our tongues danced in each other's mouths. His breath smelled like mint, with a hint of liquor on his breath, and his lips were soft like small pillows. When he pulled away, he continued to stare into my eyes, and I had no clue what just happened. Putting the wine glass down, I reached across the couch and started pulling at his clothes, and he did the same to me. At this moment, I wanted to feel good. I had felt pain long enough, and some deep strokes were enough to keep my mind off the shit show that my love life had become.
9. V.O. Polite, Callahan. We've been through real situations. A couple times you had to punch a couple bitches' faces. Jim Jones. Today was Ace's daughter's birthday party. Bless had made sure to threaten me and Prayer to bring a gift for her. I didn't feel like leaving the crib, but since it meant so much to Bless, I tossed on some sweats and headed to my mama's house. After the album release party, I should have been on cloud 9. My album was at the top of the charts, and everyone was anticipating my announcement for a tour. I was fucking excited. Then that shit dropped when I thought about Kamaya and Sin. I had 2 women that I loved, but I knew one of them would end up hurt. Sin, being more hurt than anyone. I loved Kamaya because we had history. She had always been down with me since we met in the visitation room. I loved Kamaya, and she was the one I looked forward to when I was released. We had planned our entire life together. Truth be told, she was the one that made it easier for me to do my time. She was my heart, world, and all that wrapped into one. Since I've been out of prison, she was all that I knew, and had always remained solid. I never had to worry about her clout chasing. If anything, she hated the limelight and never wanted to be a part of shit. At first, I thought that shit was cool. A woman that didn't give a fuck about my rap career. A chick who just wanted to stay out the way and focus on her own career. That shit was like finding a rare ruby these days. Then, the bigger I became, the more I realized I wanted someone there to clap for me. I wanted my woman to be by my side at events. Shit, I wanted the world to know that I wasn't this hardcore rapper who fucked bitches and sent them on their way. I wasn't that type of nigga. I was the type of nigga that liked date nights, chilling in the crib and watching all those girly-ass reality shows, just because that's what my girl liked. The shit that bugged me about Kamaya was that I wasn't the type of nigga that liked to party. Once in a while I wanted to be in the club with my girl, and she always turned it down. The night of Nas' welcome party was the first time she had come out. Prayer and Bless were surprised that she even came.
Like today, I told her that I had to attend a party at my mom's crib, and she claimed she had something come up. About time you showed up to my stepdaughter's party. We don't appreciate your late ass. Bless met me at the front door. There was big-ass balloons everywhere. Behind him inside the house, it was a bunch of kids running around and screaming. Stepdaughter, I laughed. Bless had on this white t-shirt that had this white girl on it with a big-ass bow. Nigga, who the fuck is that on your shirt? Some famous bitch. She make money from selling bows and whatever the else shit she got. Chick sound like she smoke a pack of Newports a day. He held the door open for me. What gift did you bring? I dug into my pocket and handed him a card. He opened it and nodded his head. Aight, I see you. I didn't know what kids her age liked. Instead of standing in the store lost, I wrote her a check for $3,000. She could put it in a savings account. That meant more than some toy that she would outgrow in the next few months.
Hey, Polite.
Ace came over and hugged me.
I'm glad you can make it. If you didn't come, I would have held it against you.
She laughed. Nah, I had to show up. Plus, I never met your daughter yet, and you two seem to be serious. I pointed to the both of them. Ace blushed.
We're something all right.
Don't downplay shit while I'm standing here. You was just in that bathroom upstairs swearing to God how good I am. Bless called her out. Ace covered her face.
What is that?
She switched the subject to the pink envelope that Bless held in his hand. Bless handed it to her. I didn't know what to get her, so I got her a card and a check, I told Ace. She opened the card and then closed it quickly.
I can't accept this from you, seriously.
She tried to give it back and I moved back. No, take it and put it in an account for her. She hugged me tight. Aye, back off my girl, Bless joked. It was nice seeing my brother excited about something again. With Ace, I could tell how she brought life back into his eyes. He had been smiling more and acting like he used to before Shy died.
Ace, your daughter is down there trying to twerk.
Sin came over and then stopped when she saw me. She had on a yellow jogging suit with a pair of sneakers. I would have given anything to be that pair of sweatpants.
I'm going to beat her ass. I told her to stop following those damn videos she saw.
Ace rushed off toward the pool and Bless followed behind her. Hey, I said.
Hey,
she replied, being dry. I couldn't blame her. After our last encounter, she ran off crying, and there was nothing that I could do.
I need to get back to the party.
She tried to walk away. Sin, can we sit and talk? There's a lot I should have said that I didn't. Please give me the time to explain.
What do you think explaining would do? You think that it's going to make me forgive you?
She folded her arms. Please. I wasn't the type of nigga that begged. Ever. Sinclair Vega had me out here begging for her to hear me out. It probably wouldn't have made a difference. Still, I wanted her to hear me out. She sighed.
You know the house better than me. Find a place.
I headed down the hall to the garden area. My mother had a green thumb and loved the plants. My pops, on the other hand, hated plants, and he was allergic to damn near everything. He built her a greenhouse where she kept all the plants, flowers, and vegetables that she grew. Inside there was a small seating area where she would sit, drink a wine, and talk to her plants. If you asked me, she acted like she was trying to be Jody's mama or something. I held the door open and Sin walked in, and I closed the door behind us.
Your mama sure loves plants, huh?
Yeah, since we were kids. When we lived in the projects, our living room had plants to the fucking ceiling. I laughed, remembering a time when shit was so simple in life.
What is it that you want to talk about?
I took a seat and clasped my hands together. I fucked up, and I know I keep saying that shit. It doesn't mean shit, and I understand that. My intention was never to hurt you. I'm fucked up because I never meant to hurt you.
Why did you lie to me? You could have told me that you were engaged. Instead, you led me on thinking that you could have the both of us.
Me and Kamaya have grown apart. We planned to do this wedding shit when we were in a better place. My career grew and her support seemed to go down. Every important event that I have, she's never there. When it's time to support her, I'm at every conference she speaks at, every office party, and everything in between. I'm not selfish and know that she has her own career. But what about me? I had been battling with what I was going to do. Then you came into my life and it was like we spoke the same language. You understood me and the way you support me made me feel whole again. I know I sound corny, but Sin, you did something to my spirit. I love my space. With you, I didn't care about space. All I wanted to do was create and spend time with you. She wiped away tears. It seemed like all I did was make her cry, and that's the last thing that I wanted to do.
I'm tired of crying, she sniffled. I was able to let my walls down and be myself. I sound like a broken record, but that is big with me. Letting you into my life and showing you the real me, especially after getting my heart broke, was big for me. Each time I found myself revealing more and more about myself, I talked myself out of pulling back.
I reached out and touched her hand, and I was surprised when she didn't pull back. I put that on my life that everything we spoke about was real. I shared shit with you that I hadn't even told my parents or brothers. Ma, I want to make this work, and I won't give up. I'm going to earn your trust again. I put that on my life. She stood up.
Maybe you should start with your fiancé. You're making all these promises to me like you don't have an 8-tier cake being made and a wedding in a month.
She turned and walked out the green room. My dress is so beautiful. Kamaya sent a text message right on time. A word, I responded back, then put my phone back into my pocket.
Sin told me you were in here. Why didn't you come and say something to your mama?
My mom came into the green room. We had to talk about something. I wouldn't show up without saying something to my favorite lady. I smiled and hugged my mother. It had been a minute since I had stopped by and saw her.
You better not. I missed you. Feel like I haven't seen you or Kamaya in a while.
My mother knew we were engaged, but knew nothing about the wedding since it was supposed to be a surprise. We both been busy with work and stuff.
Vio, I gave birth to you, so I know when something isn't right.
She had always been good with calling me out on my bullshit. Well, I thought I had her believe in my lie. She already smelled the bullshit before the words came out of my mouth. Ma, we haven't been seeing eye to eye about things.
Well, relationships aren't perfect, Vio. If me and your father would have given up each time we hit a road bump, we wouldn't have made it this long.
My mother and stepfather were ghosts to me. I saw how my pops loved my mother, and I saw the love and respect they both shared for each other. It's not that. I don't think she makes me happy anymore.
Think?
She raised her eyebrows at me. She doesn't make me happy anymore. I feel like it's pulling teeth to get her to support me on some shit. Ma, she didn't even come to my album release party. That shit hurts. She touched my shoulder.
I'm sorry, baby. Have you spoke to her about it?
Yeah, Kamaya has selective hearing. I'm tired of feeling like I have to hide my relationship and get support behind closed doors.
Do these feelings have anything to do with Sinclair?
I laughed. Mama, what do you know?
I know that you were playing both of these girls and now you're caught up. It's one thing to have your feelings about you and Kamaya's relationship, but to drag another girl into this mess is foolish, Vio.
She slapped me upside my head. Mama, what happened to asking for my side? I didn't mean to hurt Sin, and I damn sure didn't mean to hurt Kamaya. Sinclair's different. My words trailed off as I stared off into space.
Vio?
My mother brought me back to our conversation. All I wanted was to make shit right between us, and it seemed like I couldn't. Yeah, my bad, Mama. I got a lot of stuff on my plate right now. I'm about to get ready for this tour and need to handle stuff at home first, so I can be on my A game.
Baby, pray on it. I'm always praying for you boys. You don't know how happy I am that Bless met Ace. She's a beautiful woman, inside and out.
Seems like he's getting back to his old self, right?
Yes. I like to believe that Sha sent Ace into his life for a reason. That Nevaeh is a cutie, too.
She smiled. I bet you're loving all these kids in the house. I gently nudged her.
Yes, you boys haven't been that young in forever. This is why I keep hassling for grandbabies. I need some little feet to fill this house.
She giggled. Keep praying, Mama. Lord knows we all need a prayer or two in our lives. I laughed. Me and my mother sat and spoke for a little bit before we went to join the party. All the kids had got out the pool and were singing happy birthday to Nevaeh. She looked like she was in heaven from all the attention that she was getting. I still couldn't believe that this was Yero's daughter. We had lost touch and I never blamed him for not holding me down. 5 years was a long time and people had lives to live. Just because my life was at a halt for 5 years didn't mean that everyone else's should be. I had been locked up for 5 years and out of prison for 2 years, and his seed was turning 7. What bugged me out was the fact that he never mentioned he was having a seed or had a girl. The way Yero used to be out there, you wouldn't have thought he would have settled down. I clapped my hands and Sin stole a glance at me before turning back to Ace and Nevaeh cutting the cake.
Blessy, can you help us cut the cake?
Nevaeh asked Bless. I smiled at the nickname she had given him. You sure you want me to help you? Yes, please. She smiled and hugged his leg when he took hold of the knife. Ace had this smile on her face that couldn't be erased. She was genuinely happy, and I was happy for the both of them. Get in there. I want to take a picture of this, my mother told Ace's grandmother. She snapped a few pictures of Ace putting icing on Nevaeh's nose. This shit was perfect, like out of those fucking movies. While Ace and Nevaeh cut cake, I headed into the kitchen for a beer. All these kids screaming and hyped up off candy and juice had me feeling like I needed something stronger than a beer. I leaned on the counter and guzzled half of my beer. I finally get a moment to myself. Bless came into the kitchen. Hand me one of those, he told me. I reached into the fridge and grabbed him one. Need something stronger, I replied as I polished off the rest of my beer. You look good out there. Nigga, what? Don't start that checking me out shit. I don't swing that way and you're my fucking brother. Bless, shut the fuck up. I'm talking about you, Ace, and Nevaeh. Y'all look good together. How's things been with meeting the little one? He nodded for me to follow him down to our pop's man cave. Ace was getting all the kids their treat bags and making sure their parents came to pick them up on time. She my little angel. I didn't think she would take to me like that. Word, Blessy? I laughed. Fuck up. I try and come around more since Ace introduced us. I'm still getting to know her and Nana. But they cool people. That's what's up. I'm happy for you. I know shit been tough since. Let's not even bring her up. He cut me off. You got it. I raised my hand in surrender. Shy was important to him, and it wasn't fair that we kept bringing her up. She was gone, and there wasn't anything that either of us could do except move on. And that's what he was trying to do. What you doing for Christmas? I asked, knowing damn well his ass wasn't going to leave the crib for the entire day. Nigga, you already know what I'm going to do. Mama having a small Christmas dinner. Pops is going to be out of town again. I'm surprised she's not flying out to him. He's still with me, Ma? She had surgery the night before Christmas, so he's going to be there helping her out. Hopefully a week after surgery, he's going to move her here, he explained. Damn, at least he doesn't have to keep going back and forth. I shrugged. What was the shit you wanted to link with me about? I've been busy, so my bad. His face turned serious. I leaned up because I knew he was about to lay some shit on me. Yero set you up. He snitched on you and set it up so that you was at the drop instead of him, he said. I felt like he had shot me in the chest with the weight that I felt there. What are you talking about? I had a private investigator looking into him before Shy was killed. Once she got killed, I stopped digging because I was dealing with that. He called me when I was in Detroit and told me that the file came across his desk. He paused. He told me that he was the one who killed Shy. My heart felt like it was crushed in that moment. How credible is your investigator? Nigga, he works in the force and has the proof. He told me he saw the surveillance and it's him. He continued to explain. How was he able to pull the cameras now? And when she first died, they claimed it was grainy. Yeah, that's what they wanted us to believe. The real tapes weren't shown, and I knew shit didn't add up, which is why I hired Jimmy. That nigga Yero got some people in high places. Then again, when you're cooperating with the feds, shit will disappear to keep a star snitch. They couldn't have their snitch being arrested for murder. That shit would have looked bad for them if you chose to appeal, he explained, and my heart continued to race. Yero was my best friend. He couldn't have done this to me. There was no way that he was the one responsible for all of this. He couldn't have set me up and killed Shy all in the same breath. When I saw him at the club, he did have this weird energy about him. I brushed it off because we hadn't saw each other in a minute. Nah, it couldn't be my nigga that would do something like this to me. I refuse to believe that shit. I'm going to be real with you, Bless. This shit is hard to believe. I can't take it that Yero set me up. I just can't believe that shit. Bless leaned up and stared me in the eyes. Who the fuck did that time with you? Who put money on your books and was at every fucking visit? That nigga was there for a few months, then bounced with no excuse. Gil, VO? Bless never called me by my real name. That guilt was eating that nigga up and he couldn't stand to fucking face you. We've made that exchange how many times without any issues? Then he comes with some corny excuse about picking his aunt up? Open your fucking eyes, ass fuck, he hollered. My hands were shaking because every memory of me being locked in the cage and Yero replayed in my head. I thought back to the last time he came to visit me. He was real shaky and couldn't make eye contact. I kept asking if he was good and he promised that he was. His body language told me otherwise. What you trying to do? I'm in. Bless waved me off. I got the email with your tour dates and cities. Your first tour date is in Miami after Christmas. You're in the public eye, and I don't need you being dragged into this. However I handle this has to be real careful. This shit can't fall back on us and everything we have going on. It was different when we ran the street. If a nigga did us wrong, then we would have him handled. Nobody was checking for us, so we got our hands dirty and made no apologies. When you had millions on the line, you had to move smarter than you usually would. Our face and name was in the public, and we were being watched now more than ever. How do you expect me to go on tour after the shit you told me? Money still has to be made, so fuck your feelings. I warned you about that nigga, and you still wanted to bring him on. I fed that fucking snitch, and he had the nerve to kill my fucking wife. I need you to focus on giving these people the tour that they paid for. Shit is sold out in nearly all the cities you're going to. I didn't know how my brother expected me to put on a good show when he just laid all this out. Yet, as an artist, I had to put all the shit to the back and put on a show for these people. They didn't give a fuck that Vio had shit going on in his personal life. They cared about Polite, who had dropped an album that quickly became their favorite. Even with everything Bless had told me, Kamaya and Sin, I had a job to do. When I was sitting in prison, I dreamed about this shit, so I had to put on for Raw Records with my first tour. Don't let this shit eat you up. The only reason I'm telling you is because you should know when you have a snake around you. That's Ace baby father. This shit is messy as fuck, nigga. I already know what I need to do. Nevaeh not gonna miss that nigga. He barely there for. Ace told me that this nigga couldn't even make a party because he had to fly out of town. How you don't spend your child's birthday with them? I could tell that Bless had already become too attached. Shit that wouldn't have bothered him was bothering him. If he didn't give a fuck about something, he would move on and not give shit a second thought. With Ace, he was too close to her issues. It was like her problems were his problems, and in a relationship, I agreed they should. Yet, he and Ace were too new for this nigga to be so involved. It doesn't matter that he's inconsistent. To that little girl, her father means the world. She doesn't see that her father is being a deadbeat. All she sees is that she's able to see her pops whenever he makes time. Nah, she don't need him. I laughed. You can't make the decision for her, nigga. Already did. He shrugged. When Bless put his mind to something, he was going to go through with it. I didn't know what he had planned, but I knew he probably had it planned 10 different ways, just in case the first plan fell through. What's going on with your girl? She didn't come to the album release. I knew he was going to bring it up. She been working this big-ass case and couldn't make it. I gave him the bland version of what Kamaya had told me. Man, that bitch always got an excuse as to why the fuck she can never show up somewhere, Bless said. Chill, she's not a bitch, I defended. Yeah, she's a fucking bitch and you know that shit. Bitch thinks she too good to chill with the niggas, huh? Her daddy don't fuck with you and the whole family think they're better than you. Why you think I never showed up to shit her parents threw? Chill, I'm not gonna say that shit again. I raised my voice. We got our shit, but she's still my fucking fiancé. I wonder if she defends you like that to her pops. Last you said anything about it, she didn't. I rest my case. Ain't that what she say in court? He laughed. My brother could be a dickhead sometimes and he knew it. It was the reason that I dealt with him how I chose to. It seemed like when Shy died, that shit got worse. He didn't give a damn whose feelings he hurt. It only mattered that he said what he felt at that moment. Nothing more. I'm out. I got up and headed upstairs. This nigga wasn't the type to chase after you or apologize either. The next time I saw him, he would act like the whole conversation never happened. I walked past Ace and she grabbed my arm. You good? She noticed my facial expression. Yeah, I'm straight. I hope Lil Mama had a good birthday. Thank you for inviting me. I hugged and kissed her on the cheek while Sin stared at me. Have a good night, y'all. I told them and then headed out the door. Kamaya's head bobbed up and down as she sucked my dick like promised. I hadn't saw her since before the album release party. The night of the party, she sent me a text message saying how she loved me and was going to give me that toe-crawling head. I was focused. Still, my shit was hard as rock. When she let my dick hit the back of her throat, I grabbed her head and shoved her deeper. The gagging sound she made turned me the fuck on. With tears in her eyes, she looked me in the face as she continued to get me off. When I felt like I was about to nut, I tried to remove myself, and she held her head there. Releasing my nut, she slurped and swallowed all of it down her throat. I leaned back on the bed and waited for her to go to the bathroom, then come back to complain about me nutting in her mouth. I tried to move, and she didn't want to move.
Does that make up for me missing the party?
She came out the bathroom with a toothbrush in her mouth.
VO?
Huh? Yeah.
Does this make up for missing the party? Spending this time together before you go on tour means a lot. I feel like we haven't really been connected lately. You with your album and me with work.
She took the toothbrush out of her mouth. It don't make up for the party. It was good head. I leaned up in the bed. Our relationship would always be in this weird-ass place if I wasn't honest with her. The head was good, but that shit didn't make up for her not showing up to the most important night in my life. She went back into the bathroom and rinsed her mouth before coming back out.
I really don't want to argue before we have to leave each other.
Who was arguing? You want me to forgive you so that you feel better. I'm not doing that this time, Kamaya.
I want you to forgive me because that's what you want to do. You're acting like I didn't tell you that I wasn't going to attend.
And you're acting like I'm supposed to accept the fact that my fiancé wasn't at the biggest night of my career. That shit hurt because if it was you, I would have been there for you. I got out the bed. She had a flight to catch tonight, and I promised my moms that I would stay the night with her at the house. She also sent me a list of things she needed for Christmas dinner.
We can't continue to beat a dead horse. I didn't show up and I'm sorry. You know that this industry isn't my type of thing.
Going to be fake around your fucking parents isn't my thing, especially when they gave every fucking sign that they don't fuck with me. Yet, I still go and be the bigger man because we both know your father isn't. Her ass had the nerve to be shocked by what I had said. This was the shit that pissed me off about her. She acted like her father did no wrong, and I was the nigga imagining all the foul shit he said. Her moms didn't like me. Still, she wasn't as bad as her father. The nigga did shit on purpose to make me uncomfortable, and when he realized that I wasn't bothered by his shit, that's when he started to bring up Kamaya's ex-boyfriend, who happened to be a fucking doctor.
That's not fair, VO. That is not fair.
She repeated and left the room. I knew sex was out the question, so I slipped my pants on and gathered my shit.
What hurts is that you put me in this position where you're making me choose.
I'm not making you do shit. How the fuck you gonna be a wife if you can't check your father on disrespecting your future husband? Let that shit have been me, you would be on my ass to check whoever about you.
Not true. Your mother has said my name wrong for 6 months straight after I met her. I even told her to call me Maya, and she still messed that up. Did you say anything?
Stop fronting, Kamaya. My mother fucked your name up a few times, and when you told her to call you Maya, she got it right. I'm tired of this tit-for-tat bullshit that you like to pull when we're arguing.
Then how about you stop arguing?
She suggested. I chuckled to myself and put my coat on. Text me when you land. I don't have time to argue about this shit. And I'm damn sure not about to enter a marriage where I don't have a supportive wife.
I've done nothing but support you, VO. I went against what my parents wanted for you. Do you ever bring that up? My father asked me not to be pictured around your events, and I'm respecting him.
Yeah, go respect your pops by disrespecting me. I'll holler at you. I grabbed my wallet off the dresser and headed out the door. Kamaya wanted to continue the conversation, and I was just done with her and everything. I wasn't in the mood to argue about why she chose to listen to her father over me, or why she felt like her father's word and request was more important than our relationship.
10. Lachey Ace Sofrino. The only way that this will work is if you love me when it hurts. Avant. It was Christmas afternoon, and I was leaning on the wall watching Nevaeh open the gifts that Nico had just brought over. She had only asked me for an iPad and some huge LOL doll kit. Usually, I had her pick out the one toy that she really wanted because money was tight. With Ace, money was good. However, I had to provide for her and didn't have all the money in the world to spend on Christmas gifts. This year was different, and all she asked for was 2 things. Nico was supposed to be here this morning to open gifts, but of course, he came late. It never mattered to Nevaeh because she was happy that her father had come and brought her gifts. "Come help me put the dishes away from breakfast." Nana had tapped me. "I could see you trying to kill him with your eyes," she whispered. "Is it that obvious?" I laughed while passing my grandmother the dishes from the table. "He comes in here and all of a sudden he's Superman and the best father," I whispered. "Nevaeh is 7. Right now, she doesn't see the inconsistencies and his lack of parenting. All she knows is that she has her mother and father, Nana replied. I loved my baby girl and hated how Nico was able to come in and out of her life like he hadn't done anything wrong. He missed her birthday, called her late, and then came scrolling in here late on Christmas. Each year, we opened up gifts together, and for the past 2 years, he had bailed on it. I was surprised when he arrived at the door. Ugh, I just wish that he didn't come around. It's so much easier. You and me both. Just let them have their time and don't worry too much about it, she advised. Once I finished putting dishes away, I went into my bedroom to find something to wear for tonight. Lila, Bless's mom, had sent me a text and invited me to Christmas dinner at her house. What bothered me was that I hadn't heard from Bless this morning. When we spoke the night before, he acted as if everything was good with him. This morning, I called a few times and sent him text messages, and I hadn't heard from him. Things with us was moving fast, yet I didn't feel like we were rushing things. Nana and Nevaeh loved having him around. It felt right with him being around, and he was all I thought about. Work was going good, and even though me and Imani never sat down for our interview, I had a few blog posts on the newer artists who hadn't released yet. I was supposed to be doing one with Nye soon, which I was excited about. I loved his music, and when I met him, his vibe was so real. He didn't try and be like these other rappers. He was himself, and because of that, people rocked with him and loved his work. Hey, Polite, Merry Christmas. Have you heard from your brother?
Merry Christmas, Ace. Bless always turns his phone off on Christmas. He be in the house thinking about Shy.
Okay, thanks.
You coming to dinner? I would love to see y'all before I leave for tour tomorrow.
Yep.
Sin coming?
I don't know, but I'll ask.
Bet. So, you and Bless are something serious? Nevaeh can't stop talking about the birthday party that he threw her.
Nico leaned in the doorway to my bedroom. I put my phone on my desk and turned toward him. Yeah, we're serious. He wanted to help out and decided to throw her a big party. You know, after I lost her original venue. I made sure to bring up. His tone was laced with jealousy, and I could tell he was going to try and start shit.
I told you that I'm sorry. What more do you want from me?
Maybe you should start being a father. You slip in and out of here whenever you want and expect me to pick up the pieces. It was me who had to decide what to do for her birthday because you had to fly out of town.
What you want? For me to stop working so I can't send money?
If that meant that you would spend more time with Nevaeh, then yeah. Your money means nothing, Nico. It helps with whatever she needs, but it means nothing when she's asking to see her father and he's so focused on his new girlfriend. He laughed.
This is what this is about, Imani? She told me how you told Bless that she kept pushing back your interview. Imani has nothing to do with what I do as a father.
She seems to have something to do with it when you decided to have her take responsibility over Nevaeh's party. I don't have time to debate this with you. I don't give a fuck about you and Imani's relationship. I'm doing my job, and when it comes to getting reprimanded because she's making it difficult, then of course I'm going to go to my boss.
You fucking your boss?
I was shocked that he would even ask me that question. The moment he decided to tell me about Imani at our date night, he lost all rights to find out about what I had going on with my personal life. It's none of your business, Nico. You should be out there spending time with Nevaeh, not in here asking me about my personal life, I snapped.
You don't know Bless like I know him, Ace. For real, I don't want him around my daughter.
He was serious, and his facial expression was like nothing I had saw before. It was fear. He was afraid of Bless. What is your issue with him? He's not your biggest fan either. Bless has done nothing to me or Nevaeh. I'll decide what is best for me and my daughter, and we're good. Y'all issue is just that, y'all's. I turned and finished pulling out an outfit. Nico wasn't going to use his issue with Bless to control what I chose to do with my life. Bless was good to me, and I had strong feelings for him. Feelings I never thought I would hold for another man other than Nico. He needed to either figure out his issues or move the hell on. I never questioned him about he and Imani's relationship. Nico didn't give a damn about Bless. All he cared about was that I was happy without him, and now that shit bothered him. I had given this man so much of my time, only to be the one that was hurt. It was time for me to be happy and let another man in so he could show me how real men treated their women. I deserved more than what Nico offered, and when I thought back to the shit I allowed, I wanted to slap the hell out of myself. I allowed him to use me and manipulate me for long enough. It was time for me to be happy and have someone who actually wanted to be with me. Nico had spent another hour before he said he had to go make his rounds to his family's houses. I was glad that he was leaving. Nana surprised me because she didn't throw shade or make smart remarks. I was tired of seeing his face. However, Nevaeh was over the moon. She loved having her father around and would be talking about it for the next few days to come. I wanted her to enjoy the time while she had it. Nico would be on some plane flying somewhere to spend his New Year with Imani and acting like it was work. Nana told me she would take a cab to Lila's house whenever she was ready. I took an Uber over to Sinclair's house to drag her out of bed. Her parents went to Hawaii, and she was spending her first Christmas alone. I didn't want her to spend it alone, especially when she had us. Even though she and Polite weren't together, she could still come around him. I was tired of her sitting in the house all the time and feeling bad about what happened. What happened was hard, and it sucked, but she couldn't sit in the house and pout about it. I let myself into her house and found her sitting at the kitchen table on her laptop. I saw you pull up on the Ring app. Thank God I wasn't masturbating again. She rolled her eyes. What are you doing here? And why do you have a dress on? She closed her laptop and gave me her full attention. Well, Lila invited us to dinner tonight. I wasn't going to tell her no, and you're not either. It's Christmas, and you shouldn't be spending it alone. I'm definitely not going. She rolled her eyes, then opened her laptop back up. Little did she know I was going to get her ass out of this house one way or another. You're going because I'm going. I'm not leaving you in the house to cry about Polite and think about your ex. You need to get out the house. Oh, like the album release party? That shit was disaster because Polite called himself trying to make things right. I don't care what you have to say, Sinclair. You need to get out of this house and spend time with people who care about you. Lila actually likes you, and Nana is there with Nevaeh. Polite isn't going to be worried about you. His tour starts tomorrow. He has enough on his plate, I explained. Me and Polite had done a small blog post about his upcoming tour. I could tell that he was nervous, but he knew he was going to deliver. Sin was in the back of his mind because he had to be Polite the rapper. She sighed. Can I wear jeans? I didn't get the dress code, Sin. However, you're not wearing jeans and being all depressing. Pull yourself together and get dressed because I'm not going to ask again. I know 2 things, and one thing for certain. You're not going to sulk around the house like you lost your best friend for another week. And you're not going to bring it to the dinner. With that, I headed upstairs to her closet to pull her something to wear. I was sick of her shutting everyone out and being depressing. She found out that Polite had a fiancé, and now she wanted to sit, sulk, and plan their wedding instead of getting back out there. If she wasn't going to forgive Polite, she needed to move on and quit the madness. When she met me upstairs, I knew that she was going to get with the program. Sinclair knew that I didn't ask too many times before I started to demand things. When she took over looking for an outfit, I went downstairs and grabbed some food from the fridge. Besides breakfast, I hadn't had anything to eat. Seeing Nico made me lose my appetite, and our conversation didn't make me want to pick anything up right after he left.
Damn, your food must be good as fuck, huh?
The voice was so familiar. Then again, I didn't want to look up because I had half of this food shoved into my mouth and was leaned over her counter to avoid spilling it on my cream dress. When I looked up, I saw Nye standing there with a paper bag in his hand. What the hell was he doing here? And why the hell did he have keys to Sin's house? I locked the door behind myself when I came into the house. Slurping the rest of the noodles from the leftover Thai food, I waved while trying to quickly chew my food. Standing there, dressed in a pair of sweats, denim coat, white t-shirt, and a chain that nearly blinded me, was Nye. "So, you knew where to find me for that blog interview," I smiled, wiped my hands off, and walked around the counter. "What are you doing here?" He pulled me into a hug, and then we broke our embrace.
"I might have kept the card and been following you," he joked. "Nah, me and Sim been kicking it since the album release party. She didn't have Christmas plans, so I brought some wine and some takeout."
He held up the paper bag in his hand. I would lie and act like I'm not hurt that she didn't tell me. Then again, I'm not a great liar.
"Sounds like you both need to talk about shit."
He swaggered behind the counter and started pulling things out of the bag. The way he took the stuff out the bag, put the wine in the fridge, it looked like he owned the place. Sin came downstairs dressed in a pair of jeans, turtleneck, thigh-high boots, and a blazer. Her ass put them damn jeans on anyway. I didn't care. Long as she was dressed, I didn't give a damn.
"What happened to you having to fly to Miami?"
she asked Nye, soon as she looked at him.
"I didn't have to go anymore,"
he replied. "Wow, you're a terrible liar. If you had business, then you should have gone to handle it, not canceled to be here with me."
"Yo, shut up with all of that shit. Would I be standing in your kitchen if I had to go get a bag? I don't leave until tomorrow. I'm doing the first half of Polite's tour. I'll be opening up for him."
"Don't tell me to shut up," Sin said, but in a flirty tone. What the hell was going on here? Here I was standing here confused as hell.
"Then stop being silly. I don't let business stop for nobody. That's why I'm here to spend time with you now, because I'll be gone for a few weeks."
Well, Ace is making me go out to dinner instead of sitting in the house. Rain check?
Damn, those jeans gripping the shit out of your curves. I'm jealous as shit at the jeans for being that close to you.
The smile that was on her face couldn't be denied. Nye's compliment was mediocre, yet she was eating that shit up like free school lunch. "Thank you," she blushed. "I want to see you before you leave. Can you come by later tonight? I'll be done with dinner by then. I feel bad that you went to grab drinks and food and I'm about to leave." Nye stood there and held his arms out so that she could give him a hug. I watched as he hugged and kissed her on the cheek. I had so many questions that I felt like I was about to explode if I didn't get answers. After I gave them their space and he said his goodbyes, I walked back into the kitchen where Sin looked through the bags and smiled. "When the hell did that happen?" "At the album release party. I got really upset with Polite and he checked on me," she explained. "He invited me to his studio, and instead of going home, I went with him." I stood there so shocked that all of that happened and she didn't tell me. "Sin, you don't tell me anything anymore," I sulked. "I know, and I'm sorry. I liked having something to myself. We're just friends, nothing more. We hang out when I'm not busy, or we text and talk on the phone. I needed something to keep my mind off the whole Polite thing. This entire week I've been busy planning his wedding, and I just needed something to myself," she explained. "I understand. It must be hard keeping that secret from your client. Are you ever going to tell her?" "No. I feel like that could ruin my career, and I refuse for a man to ruin my career. I worked too hard. Plus, she's a woman, and you know we get petty when our man is involved. I don't have time getting caught up in their mess. I'd rather leave him alone and move on with my life. I smirked. Well, you and Nye moved on pretty quick. You slept with him yet? She blushed. No, we kissed. I'm not rushing into nothing again. We're taking our time and getting to know each other. That's all. I'm a little hurt you didn't call and give me the tea. Seeing you smiling is helping me not feel so sad. Sin came around the counter and hugged me. I've missed you, Sin. Me too. Let's make plans to do a spa day or something, she suggested. Cool. Now, can I trust that you're going to go to Lila's alone, or do I have to bring you with me to Bless's house? She looked at me confused. Shouldn't he already be there since we're going to be there? I leaned on the counter and sighed. He gets weird around the holidays. Shy and him did the holidays big because it was her favorite holiday, so he always gets kind of weird and distant. Well, that's what Polite told me. I want him to come to dinner and not be held up in the house. Well, look at you. The Santa who doesn't know how to leave people alone, she joked. I'll drop you by there and head there. I actually liked Lila, so seeing her again would be good. She's a good woman. Perfect mother-in-law, I laughed. Girl, when I met her, I wanted to slap the hell out of her son. I wouldn't mind having her around. She grabbed her purse, and we piled into her car. Sin dropped me off at Bless's building, and I headed upstairs without any problems. The doorman smiled, and management greeted me as I headed to the elevator. I hit the code on his door and entered into the condo. It smelled so good in here, like cinnamon or something. It was quiet and dark, so I headed to his bedroom where he was sitting up in bed. He was binge-watching episodes of Martin. When he looked up and saw me, he looked shocked. Surprised to see me? I walked further into the room. He paused the TV and gave me his full attention. I'm sorry about Shy. I know you guys do the holidays together and usually did them big. I can't bring her back, Bishop. If I could bring her back to stop your pain, I would, even if that meant having to lose you. I walked over to his side of the bed. I guess he was still shocked to see me standing in his bedroom. He had nothing on except a pair of underwear. My mouth watered looking down at the slit because I wanted to see his dick. This man could tell me the sky was green, and I'd be yelling at Nevaeh and telling her that the shit was green, not blue. That's how good his dick game was.
What you doing here, Lachey?
His voice was low and raspy. Your mother is having Christmas dinner and invited me. I want you to be there. He removed the blankets from the bottom of his legs.
I'm not doing this with you. I didn't answer my fucking phone on purpose. I don't want to be fucking bothered.
He was harsh, and it hurt my feelings that he wasn't at least moved by my actions. I could have left him alone and never called. Still, I came over here so he could be with us on the holidays. You're punishing your family because you're hurting? It's not fair that you don't want to spend the holidays with your family, with me. We can't bring her back, and we damn sure didn't kill her, so why should we suffer?
Man, get the fuck out of my face with that shit. You haven't even put in time to even be considered into the equation.
Ouch. That shit hurt more than I thought it would. Bless didn't hold back, and I knew that when I walked into his condo to try and drag him out the house.
You in here being selfish because I can't spend the day with you when I lost my fucking wife.
Wow. How are we supposed to be a couple when you keep harping on what you had with Shy instead of building something with me? You said some real nasty shit, but I'm not going to fight fire with fire. If you want this to work, then you'll be at your mother's house for dinner. If not, I know where we stand. I grabbed my purse and headed out the door. My feelings were hurt, and I was embarrassed by his brash behavior. I thought he would have been excited to see me.
He would have been happy that I thought to come scoop him out the house and put a smile on his face. I knew one thing. If he didn't show up to the house today, then I knew where we stood. I wasn't going to chase him around. I wasn't trying to replace Shy at all. All I wanted was to make him happy. I thought we were on the same page, but apparently not. I sat by the fireplace, nursing a cup of hot chocolate. Nevaeh had been bugging me for hot chocolate after dinner, so Lila promised her she made the best hot chocolate. Dinner was cool. Everyone spoke, laughed, and enjoyed the food. I was surprised that it wasn't awkward. Lila thanked me for trying to get Bless out the house. I felt bad because I knew she wanted her boys under one roof, and it seemed like Bless refused to do that. "You okay?" I felt Lila's hand rub my shoulder before she took a seat beside me. "I noticed you've been quiet after dinner." "Has he always been so stubborn? Or did this just happen?" She took a sip of her hot chocolate. "Bishop has always been stubborn. That boy had to grow up fast because of his father. His father has been addicted to drugs his entire life, and I had to work or pull his father out of whatever crack house he happened to be in that week. It was up to Bishop to look out for his brothers and keep the house running," she explained. He never really spoke about his childhood. I just assumed he had always been this asshole his entire life. Wow, I never knew. He had to grow up really quick. I've always felt bad for him, having to become a man at such a young age. His father couldn't step up to the plate, and he did. He made sure his brothers were always all right. Then he met Shy, and his life changed. I saw him having the life that I wanted for me and my boys. I was so happy that they were expecting, because Bless would be a good father. Then she died, and I feel like I lost a piece of my son. He was never really the same anymore. When he started coming around and his attitude and mood was different, I thought he was finally healing. That's when he told me about you. Then I met you. You've made him back to the person he is, but that's not the solution." "Pardon?" I was confused by what she was trying to hint at. She lightly chuckled. "I love you, your Nana and daughter. However, if you break up, what happens? He goes back to the same man he was when Shy passed. You can't fix him. He has to fix himself." She gave me a hug, then went to join everyone else. I went out onto the back patio and looked out at all the land that they owned. Lila and her husband's home was beautiful and was definitely a goal. I wanted this, along with the supportive man, my family, and love. As much as I was ready to move out of my Nana's apartment, the goal was to move her with me. I couldn't see myself being without my grandmother. She was such a vital part of me and Nevaeh's life. I couldn't do what I did if it wasn't for her. When my mother passed away, she stepped up to the plate in a major way. When me and Nico broke up, she welcomed me home with opened arms. That woman was a blessing, and I couldn't see my life without her.
"Why you out here like it's not cold?"
I heard Bless's voice from behind me. I turned around so fast that I nearly spilt my hot chocolate. The smile that crept on my face couldn't be hidden.
"Then you got that goofy-ass smile on your face."
He smirked and walked over to me. I allowed him to gently pull me into a hug and kiss me on the neck.
"I'm sorry."
"I didn't like how you spoke to me, Bishop. The stuff you said was fucked up too. And don't use Shy as an excuse either. Let that woman rest peacefully. You said those things because you said them. I wasn't going to allow him to keep using Shy as an excuse. That woman was dead and had been dead for some time. He couldn't keep hurting people and then using her as an excuse. I wouldn't allow it."
"I know. I said I'm sorry."
I pulled away.
And you think saying sorry makes me forget what you said or stops the hurt? You can't walk around saying whatever you want to me and act like you didn't say the shit. It's not right. He cocked his head to the side and looked at me. It was as if he was trying to study me or something. Maybe we should take a step back from this. What Lila said was in the back of my head. Maybe he did need to take time to work on him before he jumped into another relationship.
You really about to end shit because of one argument?
It's not because it's one argument, Bishop. This is an argument that we'll continue to have. When New Year's comes, because you and Shy used to do this, you're going to want to stay home and mourn. I'm not selfish by any means. I get you lost someone, but I'm not trying to be in a relationship where I come second. He leaned on the rail and looked at me for a second.
Don't do this shit to me, Lachey.
As much as I wanted to hug him and be happy he was here, I couldn't. I needed him to heal and work on himself so he could be a better man for me one day. I couldn't be second in a relationship again. Nico put me second when it came to him and his career, and with Bless, I would always be second when it came to Shy. He loved her with all his heart, and she was taken away from him. He never got the closure he needed, which could be hard. As much as he walked around like everything was fine, he wasn't. He had a lot to heal from and a lot to deal with. Tears fell down my cheeks as I stood there holding my cup in my hand. I'm sorry, Bishop. I turned and went into the house. Sin was coming out of the bathroom when she saw me. What happened, babe? I sniffled and leaned my head on her shoulder. I just broke up with Bless. I broke down and started to cry. My feelings for him were deep, and I could almost say that I felt love for this man. Having to end things with him was hard, yet it was needed.
11. V.O. Polite Callahan. Never value the length of the relationship over the strength of the relationship, because the ones who knew you long still do you wrong. Fabulous. The tour did a good-ass job with distracting me from everything that I had going on. I knew I needed a distraction because my mind had been on what Bless had told me at Nevaeh's birthday party. The thought that my best friend was the nigga behind taking 5 years from my life. The shit that bugged me was that I would lay down and die for that nigga, and he did me this way. Funny shit was that if he would have asked me to do the time for him, I would have done it. I was that type of loyal nigga. I was the type that would ride for my nigga even if I knew he was wrong. Then, when we were alone, I would check his ass about him being wrong. Bless was the nigga that taught me to be real. He always said that you could be whatever you wanted except a fuck nigga, and I stuck by that. He never switched up on the niggas he knew. Even when he stepped back from the streets, he still dealt with his niggas that had helped put him on. Me and Guerrero always looked up to him because they didn't make niggas like they made my brother. He was always 100, and not because he wanted to impress niggas. He was like that because he didn't know how else to be. Me and Bless hadn't spoken since Christmas, and we both made up. Bless was my life, and no matter how many times I fucked up, he never gave up on me. He could have been mad when he found out that Guerrero was the one behind killing Shy, mainly because he warned me about Guerrero. He told me to watch out for him because he didn't trust him, and I vouched and went to bat for the nigga. If I would have listened to him, I wouldn't have spent 5 years behind prison walls, and my sister-in-law would have been alive. I sat in the dressing room in the back and got ready to go out in a couple minutes. Now I was only doing a couple cities on a tour with me, so I was waiting for him to finish his set. At Christmas dinner, I didn't speak to Sinclair. She wanted space and she was still figuring shit out, so I chilled on trying to make her listen to me. I spoke my piece in Nevaeh's party, and it was up to her to choose what she wanted. I wasn't right, and I admitted my wrongs. Still, I wasn't going to keep chasing her around and forcing her to talk to me. When she was ready, she would be ready. Boss, you have a visitor here for you. My security opened the door and told me. Want me to send them in? Yeah, I replied and went to the fridge and got some water. When I turned around, Kamai was standing there. I couldn't front. I was shocked. The last person I expected to see was her standing there. We hadn't spoke since the day I left the condo right before Christmas. I was tired of her shit, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with her selfishness anymore, so I kept busy to avoid having to speak or deal with her. "Hey," she smiled. "What's good?" I nodded. She sat down on the couch and looked at me. "I'm sorry, VO. I had time to think, and I'm very selfish. I'm not making excuses, but I know it has a lot to do with being the only child. When we met, you carried the torch and continued to treat me like the queen that Daddy treated me like. You're always there for me, and it never matters what you have going on in your life. You make sure to always be there for me. I should be doing the same, and I'm sorry it took for us to not speak for me to realize that." Damn, I didn't expect all of that to come out of her mouth. Kamaya never came out and ever apologized for the shit she pulled, and naturally, I never made her. I had made the excuse that was just how she was. Sitting down beside her, I took her hand into mine and kissed it. "Thank you, Maya. I needed that." "I know, and I'm sorry, baby. I'm selfish, and that shouldn't be an excuse. I want to support you and be there for you. If that means that I need to be photographed, then so be it. My father isn't going to be the one who ruins our relationship." Now, that shit surprised me because she always cared about what her father had to say. The fact that she was willing to go against him told me that she had really had time to think. For as long as we've been together, I had been trying to get her to realize that I wasn't going to play second to her father. Like Kamaya, it went in one ear and right out the other. Wow, I don't know what the fuck to say. I wasn't a nigga for many words, but at this moment I couldn't think of one word. "You don't have to say anything. I called Sinclair and told her to put a hold on the wedding plans. I know we wanted it to be a surprise wedding, but I want my family to be there. If that means my father doesn't attend, then that's his choice. I also don't want to plan our wedding alone. Right now, I want to focus on our relationship and not getting married. With your touring career, then with me making partner, I want us to both focus on each other." "Wait, you made partner at the firm?" She smiled. "Yes, finally. They tried to give me some lame non-compete clause, and I told them I would walk." She laughed. I picked her up off the couch and spun her around the room. "I'm mad proud of you, babe. You wanted this bad and you made that shit work." She giggled and then kissed me on the lips. I held her in my arms and shared in a big-ass passionate kiss. You could tell from the way we kissed each other that we had missed each other. Despite all my complaining about Kamaya, I loved this girl. I think that was the reason I was most hurt by her selfish shit. "Ma, that's fucking big. I'm so fucking proud of you," I told her while putting her back on the ground. "Thank you, babe. I found out the day after Christmas and just kept it to myself. My parents don't even know. I wanted to tell you before anyone." That meant a lot coming from her. She told her parents everything. Shit, I always said if she got pregnant that her parents would know before I would. I appreciate that. Man, it makes me feel good. "And that's why I decided to take a leave from work and finish the tour with you," she revealed, and I was shocked as fuck. "That means tours, parties, and all of that. You've always been there for me with my career, even in prison. You weren't there physical, but you were there mentally, and that meant more. When I was stressing and my mother or father was stressing me out, you were there and helped me keep my head grounded when I felt like I should give up. For that, I owe you this." "I can't ask you to do that. I still got 2 months left on the tour." "Too late. I already did it. I was also able to wrap up the case I have been working on. I'm all yours for the next 2 months. You better not get tired of me." She reached up and touched my face before kissing me. Nah, I could never. The door opened and my security came in. "You're about to go on. You ready?" I looked at Kamaya and smirked. Yeah, it was good having a piece of home with me. I was on the road since the day after Christmas, and although it had only been a week, I was homesick. I didn't have anyone except my manager, security, and myself. I wasn't the type to travel with a bunch of niggas. I was here to do my job, nothing more. Every night I returned to my hotel room and got ready for the next night. On the tour, I had a couple press parties planned at some popular clubs, so I was going to attend because I had to. Ash on the phone. My security handed me the phone. "What's good, Ash?" "Hey, you're gonna kill it tonight. I'm proud of you, Poe," she said. I could tell she had been smiling. Ashley had been out the office and taking personal time. With all the work she had put in throughout the years, she definitely deserved it. Even with her being out of the office, that didn't mean the work stopped. She was still working like she was in the office. I had listened to one of Imani's tracks and I could tell that she took the constructive criticism and was working with Imani the way she should have. Thanks, Ash. You good? I miss you, man.
I miss you too. I'm going to be coming back after the new year. I know the ball is going to drop tonight, and I wanted to wish you a happy new year before your phones got busy. I love you for helping me build the life that I have built. If it wasn't for you, then who knows what I would have been doing.
I love you too, Ash. It's all love. Happy New Year too. We spoke for a little bit and then ended the call. I had forgot about it being New Year's Eve. It had slipped my mind with all the touring and shit I had going on.
You didn't think I would spend the new year with you?
Kamaya kissed me on the lips.
Go kill it, babe.
I kissed her on the lips and got ready to go on the stage. By the time I got on the stage, my energy was on 100. At my lowest, my fans always made me feel hype and got me going. Tonight, I didn't need them to get me going because I felt like I had got Kamaya back, and that shit meant a lot to me. After I got off the stage, it was 20 minutes until the ball dropped. It took me that long to make it out of the stadium and into the back of the black Navigator that waited for me. I held Kamaya's hand as we walked past the paparazzi and all the media.
Happy New Year, man. Who is the new woman on your arm?
One of the paparazzis asked me.
Can you comment on that?
Yeah, she's my fiancée, I revealed, and they all went crazy with snapping pictures. Kamaya climbed into the back of the truck. Then my security closed the door as soon as I got in. How you feel? I laughed.
Whew, that was a lot, she divulged. It's going to take a bit of getting used to,
she giggled. I just ignore those niggas. They got a job to do. And if they're not following behind me, then that means they not checking for me.
True. You ready for all your groupies to call and ask you who I am?
I could tell she was serious but trying to play it off as a joke. Stop. You know there's no one else. I lied. Well, half lied. Me and Sin weren't talking and hadn't spoken in a while. Since she saw Kamaya at the party that night, she pretty much wrote me off. Happy New Year, Po, my security said. Oh shit, damn, didn't even realize. Happy New Year, man, I replied.
Happy New Year, baby.
Kamaya leaned over and kissed me.
Here's to making this year about us and only us.
She held the side of my face before kissing me again. Love you.
Love you more, baby.
She kissed me once more. I had a few days before the show in Philly, and I was hype. My body needed to rest, and I was able to go home since Philly was right there from New York. Both me and Kamaya were happy to be back in the city. Her parents and friends had been calling her since she was in the blogs that next day after New Year's. Both of her parents were furious, and she put them in their place. I think shit was better since we didn't have the whole wedding planning lingering in the back of our minds. We were able to connect better. With it being 3 weeks into the new year, I had already hit about 6 cities since then, and Kamaya had been there every step of the way. It felt good coming off the stage and seeing Kamaya waiting for me. Then, going to the hotel and fucking until we were too exhausted to move. It had been a minute since I had been excited about my relationship. This shit felt brand new. She wasn't there with understanding how I felt with the music, and who knew if she would ever get there. The fact that she was even taking the time to be with me while on tour spoke volumes to me. Run that shit back for me one more time. I spoke through the intercom. Billion had hit me up for a verse on a rap group he managed. His brothers Dalla and De Niro were in this rap group. They reminded me of a new school version of the Clips. They had bars, and the shit they dropped was nothing except fire. We had been going back and forth for months on negotiating the deal for them. Bless wasn't trying to pay out of the ass, and Billion wasn't about to shortchange his brothers. I wasn't in a rush because I had a ton of other artists I needed to focus on too. I knew we had them where we wanted, and they would be joining the family soon. When Billion hit me and asked me to drop a verse for their new single, I got in the studio and did my thing on the verse without a question. I nodded my head as Shayla played it back.
This shit goes hard. About to make their whole single,
Shayla said while nodding her head. I only liked to work with Shayla when I was in town. I was happy that she happened to be in town the same time I was. She was always going to shit. I know. After a few tweaks, it'll be ready to be sent over. I turned to the door and Ace was coming through the door with a laptop. She had asked if she could update the blog with how I was feeling before, during, and after the tour. Since I was going to be in the studio for a few hours, I told her to come through so we could sit down and get this out the way. The best thing I had did was hire Race. Our blog followers had grown so much since they knew she was behind it. I didn't want her to compromise her blog to run ours, so I had her add a section on her blog where she updated it weekly. That way she could continue to grow a following and Raw Records could get some buzz out of it too. What's good, sis? She looked tired.
I'm so tired, and Nevaeh has the flu.
She set her laptop down on the couch and sat down.
How are you? I've been keeping up on the tour, and Polite, you're fucking killing it,
she complimented. Thanks. I'm just trying to connect with the fans. They give me fucking energy that I can't even explain.
I bet.
Last time me and Bless spoke, he had told me that Ace broke up with him. He didn't want to get into any more details, and I didn't push. I was surprised he had shared that piece of information, since he was so secretive from the jump. You and Bless good? She laughed to herself while powering on her laptop.
I'm sure he told you that we broke up.
Nah, you know Bless. He looked like the type to tell me that shit. I lied. She sat and thought about it.
You're right. I broke up with him because I can't live my life in that relationship where Shy comes first and I'm second.
I understood what she meant. He didn't spend any holidays with us and used Shy as an excuse. It seemed like her dying was the worst thing that could happen to our family. We loved Shy and wished she was here, but when he lost her, we lost him, and that's the shit that sucked. I feel you. He uses her as a crutch so he doesn't have to deal with the shit he got going on.
Exactly. I have a child, and I can't bring her into and out of a relationship. He has to know what he wants, and when he decides, then we can see what happens. As of right now, I need space. We got too serious too quick.
On the real, you a good look for him. I never saw him smile like the way he does with you. I could tell you mean a lot to my brother.
He needs to prove that. I need to hear it from him.
Yeah, I think you breaking up with him will open his eyes up. Shit, I hope it does. I laughed. Sing good?
She's good. I feel like she's getting back to her again.
I'm glad. I never meant to hurt her that way. I stressed.
Polite, you got caught up. It's not right, but I know you care about her and wouldn't hurt her intentionally. I see you and your fiancé are good. The blogs are going crazy about her being a lawyer and being with you.
They act like a nigga can't have a smart woman on his arm or some shit. I joked. We're working it out.
Good. As much as you and Sin had chemistry, maybe you both weren't meant to be together. Only time will tell if you both are meant to be together.
Word, I replied, and we got to the interview. I love Sin, and that wouldn't go away. However, I had to let her live and be free. She deserved to be happy, and I felt like shit hurting her the way that I did. Long as she was getting back to herself, then that was good enough for me. I prayed we could at least be friends in the future.
12. Sinclair Sin Vega. You plus me equals better math, don't it, baby? Tiana Taylor. Ugh, I can't even go on Ace's blog to look up some tea without seeing him with his fiancée. I groaned out loud and leaned back in my office's chair. I had a clear schedule after having 3 consultations back to back. Aaron and his fiancée's wedding was coming along fine. I was so tired of him sitting in on our meetings gawking at me. It was as if he didn't expect me to be successful. A few times he had purposely brushed his hand across mine and then made a light joke. I felt bad for his fiancée because he was a fucking cheater. He was giving her the wedding of her dreams because he planned to make her life a living nightmare. You need to stop looking on the blogs anyway. It was you who ended things with him, so don't feel bad about it. He was cheating on her anyway. Valerie looked over the next meetings I had after this short lunch. You're right. Is it bad that I'm jealous? Polite is so perfect. I mean perfect, and she's getting the best of him. Best of his cheating? In his defense, he said they had been fighting a lot and haven't been on the same page. I couldn't believe I was sitting here defending his ass. Valerie stared at me like I had lost my mind. Have you been drinking? Valerie had been working here for a couple weeks, and she was perfect. I paid her well, and she was always on her job. She was so good at what she did that I was considering making her my assistant. Both my assistants had been slacking, and Valerie was putting them on their ass with her job performance. I had coffee on my desk when I came in, and she even bought me a small coffee warmer thing that kept it nice and hot. Plus, it was cool to have a friend to talk to, like now. No, but I should have been. Do you think that I was too hard on him? Maybe I should have given him the chance to end things with her. Ugh, I hate when I start overthinking about things. Valerie stood up with the stack of files in her arms and put them in the file cabinet. The only reason you're second-guessing is because you're getting scared about you and Nye getting so close. That man sends you flowers almost every day. Not the cheap kind either, she made sure to point out. Me and Nye had been kicking it for a little while, and he had been helping me with my EP. I started recording in the studio and was so nervous without Polite being there. He came in and helped me and made me feel at ease with everything. It wasn't like how Polite made me feel. Still, I appreciated him being there with me. Besides the music thing, we got along and could talk about everything. I hadn't mentioned me and Polite's situation because I felt like he didn't need to know everything about what went on in my life. I loved spending time with him, and being that he was due to perform on Polite's tour that was going to be in Philly tomorrow night, I was excited that I would get to see him tonight. He had been out of town on tour, and when he wasn't on tour, he had press tours for certain cities, so all we had been able to do was FaceTime. "Don't you have a job to do?" I laughed at her. "Yep." She held on to the new file she pulled out the cabinet. "Some things aren't meant to work out, and that's fine. Maybe you and Polite were only meant to last for that moment. You can't be jealous or beat yourself up about another woman's man. You made it clear you didn't want anything to do with him. He has finally respected that and left you alone. Let the man move on, bitch." "Wow, just at me next time." I rolled my eyes. I just miss him a lot. Polite is the only person that I can get really real with. Our conversations be so deep. We think the same. Nye seems like he's a deep person. Don't get me wrong, he is deep too. It was something about Polite and the way we would sit and chill. I mean, we would talk for hours and never get tired of the conversation. I smiled thinking about all our conversations. One time, we had a whole 6-hour conversation about life on other planets. It bugged me out how much we thought alike and liked the same stuff. That was what I missed the most about him. Not only did I lose our relationship, but I lost my friend, too. That was the part that hurt me the most. When I signed the contract, I just wanted to call him and thank him for believing in me. If it wasn't for him giving me the chance to record on his album, I wouldn't have taken this opportunity and started chasing my dreams again. Who says you both can't rekindle a friendship? Long as it's not a relationship and just a friendship. She raised her eyebrow at me. I would rather leave it alone for now. He's making it work with his fiancée, and I don't want to cause a distraction in what they're trying to build. I sighed and spun around until I was facing out my window. "Have you told Prayer about the babies? You just had their birthday, and you didn't tell him anything," I pointed out. Valerie had been so focused on work and trying to get her shape back after the triplets. For the triplets' birthday, she took them to Applebee's with her mother and had a small dinner with just them. I knew money was tight, and even though I had hired her and it was a bigger paycheck than her old job, she had bills and things to catch up on, so money couldn't be spent the way she wanted it to be. "Ace has such a big-ass mouth." "Hey, guys, Prayer just closed on his new place. He's throwing a housewarming. You guys are invited." I looked at the text message from Jalissa's number. She had put me in a group chat with a bunch of other numbers I didn't recognize, besides Ace and Valerie's. "You going to this?" Valerie held her phone up and questioned. "Probably not. I'll see how it feels when the date approaches," I shrugged. Prayer was real cool. However, he was never around. He did his own thing, and we hadn't really kicked it like that. I really didn't want to run into Polite either,
so I knew I was going to sit out of this one. I think I might go. I've been real horrible to him lately. Maybe just to drop a bottle of wine and give him well wishes.
You need to be scoping out the house for you and the babies. Bitch, fuck you. She stuck up her middle finger and left the office.
I got some shit to handle tonight, so I'm gonna hit you tomorrow.
Nye's text message pissed me off because I was looking forward to going home, taking a shower, and lighting a bunch of candles before he came. Just the feeling of rubbing my feet on him while we spoke sent shudders through my spine. Everything didn't always have to be sex. Intimacy was the best thing next to sex. Tonight, the only thing I would be cuddling up with was a big carton of ice cream. I shoved the rest of my turkey sub into my mouth while wiping my hands and getting ready to finish this Pepsi. I never really ate like this, but today I was in the mood for a sub and I didn't feel bad about it. My noon appointment had been canceled because the bride had complications with her breast job, so I had a free rest of the day. Valerie had to take the triplets to the doctor, so I had gave her the afternoon off since there wasn't anything going on around here. After I finished this lunch, I had planned to send a few follow-up emails, and then I was going to leave for the rest of the day.
Since you had lunch already, I'm just going to cut to the chase. I want you to kick it with me for the day.
I jumped when I saw Nye standing in the doorway to my office. My greedy ass had been so consumed with finishing my lunch that I hadn't heard the door chime, letting me know someone entered the office. Only Serena was here, and I knew she was probably in the conference room or her office going over the presentation I had for Aaron and his fiancée for their cake. Well, shit, you scared me, I laughed. Nye, I do have a job and can't just leave to spend the day with you. I played hard to get, knowing damn well I didn't have no other work to do and could spend the day with him. I guess I didn't want him to think he could just show up to my job and whisk me off my feet whenever he felt like it. As nice as it would be, I still had a job to do and couldn't do that. He wasn't trying to hear shit I was saying. I watched as he pressed the intercom button and called Serena into the room. She was on point with her notebook and then lowered it by her side when she noticed it was Nye that pressed the button.
Yo, clear her whole schedule for the day. She'll be out the office for the entire day.
And who died and made you the boss of sensational weddings? Serena's hand was propped on her hip and that neck was swinging like a batter at the home plate. Sin, is that what you want? She stepped to the side to stare at me. My thoughts were running through my mind with what I wanted to say, yet nothing came to my mouth. I just smiled at Serena and nodded my head. This man just walked into my office, took over my office, and cleared my schedule, while I sat here and did nothing to stop him. In fact, I was so turned on that I didn't want to stop him. Okay, I'll let our clients know. She knew damn well that I didn't have any clients for the rest of the day, but I loved how she played it off. What do you want me to tell Ace? You know you were supposed to be going to dinner with her, she reminded me. Ace slipped my mind. Here I was telling her that we would be going out tonight, and I was about to ditch her to hang with Nye for the day. What kind of friend was I? She had been busy with work, and Nevaeh had the flu last week, so we hadn't been able to catch up like we used to. I suggested that we go out to dinner and spend the night catching up on everything. I knew she had been down since she ended things with Bless. And like she had been trying to be there for me, I wanted to be there for her during all of this. I need to tell her. The words finally found their way to my mouth. No need. I was on my way to tell you that she had just pulled up. Serena decided to let me know. What was today? Everyone dropped by Sin's office day? I stood up and walked into the seating area in the office. When I walked into the room, she stared at me weird. I guess she was trying to figure out what was so urgent that I had just power walked into the seating area. Can I help you, Sinclair? She giggled. Why the hell you turn the corner like the devil on your heels? Yes, can I see you outside really quick? She looked alarmed, but still she followed me out of the office. Nye stayed in my office. The last thing I wanted was for her to think I was blowing her off. When I made it outside of the office, she stood there with her arms folded. "What is so important, Sinclair? Why do you have that silly grin on your face? You know my anxiety starts when you don't tell me what's going on," she complained. Ace hated not knowing what was going on. She would flip out when she didn't know. "Nye is here." I smiled to myself. The way this man demanded my time made me so moist on the inside. "Seriously? What does that have to do with me and coming to see my best friend?" Her arms were folded, and she was trying to figure out where I was going with what I had just revealed to her. "He wants me to spend the day with him. Well, he has already told me I'm spending the day with him and called off all my clients for the day. I know we had dinner tonight." I allowed my voice to trail off because I knew she was going to be upset. "Sinclair, are you being serious with me? You are the one who suggested we do dinner tonight. I was really looking forward to it. Then you're always preaching about getting these coins and not being bothered by a man, and you let one walk into your office and cancel your clients for the day." She sucked her teeth and leaned against the building. "Which is why I'm sorry. I know you're going through a lot, but he's not giving me any choice here. We can go out tomorrow night. Promise. Plus, I never take a day off. I'm enjoying the flow of dating again." "Whatever. You let the situation with Polite keep you in the house, so don't act like you haven't taken time off from work. You always did like those roughnecks. Remember my cousin?" She brought up my fascination with hood dudes. It was something about a man that sagged his pants, walked with a swag, and could command a room with just a blink of an eye. Maybe because I was raised going to private school, being around proper boys who wore blazers with jeans, that made me love the thrill of a nigga that caused me to cream my panties just by talking. Ace's cousin had that same appeal, and he turned me on, until I realized that the nigga could ruin my damn life. He was always in and out of prison, and I'm almost certain if Ace didn't stop us from seeing each other, I would have been his 4th baby mama. Shit, with how fine he was, I probably wouldn't have minded taking care of a little crumb snatcher. "Be quiet. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Tell Valerie, too. I'm sure she could use a night out. Oh, and my treat, since I flaked," I promised her, and her facial expression changed. "Will do." We hugged, and I rushed back into my office, where Nye had found comfort in my chair. This time he was on the phone tossing out commands. "I'm ready whenever you are," I told him as I slipped into my trench coat and wrapped my scarf around my neck. Nye stood up with the phone still in his hand and grabbed my hand. He walked out first and held my hand as we left the office. Serena was mouthing something to me, yet I was too caught up in being pulled out of my office. Soon as we came out the building, there was an all-white Rolls Royce with a driver holding the door open for us. Nye swung me to the front of him so I could climb in first. Then he followed behind me with the phone still glued to his ear. "Bet. Tell that nigga that we're not settling for less than the full amount." He spoke so smoothly into the phone. I was shocked with how flashy he was being. The man I had met at the yacht wasn't flashy at all, and he seemed humble. Either that nigga was playing that night, or he had a twin brother who was trying to trick me. Either way, it made me wonder what kind of advance he had to be riding like this. Once he was done, he turned his attention toward me. I had rode in a Rolls Royce before, so I wasn't starstruck over the car. My father had rented me an old-school one for prom, and whenever he and my mother's anniversary came, he would charter one for them to spend time in the city. I knew he had spent a lot of money just to rent one. I always questioned how much my father made growing up. I went to private schools, always had the best of the best, and he paid for college. I didn't need a student loan. Whenever I asked how he did it, he always laughed and told me that he had been blessed with good customers and investments.
What are we planning on doing for the day? You did make me skip out on work, so it better be worth it." He smiled, and it was then that I realized his bottom teeth were platinum.
"I got some meetings that I've been putting off that I gotta attend."
"So let me get this right. You told me to leave work so I can accompany you to work?"
"What's wrong with that? Ain't shit wrong with having a beautiful woman on your arm for the entire day."
He touched my chin and then turned his attention to the driver.
"Hey, take us to the heliport."
"Heliport? Where are these meetings?"
"Philly. Don't tell me your ass scared of flying or some shit."
"I've been on a helicopter tour for my 21st birthday. It wasn't the best time, but I guess I'm fine with it. Will you hold my hand?" I flirted.
"Shit, you can sit on my lap if you're really scared."
He moved closer to me. He smelled so good that his smell was hypnotizing to me. "You're going to protect me in Philly? I'm trusting you to make sure that I'm all right and return home in one piece." This was crazy. Here I was on my way to a helicopter pad with a man I had only met a few weeks ago. If that wasn't enough, I was trusting him to take me to another state and return me back home in one piece. If my mother knew what I was up to, she would probably faint, wake up, and then ask me what I was thinking. Sometimes you had to make moves that you never would make to accomplish something special. After the luck I had been having with relationships, I needed to do something new because the Lord knew I needed something new and fresh.
"Put that on my life that not one hair on your pretty ass head will be out of place, unless you want me to grab it when I'm hit."
"Nye," I giggled and shoved him slightly. "Stop being a pervert."
"Can't help that shit. You fine as fuck, and you making my dick hard. That's another talk for another time, when you're ready to handle all of this."
We kissed here and there. Nevertheless, we had never taken that next step. Part of me was scared to take that step with someone else again. I moved that quick with Polite, and look where we ended up. I didn't want to make those same mistakes, so I was taking my time. He was good with it, too, and didn't rush me or make me feel pressured to fuck him. Today was the first time he had actually brought sex up. Through his gray sweats, I could see the imprint of his dick and didn't know if I was ready for that. This man was blessed below the waist, and from the look of it, I might not make it if I decided to take it there with him. Why did I keep running into rough hood niggas with big egos and even bigger dicks? "Can you tell me your real name?"
"Why you want to know?"
"Because you know mine, and I feel it's only fair." He reached across the chair and opened a compartment that housed a mini fridge. He helped himself to a glass of rum and then leaned back.
"What if I kept you on a need-to-know basis?"
"Then I'll need your driver to let me out at the next light," I countered. He laughed as he took back the rum in the glass and ran his fingers over my arm. Goosebumps immediately appeared, and I was nowhere near cold.
"Chill out, mama. You really be ready to chew a nigga's head off. I don't reveal much about myself too soon."
Although we sat and spoke for hours and had good conversation, Nye didn't reveal too much about himself each time. I was lucky if he let me know his favorite cereal in one conversation. I mostly did the talking, and he countered with whatever I was talking about. I didn't push because there was stuff that I didn't reveal about myself either. "You know things about me, and I can't even get your real name. I tried to Google it, and I don't know what you've done, but they don't have your real name or even a damn birthday."
"Damn, you the feds now? Why are you searching me?"
He laughed.
"You doing something to me, and I can't explain the shit."
"Excuse me?"
"You got me willing and ready to tell you my government. Fuck is wrong with me?"
he asked himself.
"Kaleem."
"See, was that so hard?"
"Shit, hell yeah. Feel like I got a root canal or something."
"You're so dramatic." I giggled and stroked his cheek. The car came to a complete stop, and I pulled the curtains back and saw the helicopter waiting on us.
The driver opened the door and held his hand out so I could climb out. Nye got out the other side and took my hand and led me into the helicopter and put the headphones on my ears. It didn't take long before we were up in the air and floating over the city. "I gotta take you when it's nighttime," he said over the mics that were in the headphones. "Oh, so you're going to see me again after today's festivities? I figured you would be too busy, like you have been as of lately." "Stop fronting. You know I've been busy with the tour. All eyes are on me, so that's why I got the Rolls Royce and jewelry. I gotta live up to the Nye that the fans want," he explained, then smirked at me. This man had me smiling and blushing with all his gestures he was doing. What made him more attractive was that he didn't try too hard. His attitude was natural, organic, and you could tell he was comfortable anywhere. Even with the Rolls Royce and jewelry, I could still tell the real him. I couldn't stress enough how much I loved it. When I usually went on a date, men tried so hard to try and impress me, when all they had to do was be themselves. Nye wasn't trying to be anybody except himself. There was only one man that was himself, and that was Polite. Although he lied about Kamaya, that man never lied about who he was. He was confident about who he was and where he stood as a man. Damn, I needed to stop thinking about him. Seriously. If Nye would have told me we would spend the entire day in and out of meetings, I would have ditched his ass. I thought he would have one meeting, or maybe two. No, this man had a bunch of meetings back to back. He had explained to me on the helicopter ride that he was about to open a dispensary in Chicago, since it had just become legal there. I was impressed that he wanted more than rap and was investing his money the right way. Even with how impressed I was, how much legal weed could you talk about? From sitting in on all the meetings, I felt like I knew enough to open my own damn dispensary. Just from the looks on the men's faces that we met with, they weren't expecting Nye to come into the meeting with as much knowledge that he had. They saw the jewelry, platinum teeth, and automatically assumed he wasn't educated on the industry. I think he shocked the shit out of them when he started schooling them on some things. In my opinion, Nye wasn't the boardroom type, and that was fine. Still, he handled business and secured more bags for his future. I was impressed and proud. A black man stepping into the legal weed industry. We were in a restaurant he swore by having dinner before flying back to the city. I tried to act like I was too busy cutting my chicken to notice the glares that Nye was giving me. It felt like the whole side of my face was warm because he was staring at me on and off. "Do you have an eye problem or something?" He pointed his knife he had just finished cutting his steak with. "You and that mouth of yours. We're gonna have to fix that quick." "Nope. I'm always gonna speak my mind, so that's something that you'll have to deal with." "What if I told you that it's something I want to deal with?" "You getting soft on me, Nye?" He chuckled and took a bite of his steak. "Fuck out of here. The only thing that's soft is my dick after busting a good nut." Not only did he make the comment at this restaurant, but he was so loud that the lady from the next table gasped. All I could do was put my head down and laugh to myself. "No, we need to do something about your mouth." "What's wrong with my mouth?" "You don't care what rolls out of your mouth. You remind me of a younger Bless." I pointed my knife at him. "That mouth is not fine with me." "That's why me and him clicked, because he understands the way I think. And he not trying to change a nigga. Why isn't it fine with you?" "Because I have a lot of important things I'm invited to. And what if I decided to bring you as a date? I'll spend the whole evening shoving finger foods into your mouth to keep you from speaking." "Fuck you talking about? I know how to act around stuffy-ass people. First off, why you going to stuffy-ass parties in the first place?" "I'm invited to a lot of events based on my clients. They invite me to anything they have going on in their lives.
I've been invited to Republican fundraisers and all type of shit. I sighed. He banged his hand on the table and laughed.
You went to attend a fundraiser for President Cheeto Puff?
No. My client was upset because she had a few friends she wanted to introduce me to, but I couldn't bring myself to attend something like that. I don't decline clients because of who they vote for. Still, that doesn't mean I'm going to attend a party to gather clients. My father refused to talk to me for weeks over it. My father was upset because I didn't attend. It was his friend's party, and he went, knowing damn well he didn't like anything that had to do with the Republican Party. He refused to talk to me because he was embarrassed because I chose not to attend. Mind you, the daughter of his friend had invited me. I did her wedding the year before, and she wanted to introduce me to her engaged friends. I couldn't bring myself to attend, and I didn't regret it either.
Damn, with all the shit that nigga got us in, I wouldn't have went either. What you told your client?
She saw me at the spa the next week, and I told her that I wasn't comfortable attending. She understood, and we went on about our way.
Did she send her friends your way?
Yep. I didn't disrespect what she chooses to co-sign, and she didn't talk down on my beliefs.
Your father fuck with the Repubs?
Absolutely not. He knows there's nothing he can do and is trying to make the best out of what everyone was given.
Why was he upset that you decided to decline the invitation?
Probably because it made him look bad to his friends. It could be a bunch of reasons. He started laughing. What's so funny?
Your daddy wouldn't be too pleased to know you're in Philly with a nigga like me.
Actually, he wouldn't mind. My dad isn't like that at all, I replied. My parents loved Polite, and he was himself when I brought him to their house for Thanksgiving. Guess what?
What?
Even if he wasn't, I'm a grown woman, pay my own bills, and smart enough to make my own decisions.
You a big girl, huh?
He smirked when he said that comment. Low-key, I was expecting him to say something inappropriate to me. I'm a grown woman. No little girls over here.
I like that shit.
He growled at me and acted as if he wanted to bite me from across the table. I loved that he was coming out of his shell more. I could tell he was reserved when we met, and so was I. Spending more time around him showed me that he was silly, outspoken, and had no filter. That calm shit he was on when we were at the album release party had went out the window. It was something about Nye that made me leave work for an entire day, take a helicopter ride to Philly, and sit across from him having lunch. The guys I dated could barely get 5 minutes of my time, but here Nye was taking up all my time. The only difference was I allowed him to take up all my time. I'm glad you do. The same games you probably play with your little friends aren't the same games I'm willing to play.
Damn, you got all serious and shit. Why females always assume there's another chick?
Look at you. You really expect me to believe that you don't have chicks? Or at least chicks you call when you feel like being bothered? You did tell me that you and ex-girlfriend had broken up when we met. So you expect me to believe that you haven't been out here acting like a horny frog?
Yeah, I got a few of those. I wouldn't call them my chicks, though.
You have sex with them?
Sometimes.
He smirked. Any other man would have been fidgeting in his seat and trying to avoid the question. Except Nye was smirking and comfortable as he cut into his steak. So they're not your girl, chicks, or whatever you want to call them?
Hoes,
he corrected me. Why they gotta be hoes?
Because I call them when I need them, break them off with bread, and treat them how I treat them.
Why, though? Would you like someone treating your future daughter like that?
Hell nah. They wouldn't treat her no way because her mama will raise her right.
And what if one of these chicks end up being your child's mother?
Hey, watch your mouth. Don't be over there speaking up some shit on my dick. Not to mention, I use rubbers and keep them on deck.
Things happen.
And I think you should stop calling them hoes.
I call them by how they act. Did I call you a hoe?
No. And if you did, we wouldn't even be sitting here sharing this day or meal together.
Did I try to fuck you on the first night?
Not like you could if you tried.
The way your ass was kissing me tells me different. I ain't new to this shit. I would have got them draws.
He was so cocky that I couldn't stand it, yet it made me smile. Let's agree to disagree, I suggested. Did you get invited to Prayer's housewarming? The only reason I asked was because I had saw his number he replied to the group chat. Nye burst out laughing and shook his head.
You know damn well you saw my name, and that nigga Prayer funny.
How?
He only bought a new crib because Bless don't want his girl in the house. Apparently, she crazy as shit, and he don't want her nowhere near his crib. If you're going to be there, I'm definitely going now.
Girlfriend? I think she's his ex-girl, and they got back together or some shit.
Prayer always got some new shit with him every week. I listen and advise when he asks. I know his ass need to stop playing and send me the beat for this new song he want me on.
He pushed his plate away. And why weren't you going to go to his party?
I could blame it on being busy, but I just ain't feel like going.
Ugh, I can't take you. Can we go back to the city now? I think we've spent enough of today in Philly. I laughed. And I need to get me an outfit for this housewarming. Now that I knew Nye was going to be there, I was going to make sure that I attended. We weren't together or anything, but I felt like I needed to be there to keep an eye on his ass.
Oh, now you want to get real fly since I'm coming, huh?
Rolling my eyes with a smirk fixed on my face, I tried to ignore him the best I could. Yet he kept staring at me with those brown, beautiful eyes. Nye had low, sleepy eyes that were as brown as the crayon color. His caramel-colored skin was smooth and free of any blemishes. When he smiled, he had a small dimple in the corner of his cheek. Then, those lips. His lips were pink and juicy and were just asking to be sucked on. He marched to the beat of his own drum because his face was bare except for a mustache and goatee. I guess beard gang wasn't his cup of tea. Me being around 5'6", he had to be around 5'11". Nye was taller than me, however, not by much. It didn't matter because he made up for his height with swag. His body wasn't ripped with muscles, although he had some. He was average with his weight, yet he had a small little gut that poked out of his wife t-shirt. Judging from how he devoured his steak, mashed potatoes, and corn, he loved to eat and had no problem smashing food down.
We about to go shopping. I brought you here because tonight's the concert and I need you there, he revealed.
Are you serious?
Let me get a doggy bag and a check, he told the waiter.
Nye, you barely have food on your plate, I called him out.
Shit, I'm getting one for your food. You not about to leave that full-ass piece of chicken and rice sitting there.
Rolling my eyes, I laughed at his stupid self and waited for the check. The hours flew by, and I never looked at my phone once. While Nye was handling the bill, I strolled through messages, calls, and emails. Even though tomorrow was supposed to be a light day for me, I would be in meetings all day since today's workday was so light. Just as I was about to place my phone back into my purse, my mother's picture and name flashed across my screen. Hey, Mommy, what's going on? I just stopped by your office and Serena said you took the rest of the day off. Is everything all right? You were just at the office when we texted you earlier. She continued to stress until I explained my reasoning. Mommy, calm down. I'm fine. My friend came and surprised me with lunch in Philadelphia. Philadelphia? You took a drive all the way there for just lunch? Does he live there or something? My mother never came to my office. When she sent me a text, she happened to be cleaning out the garage and asked if I still wanted some old cheerleading uniforms. When I told her to donate them, she asked me what I was doing and what I had planned for the day. Since I had planned to be at the office, then dinner with Ace, I told her my plans. No, he doesn't. He had some meetings, so we took a helicopter there. By now, I had shared more than I cared to. Except I knew my mother, and she would be sitting in my living room when I came home if I didn't explain. How fancy, Sinclair. What does he do? She got excited. Is this polite? Me and Father wanted to invite him back over to the house for dinner soon. I bit the corner of my lip. Mommy, can we have this conversation another time? How about we do something next week after I get off? I did not want to have this conversation with her at this moment. Spa, maybe? Maybe we can get dinner after, too. Is whatever you want, Mommy. I love you, Angel Pie. Love you more, Mommy. After getting off the phone, I turned back around and faced Nye, who was smiling all bright. You didn't want to tell Mama about me? Stop. I think I should tell her when it's just me and her, and I get to know you a little more. How do I know we'll be friends next week? Because when I want something, I'm persistent. We'll see just how persistent you are. He stood up, pulled my chair out, and held his hand out for mine. Like a puzzle, my hand fit perfectly in his, and we were whisked out of the restaurant back into the car. Take us to the hotel, he told the driver, and he pulled away from the sidewalk. Nye's attention was on me and only me. I'm hype you're gonna be at the show tonight. Me too, I smiled. What should I bring to Prayer's housewarming? I was thinking about random shit because I was nervous about sharing a hotel room with him. That's what you thinking about right now? I don't know. A bottle of Henny. All niggas love Henny. It's like a fucking rite of passage for the turn-up. I'll make sure I pick that up. His hand found its place in mine again, and he held it there as we drove to the hotel. My heart was beating 1,000,000 miles per second. Still, I never moved my hand. He told me that he had a stylist coming to the hotel to meet us with some options. Nye was a goon in every sense of the word. Still, he was gentle and kind when he needed to be. A gentle goon he was.
13. Kaleem Na Liam. I got a hard head but a ass soft. French Montana. Each time I was about to perform, I always thought about Shayla. I wish she could see the shit that I was doing tonight. I knew she would on social media, but being here to feel the energy of the people made it much better. Although we had been broken up, that didn't stop me from thinking about her. Shay was perfect in every way, except when it came to her career. She had tunnel vision and she didn't give a fuck about anyone who was getting in the way of it, even me. I didn't want her to stop her career, but I wanted her to make our relationship a priority, and she wouldn't. Hell, she wanted me to do the same and I was too stubborn. I thought I was already giving her enough of me, and she thought she was giving me enough of her. Sadly, neither of us was giving each other enough of the other person to make our relationship whole. Shay had been here before all of the media, music, and all this shit. She was around when it had just been me and her in the studio promising that we were going to make it. We both promised that we would stay down and make a name. While it took me longer to gain fame, she took right off and started producing the best albums by big artists. Was I jealous? Nah. My girl was out here killing the game, and I believed that when it was my time, everything would fall into place. I got in the studio and recorded. I didn't change myself for nobody. Before Raw Records, I had other labels come and try to sign me. Soon as they heard that I wasn't going to change or make radio hits, they withdrew their offers. Even then, I continued to do what I knew best, hustle. Shay did the same, and that's when I made a single that had everybody knocking down my door to sign me. It wasn't until I heard from Polite, and he told me everything the company was about. When I met Bless, I knew I had to work with this man. He didn't sugarcoat shit and told me what it was. At the same time that it felt like everything was falling into place, my relationship was rocky as shit. Shay was going more and we hadn't seen each other. She was jealous of the chicks that was around me at the clubs. Shit was bad. I didn't want to end shit, but when she cried and told me that she refused to lose herself in my career, I knew that I had to let her go. She worked too hard to only be my girlfriend, because that's how the media would portray her to be. They wouldn't mention the platinum records she produced or how hard she worked. She would only be the girl on my arm when I stepped out, and that shit wasn't fair to her. I smiled as I thought about the first time I had met her and the girls. The club was jam-packed with hoes swaying their hips, niggas ordering bottle after bottle and bottle girls squeezing through the crowds to make it back to the VIP sections. The crowd parted like I was Moses in this bitch and they were to see. Dressed down in a pair of ripped jeans, Jordans, and a white distressed shirt. I was dressed on some regular shit. Yet, niggas was pricing my outfit as they eyed me walking through the club. The jewelry I wore was blinding the shit out of everyone I passed by. It was New Year's Eve, and while these niggas were wearing their rent money trying to impress a bitch, I was dressed in everyday wear. My rapping hadn't taken off yet because it was a hobby. The streets was what paid my bills. Who the fuck was I impressing? I could have showed up in this bitch with scuba gear and every bitch in here would have been ready to leave with me. We heading to VIP, or you going to continue to walk through these sweaty-ass people like Moses? Rick, my nigga, joked and nudged my shoulder. We had been best friends since we were children. You would have sworn that we were full-blooded brothers with the same mama and papa. Blood couldn't make us stronger because we had been through so much shit together. I loved his mama like she was my own, and he loved mine the same. Nigga, it's New Year's Eve. Don't you want to feel on someone's ass as we bring the new year in? Hell nah. Ain't no telling what the fuck might climb out that shit on my hand. He turned his face up. Rick was the preppy one out of the both of us. He wore suits, slacks, and button-down shirts. You rarely saw him out of a pair of slacks and loafers. That was what made our friendship work. We were opposites. While I loved baggy jeans cursing in the streets, he had went to college for business. He was ready for me to take my rapping serious so he could be my manager. I knew when I did take my rapping serious that he would be the one to meet with the important people. He knew how to talk about that fancy-ass talk and make us look good. We had plans on owning a bunch of dispensaries on the East Coast, Midwest, and West Coast. If those niggas thought I was about to let them be the only people to collect that legal money, they had another thing coming. Me and Rick have big plans for our future. However, tonight was all about chilling and letting loose. Dave, my other best friend, was the one who kept me in the streets. I was moving more coke than I knew what to do with. Money, cars, and houses were like the little Monopoly pieces, easy to get. There wasn't shit that I didn't have, but the only downside was watching my back from these hating-ass niggas. Rick kept telling me that when I got my last pack off that I shouldn't re-up, that I should take the money and get out so that we could live to see 30. My plug would be pissed with me stepping back. I made him a lot of money, and this was how I was making money. Rapping wasn't paying my bills or keeping my mama's lights on. The difference between Dave and Rick was that I trusted Rick with my life. If that nigga told me that Zamunda was a real place, I'd believe him because he was just that solid. Dave was a spitfire, and he was quick to have us running from the police for some crazy shit. I loved them the same, but knew that Rick was speaking some real shit, so I had to listen and get out of the game soon. Plus, with the record as long as damn I-95, I needed to keep my nose clean to make sure I wasn't sent back to prison. Rick had graduated college and was telling me about how I could make this into an empire. All I needed to do was trust in my talent, and he could do the rest. How the fuck was I going to do that? Wasn't nobody looking to sign some ghetto nigga from the hood of Detroit. I was better off trying to play in traffic than think that I could make it in the music industry. He promised that all I needed to give him was the word, and he'd work hard so that he could make shit happen for us. You dreaming? The fuck? Dave came and slapped my arm. His ass was the rude one out of all of us. His patience was as thin as the top piece of hair on top of Donald Trump's head. People said I was rude as fuck, but I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I was real, not rude. There was a difference. If you kept it real with me, then I was nice. I didn't get down when niggas frontin' to try to be down. How'd you expect me to be all nice and shit? Dave was rude and he was laid back with his rude demeanor. He had this whole bad boy shit going for him, and the bitches ate that shit up. All of us were a year apart, with Rick being the youngest and tallest out of me and Dave. Nigga was like a fucking tree stump. After standing downstairs for a bit, I brought myself upstairs so I could get me a bottle before the ball dropped. As I was passing a few sections, my eyes landed on his beauty. Man, the way my dick wanted to greet her more than me was a sign that she was a baddie. What made her stand out was that she wasn't like the rest of these chicks dressed in rhinestone dresses, cheap heels and weaves all pulled to the back of their heads. Shorty was dressed in a pair of light crop jeans, black patent leather Louboutin shoes, and a black moto jacket. Her Chanel clutch was in one hand, along with a drink in the other, while she swayed her hips to the side and listened to the music carefree. Her chocolate skin was glowing under the club lights as her big curly black hair bounced around her head. All those teeth in her mouth were white and all the perfect shape. I had a pet peeve when bitches didn't have good teeth. Teeth were the first thing you saw when someone spoke to you. Lil' mama's nose was cute with a small point, and those lips were full as fuck with new lipstick smeared across them. She had to be around 5'4" and weighed around 160 pounds because Shorty was thick in all the right places. Our eyes met and she smiled at me before she resumed dancing. Little did she know, when she smiled, that was her giving me the okay to come over there. It didn't matter that there were niggas all in the section. A nigga never been pussy, so they could get the fuck on. She stopped dancing when she noticed me making my way over to her. Mama didn't know what the fuck she was doing to me. She stood there with her arms folded with a smirk fixed onto her face. Staring isn't nice, little mama. I finally made it over to her. The smell of her perfume was driving me insane. There wasn't nothing better than a woman that smelled good. Any bitch with me always had to smell on point because I was a nigga that took pride in the way I smelled. I loved when a woman walked by and you got caught in a sin.
How would you know that I'm staring if you weren't staring in the first place?
She shot back. I'll forgive you if you come over to my section and chill with me for a second. Her white stiletto point nail touched her chin.
So now you want me to go over to your area so you can continue to stare at me?
A little something like that. Listen, I can tell you're bored over here. I mean, now that I came over here, you're gonna be bored when I leave.
You sound pretty sure of yourself.
Mama, I'm always sure of myself. A confident man is a man you need to have by your side. All the niggas in her VIP area was mad as fuck.
You're absolutely right.
So, this your section? Where's your bottles? For this to be a VIP area, these niggas had one bottle of liquor and was passing it around.
This isn't my section. My best friend got invited up here, so we came up here with her.
She explained and stepped a little closer to me. So, I guess it's time for your friends to follow you now, huh?
Excuse me?
She asked, and I gently took her hand and pulled her out of the area. She didn't put up a fight and just followed my lead. I needed me a chick that didn't complain, ask questions, and do the most. Even if she didn't want to come, she knew she was going to come regardless.
Shayla, where are you going?
Another thick chocolate girl followed behind her.
Who is he?
She has a name. Shayla, huh? I whispered in her ears we waited for a friend to walk over to us.
Now that you know my name, what is yours?
You'll find out, I replied. Her friend finally made it over to us and stopped and stared me over.
Where are you going, girl?
She's coming with me for a second. I'll have her back to you safe and sound by the end of the night. I promise, shorty.
I think the fuck not. I don't know who you are.
She pulled her friend back, but she still allowed me to hold on to her arm. You're more than welcome to come to my section. You can't be having too much fun. Look at your friend. I pointed to the light-skinned one out of the bunch.
Mimi looks so bored.
Shayla giggled.
His breath probably stinks too,
she added.
Well, that'll teach you to go up to VIP with just anybody. His Gucci scarf is fake too,
her friend whispered. She thought she was whispering, but I had heard her and laughed. When she realized that I had heard her, she tried to clear her comment up with me.
I don't want to sound shady, but they just aren't our cup of tea,
she continued. Look, go over there, get your friend, and come over to my VIP area with me and my niggas. I promise you there's more bottles and none of our shit is fake.
I mean, I can go get Mimi and tell her we need her for something.
Shorty stood by and continued to hold my hand. I expected for her to let it go. Still, she held on to my hand and watched as her friend went back into the VIP section. You don't want to go over there with your friend?
I'm fine,
she replied. Her phone in the other hand started ringing. I watched as she stared at the number before putting it inside of her purse. Both of her girls came walking over in a rush.
Thanks for saving me, Kima,
the light-skinned friend of the bunch said to the other while Sheila just stared at them.
Next time, don't go to anybody's VIP area.
Sheila nudged her shoulder and giggled.
Speaking of anybody's VIP area, why are we going to his? Because he isn't wearing fake clothes and I find him funny,
Kima replied.
So we're going because you think he's funny? Keem, seriously?
I could tell from their little dynamic that this one was the friend that was very opinionated.
Be quiet and just come,
Shayla told them, and allowed me to lead her over to my section. Shorty had too many questions for me, and I wasn't the nigga that was going to sit around and answer all of them for her. She could follow my wave or go sit with the nigga with the fake scarf. Either way, I didn't give a damn. Damn, you brought back some beauties. Rick stood up when we entered our area. Dave stayed seated with one foot up on the couch. He stared at us for a bit before he went back to drinking his liquor straight out the bottle. That nigga had an attitude since we decided that we were going to pop out tonight. Me, on the other hand, I wasn't letting Miss Sheila get away from me. She was the flyest woman here, not to mention the most beautiful one in this entire place. After walking past her, I couldn't see anybody else except her. The way her hand stayed tightly lashed onto mine let me know that she was feeling the kid too. "How you doing, sweetheart?" Rick grabbed Kima's hand and kissed it. She smiled and allowed his lips to brush across her fine manicured hand. "I'm doing very well. A gentleman, I see. Can I get you something to drink? Order some food to our section? Anything you need, you just tell me, pretty." "Wow, I feel so welcomed," she giggled. "I'll just take whatever you're drinking." Rick went over and grabbed a bottle of champagne out of the bucket. He wasn't the type to get fucked up off hard liquor. This nigga was a wine and champagne type of nigga. Me and Dave always made fun of him because he acted like those rich folks. His response was always that he was practicing from when he became those rich folks. While Rick got acquainted with Kima, I watched as Mimi sat on the other side of the couch in her phone. Dave paid her no attention as she nodded his head to the music while sipping his drink. If Shorty knew better, she would stay on her side and leave Dave's ass alone. "So, Shayla, tell me about yourself. It's not every day that I meet someone like you in the club." "I'm sure you probably have. I'm not that special." She giggled and sat down beside me. I sat there with my arm around the couch and watched as she crossed her legs and turned toward me. "Don't ever say that. You were special enough to catch my attention. Tell me about you," I told her. She blew out air and then fixed her lips to talk. Where do I start? Usually I'm not talking about myself, but listen to my girlfriend's issues. "I'm all ears, mama." "I'm on my last year of college and I'm a producer. I love music, and one day I'm going to work with all the greats." She was excited and confident in what she spoke about. That shit made me excited. "Me and my best friend share an apartment together." She talked about her best friends. When Shorty mentioned college, I felt like she needed to be with Rick. A woman who graduated college and had a life together and didn't sound like a dumbass was a woman I needed to be around. She had her life planned out, and I was still going back and forth with Rick about leaving the game. "Let me first say congratulations to you on all of your success. College alone is hard, yet you were accepted and about to graduate. So I want to show you love for that." "Why, thank you." She smiled so brightly. "Second, I want to get your business card. I'm a rapper. I'm always looking for someone with fire-ass beats." Lil Mama was quick with her business card and slipped it in my hand. "You rap? I wouldn't have thought you were into music. But here's my card, and use it any time. I know a few studios in the city, too." "What part of the city you live in?" "Why? Do you want to stalk me?" She allowed her voice to trail off. "You never did give me your name." "Nah." I pulled my hand out of my pocket and shook hers. "Well, why do you need to know what part of the city I'm in?" "I'm just curious." She flipped her head and accepted the drink Rick handed her. "Appreciate it, bro," I told him. "No problem. Keep talking. I don't want to interrupt." He walked over to Kima and handed her a flute as well. "Your brother has great taste in champagne. I honestly didn't think they would serve this brand in the club." She was shocked by Rick's choice of champagne. Rick didn't come anywhere unless they were serving what he wanted. If they weren't, we weren't going to that spot, but we were bringing our own shit. I'm not going to press you about where you live." I laughed and left her alone. She didn't want to tell me, so I was going to leave it alone. I knew it would come up sometime, so I wasn't worried. "Thank you for that. I don't give my address out to strangers anyway." She smirked. "Good. What your parents do? I know you can't afford these brands in college." I noticed the clothes. She either had parents with money, or she had a nigga that kept her dripped in all this nice shit. "Sheesh, I thought I was coming to the club, not in an interview. How about you tell me about yourself now?" Shrugging my shoulders, I finished my cup of vodka and sat it down on the table. "What you see is what you get. I run my businesses, take care of my family, and try to keep my nose clean from trouble. On any night, you can find me in the club or in the bed watching highlights from any game." Which was true. My business was the streets, but she didn't need to know all of that right now. "Wow, so where's your girlfriend?" She acted as if she was peeking around the corner. "I don't need no chick trying to run up on me." She giggled. "No girlfriend. Just females I occasionally fuck with. Where's your uptight, suit-wearing, no-neck-having ass mad?" "First of all, that's not even my type. Even if it was my type, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you if I had a boyfriend." "I see." "School and producing leaves me no time to have a social life. I'm usually between here and New York. I produce for a few guys I know there.
The only reason I'm out is because it's New Year's Eve and we didn't want to sit in the house like we usually do,
she explained. Oh, all right. Your friends in the music industry too?
No, Kima is an intern to a wedding dress designer and Mimi is in dental school.
She explained what each of her friends did. Shit, so she gonna get a boss to make your wedding dress? I'm thinking navy blue and gray for the wedding.
Oh, goodness. You're too much. The color's nice, but I'm not marrying anyone unless they meet my daddy.
Ah, a daddy's girl. I'm more of a mama's boy. You didn't hear that from me, though.
I love a man that's close with his mother. It shows what kind of man he is.
She smiled. Shorty was getting more comfortable, so I continued to keep the conversation going. Little did she know she was about to be my wife one day. A woman like her couldn't be left alone for too long. Someone who wasn't qualified like myself might snatch her up. She needed a nigga that knew how to handle a woman of her caliber. When I stared into Sheila's eyes, for some reason, I saw the day my parents met. Granted, I wasn't born yet. Still, y'all got the sentimental message I was trying to lay on y'all. For the rest of the night, she was going to be mine and only mine.
Nah, you all right? I've been fanning my hand in front of your face for like 10 minutes. They said you're about to go on.
Sinclair stared at me confused. I tried to act like I wasn't bothered, but I needed Sheila near me. Flashing back to the day I met her made me want to talk to her. We had never spent the New Year apart, and this year was our first. All that shit was getting me. I'm good. Just was saying a prayer, I lied. I'm ready. I told her and got up so I could head on stage to do my thing. Yo, nah! Simmons on the floor screaming! Rick called for me. I turned around and took off running back to the dressing room. What the fuck happened? 14. Prayer Callahan. Hit you later. Make sure your phone is charged. Fabulous. I knew that it was time for me to get my own place when Bishop started tripping about if I brought Reagan to the crib. He didn't want shit to do with her after she set my Range Rover on fire the last time we were together. When she got mad, she wanted to destroy any and everything that was in her path. That was one of the reasons I broke up with her in the first place. When she hit me up to chill a few weeks ago, I had passed her off to the side, mainly because I was focused on Val. She hadn't been hitting me up and I was so locked in on trying to chill with her that I wasn't focused on Reagan. Val was different than these other chicks. I wanted her because she didn't want me. My name, money, and fame didn't mean shit to her. Any other chick would have been beating down my door to be with me, but not Val. I had to chase her ass down. I knew that she didn't have time for the games that I usually played. I mean, she had a lot of shit on her shoulders, so I wouldn't even come to her with that shit. She had 3 kids, went to school, and worked. The games I played with other chicks, I couldn't play with her. I'm not going to front like her maturity didn't scare me. Valerie was a fucking woman, and the thought alone scared me. While I was enjoying being young and rich, she had 3 kids, a job, and went to school. Our lives were different, and that meant I couldn't impress her with money. She wanted someone who was going to prove to be there, not just fucking leave. When I asked Alyssa to send out the invite to my housewoman, I made sure she invited Valerie. I didn't know if she was going to come or not because she never replied in the group chat. I sat in the back of the Rolls Royce after just coming from a party I had hosted. The only reason I did it was because Bless told me it was good promo for my upcoming fight. Reagan was on her phone going back and forth with her friends like she usually did. I leaned my head back on the headrest and looked at my phone. I wanted to hit Val up bad. What was she doing? Since the day she shut me down in front of a building, we hadn't spoken. A few times I wanted to hit her up and talk. Then again, Shorty bruised my ego. No chick had ever shut me down and turned me away before. When they heard the Callahan name, they were ready to toss their panties at me. Valerie could care less. Shit, like I said, I was the one chasing after her ass like she was the celebrity.
Baby, did you hear me?
Reagan sucked her teeth.
Where does your mind go sometimes?
She questioned without looking up from her phone.
Nah, what did you say? I said, are we going back to your place or to my place?
She knew Bless didn't want her in my crib, and she also knew I was still getting my place together. The interior decorator was working hard to get the place together before the housewarming. Yours. She sucked her teeth, then rolled her eyes.
You need to stand up to your brother. You moved out of his condo to avoid defending me to him.
This was the shit I was talking about when it came to Reagan. We had a good night, popped some bottles and chilled. All I wanted was to go back to her crib, get my dick sucked, and fall asleep. Here she went starting an argument for no reason. Ray, don't start this shit tonight. Nobody's in the mood to be arguing. It was time for me to move out of my brother's crib anyway. I have enough money to live on my own, so it was time for me to bounce. Which was true. Bless had let me move into his crib and never asked me for anything. I was able to continue to stack my money, so affording my own place was easy like a slice of pie.
Prayer, you weren't thinking about moving out until me and you got back together, she accused. Moving hadn't been on my mind because I was comfortable living with Bless. He had his wing and I had mine. We didn't have to see each other for a week if we didn't want to. I didn't touch his food that he liked and he didn't touch mine. We had a system going and the shit worked. When I brought bitches to the crib, he didn't trip. Of course, he always had his smart-ass comments he made, but that never bothered me. Moving wasn't on my mind at the moment. The minute he told me who I could and couldn't bring to the house, I knew I had to move out and get my own. I'm a grown man, and I wasn't about to be told what I could or couldn't do when it came to the woman I was with. At the same time, I wasn't about to disrespect his wishes. If he didn't want her in the house, I wasn't going to bring her there. Reagan didn't understand respect because she was used to being disrespectful and pushing boundaries. She was also spoiled and never knew anything except being spoiled, like she had been her entire life. Her father was a top talent agent in Hollywood. She had been in the limelight her entire life, and that was the reason she got into all the parties or exclusive private events. She was the it girl to watch for the moment. The industry had watched her grow up since she was a child, and now that she was older, all eyes were on her. The attention was always on her, so when it wasn't on her, she became insecure. Constantly questioning if she's a has-been or if she needed work done on her body so the media would notice. Shorty was insecure and shallow as fuck. I can admit, the only reason that I got back with her was because she was all about me. And, at the moment, my ego had been bruised, and I needed a woman that was all about me, and on my dick for the moment. Whenever women came around me, that's when her ass got crazy. It was exhausting catering to her and being a part of her life. That was what caused me to really walk away from our relationship. I grew tired of having to always check in with her about how she felt about my career. She wanted me to check with her before accepting bookings for parties and shit. That was the shit that pissed me off. I'm a grown man, and I'm not about to check in with you before I secure my bag. One thing about Reagan, her ass don't check in with me before she be in the club shaking her ass. I was regretting even rekindling shit with her as of lately. She kept trying to push a commitment from me. I understood we had history, but I wasn't trying to get back serious with her again. I thought I did because for the first week she had acted as if she changed. Then, the real Reagan came out, and it didn't surprise me that she didn't change. People who didn't feel they did nothing wrong had no reason to change. Reagan was a headache without a ring. I damn sure didn't want to see how she would act if I decided to put a ring on her finger. Whatever. Bless runs both you and Polite's life, and neither of you say shit about it, she continued. Bitch, stop talking out of your fucking ass. Leave my family alone. I don't bring up your coked out moms. Botox and coke is how she stays young, right? The look on her face caused me to bust out laughing. I was a cross between both of my big brothers. One minute I could be calm and cool like Polite. Then the next I had my moments like Bless. When it came to Reagan, she brought both sides out of me. How dare you? You know my mother went to rehab and has been clean for 3 months. She reminded me like I gave a damn. Yeah, stop bringing up my family and I'll stop bringing yours up, I warned her. If my mother knew that me and Reagan were back together, she would lose her mind. She couldn't stand Reagan. It was something she made sure to mention each time I brought her around when we were together in the past. I leaned back in the chair and enjoyed the ride to her crib. Little did she know, I was dropping her ass off and going back to Black's crib. She had me fucked up if she thought I was about to do this bratty attitude shit that she would be given for the rest of the night. I looked over at her, and her ass was quiet for the remainder of the ride. Meanwhile, I was wondering what my baby Val was doing. Me and my nigga Elks was in the studio chilling. He was an upcoming rapper, and I was trying to get Blessed to take him serious. It was hard because Elks was always trying to party and being half-assed about his talent. He wanted the success without doing the work, which is why I wasn't on my brother's ass to sign him. It wasn't like he didn't have the talent, because he did. The nigga could rap his ass off, but he never wanted to put the work in on it. I was using my own money to book him studio time and put the time along with the money into his career. I like to call myself his unofficial manager. I knew once I got him where he needed to be, I could bring him to Bless. Right now, I knew I was nowhere near being close to being able to bring him to Bless.
Bless hated when his time was wasted, so I wasn't about to get his ass started when it came to Elks. Yo, that sounded hard as shit. I see you been back to writing and shit. I dapped him when he came out the booth. The problem with Elks was that one week he was committed and ready to put the work in. Then the next week, he was unsure if he wanted to take rapping serious. That was the shit that pissed me off. How could you sit on your talent? That shit made no sense, especially when a nigga had a seed. Shouldn't you want to put in work so that they never want for nothing? This nigga was backwards. He was my nigga, so I stayed out of his personal shit so that I didn't get pissed with his ass and it ruined our friendship. My B ain't pregnant again, so I need the money, nigga. I'm about to have 2 seeds soon. He announced as soon as he came out the booth. I laughed because I wasn't surprised. It was always something about a nigga's baby mama that made him keep coming back. You should have been strapping up. Look at your ass now. Yeah, she bitching about me moving out of her mom's crib. You think you can line up that meeting with your brother? I need an advance bad so I can handle my business. I laughed because this shit was hilarious. The fuck he thought? I was about to get a meeting with my brother because he was expecting another seed? And that Bless was about to cut a check because he needed to handle his business? The shit that came out of Elk's mouth killed me at times. Nah. You need to have something done before I even set a meeting with his assistant. Go to Polite. You know he be wanting to put people on. He nudged me when he sat down on the couch. No offense, nigga, but you be bullshitting. If you want this shit, finish your demo, and we'll go from there. You've been working on this demo for 6 months, and you're nowhere near done. Come on, let's be real. I looked at him. Just because he was my nigga, that didn't mean that I wasn't going to be real about the bullshit he had been pulling for the past 6 months. He smirked. Yeah, you right. This why you my nigga. You're not afraid to put my card about shit, he admitted. I was glad that he knew that I was right. The nigga had skills. He just needed to get his shit right and put the time and work in. I'm glad you know. What you been into? He had this big-ass smirk on his face. Nigga, you know who I started fucking with again? Who? Wanda, he said, getting mad hype. I missed her freaky ass. I ran into her the other day on 40 Dudes. This nigga was still with his baby mama and was bragging about running into another chick. He had a whole seed and one on the way, yet he was worried about another bitch. I'm glad my brother always made sure that I had my priorities right before worrying about a bitch. I was confused as shit. Who the fuck was Wanda? Who? Nigga, the chick that we chilled with a year or so back. It was a little minute ago. She and her friend was dancing and shit, and we scooped them. Even with the whole explanation, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I barely could remember what I did last week, and he wanted me to remember something from over a year ago. I don't know who the fuck you talking about. Glad you reconnected, though. I laughed. You lying. You was all over a friend and even took her back to the hotel, he told me. I tried to jog my memory to the night he was talking about. I couldn't remember anything about what he was talking about. I fucked a bunch of bitches and always took them to the hotel. By morning, I was always gone. How did he expect me to remember one woman out of the hundreds I probably fucked? There was only a few that I brought home with me, and that's because we had fucked more than once. I like to consider them regulars. I knew one thing. I didn't remember Shorty or her friend named Wanda. He snapped his finger. Day 26 pictures was there, and snapped a picture of this that night. He said it went onto his phone. Day 26 was this photography company that was at all the parties. The next morning, they would post all the pictures on their website. Day 26 was how some niggas got in trouble the next morning. They were either caught in the background, hugged up with some bitch that didn't belong to him. The nigga had to be on his phone for a good 10 minutes before he shoved the phone in my hand. I adjusted my eyes and looked at the picture of me, him, this chick Wanda, and Valerie. Yo, Val, I whispered. I remembered waking up that next morning and being so hung that it took me a good half an hour to get my clothes and shit together. I didn't want her getting up and thinking we were together, so it was best for me to dip. Hell, I didn't even get a name from the night before. At least I didn't think that I did. She was another check onto my checklist that I had hid. After slipping my clothes on, I dipped and left. I had my security handle her the next morning while I was in a town car on my way home to shower, then go back to sleep. In the picture, I could tell I was smashed out my mind. She seemed to be in her right mind, so one question remained. Why didn't she tell me that we met before? Was that what she was trying to tell me in front of her building that day? Either way, I had a shit ton of questions, and I planned to ask her each one. 15. Bishop Bless Callahan. I don't want to sleep unless you at home. Travis Scott. Ashley had hit me up and I had never came over to talk to her. Shit, I had a lot of shit going on and I hadn't had the time to get with her. With the way she had been out the office, I figured she had been busy too. Since me and Lachey weren't together anymore, I had more time to do shit. I still couldn't believe her apple-headed ass broke up with me, talking about I needed to work on me and shit. Who the fuck did she think she was? Fucking Ayanla? Ashley had hit me up and reminded me that we needed to talk, so I decided to just go to lunch with her. I had to eat, and I knew damn well she wasn't going to turn down a free meal.
"How were you late when I called to make sure you didn't forget?"
she asked when I walked up to her at the table. She had a basket of bread and ginger ale already. "Your greedy ass. You couldn't wait for me?" She laughed.
"Sorry, I'm hungry as hell. I've been working all morning and haven't had time to eat," she explained.
Even with her not being in the office, she was still putting in work from home. As selfish as I had been, I couldn't even be mad at her working at home. Ashley had been all gas since we started the company and never took time off, so seeing her work from home and make time for herself was good. I didn't even think she had a nigga or dated, so she definitely needed to do something. Her ass wasn't a young-ass chicken anymore. She needed to grab a nigga before she hit them damn golden years. "How you been? I'm not gonna front. I miss seeing you at the office." She smiled and took a bite of bread.
"Really? I'm going to return back next week. I think I spent enough time at home."
"You think? I'll go in your office just to fart and then walk back out." I laughed. The last time we spoke, we didn't end on good terms. We both hadn't spoken or seen each other, but I couldn't front like I didn't miss her ass.
"You're so stupid. I brought you here to talk about something serious."
Her face got serious when she spoke. "What happened now? Are you about to tell me something that's about to cost me money?" It seemed like when she got serious, it meant that I was about to lose some money, or she was about to try and force some money on me in that ridiculous-ass budget she kept trying to get me to approve.
"Well, it does cost money." She looked away. "I'm pregnant, Bless. I tracked conception and it was during Miami."
She continued to explain. "Damn," was all that I could say. That night I knew I didn't strap up and we fucked hard too. Shit, it was a good night and made me smile for a second.
"Why are you smiling?"
"Because that pussy was good that night," I smirked. "So good that we made a damn baby." I wasn't worried. Why would I? I knew what came with busting in her that night. Although that shit wasn't on my damn mind, and I wasn't expecting her to tell me that she was pregnant. She put her hand on her face.
"Bless, I'm serious. I kept it to myself long enough. I feel like you should know. You should also know that I plan on keeping my baby. A drunken night led to a beautiful blessing," she continued. When I walked in here, I didn't think she was about to tell me that she was pregnant with my child. I knew Ashley didn't fuck around. She barely had time to wash her ass with the way she ran around for the company. "You sure it's mine?" Even if I knew she didn't fuck around, I still had to ask the question. "Yes, I haven't been with anyone for months before me and you slept together. Are you mad?"
She peered at me over the menu. The fuck am I going to be mad about? I know we fucked unprotected, and I know that can result in a baby or STD. You lucky it wasn't an STD because I would have put my foot in your ass, I threatened.
"What about Ace?"
she wondered. I knew Ace's name was about to come up when she told me that she was pregnant. Honestly, I didn't know where me and Lachey stood. I wanted to be with her, and I understood it was fucked up of me to go off on her during Christmas. All she was trying to do was be there for me, and I was the one who fucked up and went off on her because I was missing Sha. I could admit that I used Sha as a crutch at times. I felt fucking guilty for moving on with my life and leaving that piece of me behind. Lachey came into my life and got this heart back warm again. After I lost Sha, a bitch can only fuck and suck my dick. Then Lachey came into my life and I knew she was the one. She was who Sha sent for me. She wasn't like other chicks. As soon as I told her that I wanted her, she was down for me. Seeing the hurt on her face when I said that fucked up shit to her fucked me up. It was the reason I debated on going, then got up and went to my mom's house. Little did I know, she was going to end shit with me and act like I didn't exist. I had been trying to run into her for the past week at the office, and she made sure she wasn't there. When I stopped by her house, she was never there either. What about her? I'm not about to leave her. I'm gonna tell her, and if she don't rock with it, then it is what it is. My pops is a damn crackhead and been one damn near all my life. I'm gonna be in my seed's life. She looked disappointed by what I had said. You gotta know that I got you and my seed. Any support you need financially or emotionally, I'm there. That don't mean we're about to fuck or be together. I put everything out on the table. Women went through a lot when it came to carrying a baby. I saw what Sha went through and I was there the best I could. I didn't understand half her tantrums and tears. Still, that didn't mean that I wasn't there for her. If she was crying about a waiter putting cheese on a burger, my ass was about to put the waiter through the wall for the fuck up. Just like I did with Sha, I planned to be there for Ashley. She didn't make this baby alone, and she shouldn't have to go through it alone. It happened before me and Lachey got together. I knew I had to come out and admit that I had fucked Ashley when I told her that I didn't.
I just don't want you to tell me this now, then when Ace finds out and isn't happy, you start acting different. I'd rather know I'm going to be doing this alone up front. Money isn't the issue. I make my own and can afford to raise a baby alone. I need you to be emotionally and physically here for this baby, and me too. I don't have much family, and you know I spend the majority of my time alone.
Ash had a weird relationship with her family. I never pressed on it because I didn't like people in my damn business, so I wasn't about to be in your business. If I give you my word, then you know I'm going to be there for you, I told her.
Okay.
We ordered our food and I looked over at her. How you been feeling? Sick or anything?
A little. I've been drinking ginger tea and trying to keep food down. I'm just getting to a point where I could keep food down.
You know Jalissa pregnant too, right? She laughed.
Yes. She called me and we were on the phone for an hour. She was filling me in on all the office drama. I admit, I missed the office and all that drama that went on.
I never hear about no damn drama. They better be doing the job they paid to do, or I'm about to deduct drama tax.
Of course you won't. You're the boss. Thank you for making time to meet with me today. I've missed you, truly.
I smirked. I missed your big-headed ass too. We really about to have a baby?
I guess we are. I'm so nervous about the whole thing, she sighed. I always thought I would be married or at least with the man I'm about to have a baby with. I'm nowhere close.
Look, shit happens that we have no control over. Did I think I would be having another child, especially with you? Nah, I thought I wouldn't have any more kids and I would be alone for the rest of my life. The man upstairs works in mysterious ways. It doesn't matter how our kids got here or how shit is when they arrive Earthside. Long as we're on the same page and doing what is best for our child, that is all that matters.
I agree.
She sipped her ginger ale. Nana is out of town. Nico isn't answering and I have nobody I trust except you. Something happened to Sin and we're at the hospital in Philly. Can you come get Nevaeh and bring her to your place until I can come back? I looked at the message that Lachey had sent me. She had been ignoring my messages and calls. At one point, I think her ass had blocked me for a short period. On my way, I looked across the table at Ashley and felt bad that I had to breeze on our lunch.
What now? You have to leave to handle something? I get it.
She chuckled. Sorry, I gotta go handle something. I want to go to the next appointment, so let me know when it is, I told her.
I will. I have one coming up soon. I'll send you over the date. Or should I send it to Jalissa so she can remind you? Bless, you forget everything.
I stood up. Nah, not this. I'm not going to forget this. This important. I told her and grabbed my coat. You enjoyed your holiday?
Yeah, my cousin came to visit me and we did all the corny holiday stuff she wanted to do. You? I know how the holidays are for you.
They were all right. Could have been better. I shrugged. All right, I gotta go. I took money out of my wallet and put it on the table. Get whatever else you need. Feed my baby, Ash, I yelled before going out the door. I jumped into my whip and stopped by the gas station before getting on the road. I could have flew, but I didn't feel like having Jalissa call around for a jet, then waiting on clearance and takeoff times. By that time, I could have been on my way there. Lachey needed me, and I was going to be there for her. I didn't give a fuck how pissed I was with how she ended shit on Christmas. If she needed me, then I was going to be there for her. Real men did real shit, and the fact that she couldn't even depend on Nevaeh's father was crazy to me. As far as the Euro situation, I had no other plan other than killing that nigga. I had called Manic, and he told me that we could meet next week to talk some shit over. When you wanted a nigga done, you called that crazy nigga. He knew how to handle business, and that shit never tied back to you. I was in the limelight now, and I couldn't afford to get caught up moving how I used to move. I wished like hell that I could go back to the way I used to be for just a night. Euro's ass would have been handled soon as I got the information from my private investigator. The nigga was probably paranoid as fuck because he knew how I moved. He and Polite had stood there and watched me kill with my bare hands for a nigga that stole a dime bag. Imagine what the fuck I would do to a nigga that killed my wife and set my little brother up. He knew his day was coming, and he probably was trying to lay low and think about a plan to get his ass out the deep hole he buried himself in. Did I feel bad about taking Nevaeh's father from her? Nah, she was better off without that nigga. All he was doing was getting his daughter's hopes up, just to let them down. She didn't need to be thinking that inconsistent niggas was the wave, because they weren't. It took me an hour and some change to make it to Philly. I found the hospital, parked him at Lachey at the entrance. It was getting dark when I had arrived at the hospital. She was standing outside, leaned on the side of the hospital. I could tell that she was stressed. She didn't need to say anything to me. I could just see it all across her face. When she saw me, she put her phone up and met me halfway in front of the hospital.
Thank you so much, Blas. You didn't have to, but you did, and it means a lot to me.
She thanked me before I could even ask what happened. What happened?
Sin was pregnant. The baby was growing in her tubes instead of her uterus, and one of her tubes ruptured, she explained. She was at Polite's show when it happened. He and I rushed her here to the hospital.
Damn, is she all right? She started crying. I pulled her into my arms because I could tell she wanted to cry way before I had got here and had been holding it in.
She could have died. She lost so much blood and had to be rushed into surgery.
She sobbed into my chest.
She came out a little after I got here with Nevaeh. They had to remove one of her fallopian tubes, Blas.
She continued to cry. Shit, was all I could say because this shit was serious. She knew she was pregnant?
Sam would have told me that she was pregnant. I don't think she knew. What makes it worse is that Polite was the father of that baby. She and I haven't slept together yet.
All this shit was news to me. It was news to me especially because I didn't even know Nye and Sim were fucking around. I knew Polite decided to work it out with Kamaya again. The only reason he did that was because Sin cut his ass off for good, and he had no other choice but to go back to her. Does Polite know?
No, I'm worried about Sin. I need to stay here overnight with her. Her parents are on their way too,
she told me. Go and get Nevaeh and set my brother down, I told her. When she removed herself from my arms, I looked her in the eyes and wiped the tears from her face. I love you, Lachey.
I can't even do this right now.
She walked back to the hospital. I was hurt by her not wanting to say the shit back. Did I hurt her that bad? She had a lot going on. Her best friend nearly could have lost her life, and here I was trying to see where we stood. That was selfish of me, and I could admit that it was selfish. Polite came out the hospital doors with his hands in his pockets. I know. It's going to cost money to reschedule the concert. I didn't think. Soon as someone told me that something happened to her, I just zoned out and went with the ambulance here. Don't apologize. We'll make it work. I'm sure the marketing and legal is already working on how to make things right. You good? Hell no. Seeing her like that and then finding out she and I fucking around, shit is a fucking mess. Yeah, I didn't know about that. You and I good? We're good. He don't even know that me and her fucked around. I don't plan on telling him either. I'm not trying to mix that business with pleasure shit and start fucking up money. Money isn't going to be fucked up. That nigga signed the contract, and as a man, he needs to honor that shit. Either way, you know the baby was yours? You asking me or telling me? Telling. Her and I never fucked. He stumbled back some. Damn, did she know? From what Lachey said, she couldn't have known because she would have told her. I know you've been trying to make shit work with Kamaya, so don't let this shit fuck up your head. How the fuck could I not? She had to get one of her fucking tubes removed because of me. I already fucked up when she had to find out about Kamaya. Now she has one fucking tube because she was pregnant with my baby. She gonna hate me for the rest of my damn life. Like I said, don't be too close to this. If Nas a nigga, you need to let him be here for her. You're too attached to this already. Go to the hotel and call the office and see how they're going to fix this. All right, he agreed. I'll have someone come pick me up. Kamaya here? No. Since it's close to home, she went out with her friends tonight. He explained and rubbed his hand across his head. This shit fucked up. I know. You want to ride to the city? I'm headed to my crib with Nevaeh. Nah, I want to make it up to Philly. I'm going to see if we can redo it tomorrow night. I know it's going to cost. Do what you got to do. I spotted Lachey coming out holding Nevaeh. Go get some rest. I tapped my brother and took Nevaeh from Lachey.
She's battling a fever again. I feel like I can't catch a break with her getting sick. She just got over the flu not too long ago.
She sighed.
She'll probably sleep the entire time. When you get to your house, soup and liquids,
she instructed. Aight, I got it. You want me to drive and come get you tomorrow? How'd you get here?
I took a very expensive Uber.
She removed the hair from her face.
I'll take one back. It's not a problem.
I'll have my mom come to my crib in the morning to stay with Gangsta, and then I'll come scoop you, I told her. She looked hesitant.
Okay, she finally agreed. Please call me when you get there, she told me.
I nodded and watched as she walked back into the hospital with Polite. I sat Nevaeh in the backseat and made sure she was buckled in before I pulled off toward New York. I hated seeing my little gangster sick like this. 16. Nico Yero Harris. Nico Yero Harris.
I feel like we're not on the same page. I know I've been spending late hours at the studio lately, but I'm really trying to take the advice that Bless has given me. Raw Records is the biggest label and they signed me.
Imani went on and on about herself like she always did. All she did was talk about herself and nobody else.
Plus, they signed that girl Sin, and I may have some competition, she added.
I laughed to myself because I had heard Sin sing more than a few times, and there was no competition. Sin could out-sing Imani any day. I finished my beer and got up to toss it in the trash. Lately, I had been trying to spend time apart from her. I was tired of being a shadow, and with her being so close to Bless, I wasn't trying to be all mixed into that shit. The night I ran into him at the club, it was something about his tone that told me that he knew. He either knew that I was the one that killed Shy or set Polite up. Maybe he knew both, because the chilling sound of his voice spoke murder. I had been so fucking paranoid since I ran into him. Imani invited me to a few parties, and I acted like I had work to avoid running into him again. On Nevaeh's birthday, I didn't have to work. I knew that he and Ace were together, or at least messing around, and she would invite him to the party. I didn't even want to give the nigga a chance to get close enough to threaten me. I had to take him out. It was either him or me, and I chose for it to be him. I had a seed. His kid was dead with his wife and buried. The fuck he needed to live for?
Nico, what the hell?
Imani stood in front of me while waving her hands in front of my face.
You've been real distant, and I thought it was me at work, but it's just you.
I got a lot of shit going on right now, Imani. Did you stop to ask how I'm doing? Nah, you always talking about what the fuck you want to need. I barked on her. I had enough shit on my mind, and here she was nagging me about shit.
Yeah, like you didn't want to bring me to your daughter's party? You're ashamed of me or something? I'm not good enough to meet your daughter? She taunted. Or are you mad because your baby mama is fucking Big Dick Bless? I know he's packing because I saw it.
Her words were caught in her throat because I punched her in the mouth and continued to beat on her. I saw red and I couldn't stop, even if I wanted to try. I saw Bless fucking Ace and playing patty cake with my daughter. I saw him trying to kill me. I stopped when I felt wetness on my hands and looked at Imani. Shit. The fuck did I do? I panicked and paced her condo. She should have left me alone and I wouldn't have done none of this shit. She continued to bother me and taunt me with shit that wasn't true and I snapped. That wasn't the first time that I had snapped. A couple years back, Ace was getting fly at the mouth and I popped her in the mouth. After it happened, I felt bad as shit because I didn't mean to. My mind always got to going and shit happened before I could stop. Ace left me for a week and went to her nana's house. Her nana knew what happened, and I had to do a lot of begging to get her back home with me. Funny, because a year later, I told her that we needed to end shit and she should move back home. Now, I regretted that shit. She was doing big things with having all these big sponsors that she had sponsoring her blog. Then the deal between her and Raw Records was big as shit too. Seeing her all hugged up on Bless that night at the club had me fucked up. I always thought Ace would wait around for me. When we broke up, she didn't date. Her time went into our daughter and she had always been there. When I wanted to bust a nut, I called her and she came running. I felt bad because I knew I was selfish and let her on when she didn't deserve that. She wanted to be loved and I let her down. I should have loved her and made our small family stronger. Instead, I fucked that shit up and ruined our family. Baby, I'm sorry. I kneeled down and picked Imani up. She had tears coming down her face and she was still conscious. I took her clothes off and put her in a tub, then filled her with warm water. I took my time cleaning her face up and looking at the damage that I had done to her. Nico, she whispered. What, baby? Talk to me. She had her legs pulled up to her chest, and I could tell that I had fucked her up mentally. Get the fuck out of my house. Don't come back ever again. We're over, she screamed while sobbing. She tossed the water at me and the washcloth, body wash and anything she could grab. Get the fuck out. Get out, she continued. I love you, babe. Get the fuck out before I call the cops, she screamed, and I got up from the floor. Grabbing my phone, I headed out the door. I prayed that we could work this shit out. I fucked up and didn't mean to spaz on her like the way I did. I had been in my head all day and Imani always wanted to pick a fight for no fucking reason. When I got behind the wheel of my car, I started beating on the steering wheel. Fuck! This was all Bless's fault. That nigga walked around like he was a fucking king and he wasn't. I had been following him for the past couple days. His routine always changed. One thing that didn't change was the building he lived in. Granted, that shit was like getting into Fort Knox, so I saw why he didn't give a fuck who knew where he laid his head. He never took the same way home and always switched up his cars and patterns. I drove to his building. It was time for us to settle this like men. We needed to talk this shit out. If he wanted me to move from the state, I'd do it, but he wasn't about to kick me out of my kid's life. It took me 20 minutes to make it from Imani's condo to his, and I parked on the street. It looked like they were having some kind of event inside the building because valet was backed up with cars. They had valet attendants walking down the long line and taking keys and having people walk down to the building. I parked on the side block and then walked around. I stood in front of the small bougie-ass deli that was right next to the building. With my hoodie pulled over my head, I waited. This nigga wasn't in the house. He would be coming in from some industry party or something. I looked down at my phone and smiled at a few DMs from a chick I had tattooed. These bitches love to fuck, and I never had a problem giving them some dick. I made money because they thought I was so fine and they wanted to go ahead and book an appointment just for the chance to talk to me. Talking to me led to fucking, and that was why I couldn't be with Ace. It wasn't fair for her to keep putting up with me fucking my clients. This shit is ridiculous. You know that shit, right? I heard Bless's voice. This nigga, right on time. I smirked. I fucking live here, and you got me walking down the block to my building because some bullshit dinner. He continued to complain as he walked down the block. He would never have a man-to-man. I would spend my life running from him. Even if he agreed to let me move, he would always hold that shit over me. Who's to say that he wouldn't want to kill me later on? Bless couldn't be trusted because he was that fucking unpredictable. Nah, I had to kill that nigga. He had to go. It was either me or him, and I wasn't about to be taken out. It was a dog-eat-dog world. He knew that. Pulling my hoodie over my head and looking down, I pulled the gun out of my hoodie and held it to my side. Yo, Bless, I heard you were looking for me. He stopped walking. Knowing him, he always carried, so I wasn't going to give him the chance to clap me first. This nigga was the king of doing someone dirty before they could even get him. And I'd be damned if I did all of this just for him to shoot me first. I was going to be the man that came out on top this time. Pow, pow, pow. I shot 3 bullets into him and he turned around. He was bleeding. That's when I realized that he was holding a vase in his arms, and one of the bullets had gone through him and pierced her. The pink dress she wore had blood all over it. People were screaming and yelling, and someone was on the phone with the cops. I held in a vomit and ran back to my car. To be continued.
To all the thugs I loved that didn't love me back, too, part of All Thugs Love Me Back was written by Jacquel J. and read by Simone Rothschild and Miles Washington. To All the Thugs I Loved That Didn't Love Me Back, Too was produced by John Marshall Media. This has been a presentation of Simon Maverick.
The following is an excerpt from Jacquel J's To All the Thugs I Loved That Didn't Love Me Back 3, part of the All Thugs Love Me Back series, read by Simone Rothschild and Miles Washington.
I parked on the side block and then walked around. I stood in front of the small bougie-ass deli that was right next to the building. With my hoodie pulled over my head, I waited. This nigga wasn't in the house. He would be coming in from some industry party or something. I looked down at my phone and smiled at a few DMs from a chick I had tattooed. These bitches love to fuck, and I never had a problem giving them some dick. I made money because they thought I was so fine, and they wanted to go ahead and book an appointment just for the chance to talk to me. Talking to me led to fucking, and that was why I couldn't be with Ace. It wasn't fair for her to keep putting up with me fucking my clients. This shit is ridiculous. You know that shit, right? I heard Bless's voice. This nigga, right on time. I smirked. I fucking live here. You got me walking down the block to my building because some bullshit dinner. He continued to complain as he walked down the block. He would never have a man-to-man. I would spend my life running from him. Even if he agreed to let me move, he would always hold that shit over me. Who's to say that he wouldn't want to kill me later on? Bless couldn't be trusted because he was that fucking unpredictable. Nah, I had to kill that nigga. He had to go. It was either me or him, and I wasn't about to be taken out. It was a dog-eat-dog world. He knew that. Pulling my hoodie over my head and looking down, I pulled the gun out my hoodie and held it to my side. Yo, Bless, I heard you were looking for me. He stopped walking. Knowing him, he always carried, so I wasn't going to give him the chance to clap me first. This nigga was the king of doing someone dirty before they could even get him, and I'd be damned if I did all of this just for him to shoot me first. I was going to be the man that came out on top this time. Pow, pow, pow. I shot 3 bullets into him and he turned around. He was bleeding. That's when I realized that he was holding Nevaeh in his arms, and one of the bullets had gone through him and pierced her. The pink dress she wore had blood all over it. People were screaming and yelling, and someone was on the phone with the cops. I held in the vomit and ran back to my car. I jolted out my sleep when I felt someone poke me in the shoulder. Jumping up from the couch with my heart beating 1,000,000 miles per hour, I looked around. My eyes landed on Nevaeh, standing there holding a gallon of milk. My heart was still beating out of my chest when I sat up on the couch. When we arrived last night, I put her to sleep in my bed and came to watch the highlights on the couch. I don't know when I fell asleep, but the drool dried to the side of my cheek told me that I had been sleeping good. Nevaeh still stood there holding the milk and looking at me confused. Did you have a bad dream, Blessy? I sighed and ran my hand across my face. I'm a nigga that don't get scared too easily. However, this shit had me scared as hell. The dream was so fucking vivid that I felt like I was there. Checking my chest, there was no bullet holes, yet my chest was on fire like I had been shot. If I had to go, then that's what it was. That wasn't what scared me. The fact that I was holding Nevaeh in my arms was what scared me. She was a baby and didn't deserve to die. Then, at the hands of her own father, dreams usually told you shit and caused you to pay more attention. Nico was a nigga that I never trusted, and the shit that I dreamed was some pussy shit that he would do. Looking at Nevaeh, I loved this little girl and would die before something would happen to her, especially because her father was a fucking hater and couldn't accept the fact that his baby mama was getting real dick from a real nigga. I did, Lil G. You want some milk? She nodded her head. I tried to open it and it's too tight. She handed me the milk. Standing up, I stretched, then picked her up and carried her into the kitchen. What did you dream about? She asked when I sat on the counter. I grabbed the glass and then poured her some milk. Grown-up stuff. Can I tell you something? She leaned in like I had the next best secret to tell. Sure. Don't grow up. It's a trap, Lil G. I laughed and handed her the milk. Are you feeling any better? She guzzled the milk down and then sat it down next to her. A little. My tummy still hurts and I miss Mommy. When is she going to come? She's handling things with your Auntie Sim right now. Soon as she's able to come, she'll come pick you up. Okay? Okay, she agreed. Blessy? What's up? Do you love my mommy? Nevaeh looked me in the eyes. Damn, what was it about kids? They had these innocent-ass eyes, and it was like you wanted to give them the world. The truth was that I loved Lachey. Shit, I loved her a lot, and the shit scared the fuck out of me. I was afraid that by loving her so much that I was somehow forgetting about Shy. Part of me knew that I could never forget about her, but then there was this other side of me that felt like loving Lachey would cause me to be happy, and a nigga felt guilty about being happy and moving on with his life, while Shy laid in the grave. I do love your mother. I love her a lot. You want to make her happy? My daddy always makes Mommy cry. I love Daddy, but I don't like when he makes Mommy cry a lot. She sighed and looked the other way. Mommy works so hard. I just want her to smile and be happy. Nevaeh was smart as hell for her age. She understood way more than the average kid her age. Lachey did her thing when it came to raising her. Nevaeh was respectful and she was smart as hell. Just from being around her, I could tell that Lachey didn't play when it came to her in schooling. Nico was a bitch for hurting Lachey in front of their child. I don't give a fuck what was going on. A child should never see their father hurting their mother, mental or physical. None of that mattered. I could tell that Lachey put up with a lot when it came to Nico, and for some reason, she still came up with excuses for the nigga. That was the shit that always had me fucking blown. How the fuck you supposed to be a child's hero and turn around and cause pain to their mother? The shit was whack to me, and I would never do that shit to Lachey. My shit wasn't perfect, and I still battled with some shit with how I felt about Shy. Still, I would never play Lachey and do some shit to hurt her intentionally. Your mother works very hard, and I want to make her happy so she can smile more. I leaned down to look her eye to eye while she sat on the counter. Nevaeh, I'm not perfect. I'll make mistakes, and I'm not always going to be the perfect person. She nodded her head.
Nana said that nobody is perfect, and the people who pretend to be are the unhappiest. I don't want you to be perfect because then you won't be happy.
Her small hand touched the side of my cheek. This little girl was something that I didn't know I needed. I was always excited to see her, and even with Lachey being petty and not talking to me, I still checked up on Nevaeh. She was wise beyond her years and understood a great deal. I placed my hand over hers. I can promise you I won't be perfect, but I can promise you that I will love your mother with everything that I got inside of me. Okay?
Promise?
I laughed. I promise. I picked her up and brought her back to my bed. Now, you need to get comfy under covers and watch some cartoons until you feel better. I'm going to order some chicken soup.
Can I have that ice cream in the freezer?
You was all up in my freezer while I was asleep. I pulled the covers over her. If you get enough rest, then we can watch a movie and eat ice cream later, okay? Nevaeh yawned and laid her head on the pillow while nodding.
Okay, I'll get some sleep.
She coughed some, then turned over. I could tell she was still tired and needed more rest. When it came to kids, I wasn't an expert on the shit. I tried my best to understand children whenever they crossed my path. Being that Ashley was pregnant and I was about to be a father, I knew that I needed to start getting ready to be a father. The shit that had me shook was what Lachey would say. She asked me if me and Ashley fucked around, and I denied the shit. Why? Shit, I just didn't want to hurt her feelings or cause her to feel extra insecure because Ashley was still a part of my life. Maybe I was trying to save her from being hurt, and in the end I lied to her. Even with Ashley being pregnant, I was going to be there for my child. I'm not the type of nigga that could sit back and not take care of my seed. I knew Lachey wouldn't take that shit the right way, and it would cause some issues between us. I wanted to be with Lachey, and there wasn't shit that was going to stop me from being with her. I was tired as shit. Still, I needed to check on Lachey and make sure she had something to eat. I dialed her Nana's phone and she answered after a few rings.
Blas, is everything all right?
Yes, Nana, everything is good. How are you doing this morning? She sighed.
If this knee stopped giving me problems, I'll be great.
She chuckled in the phone.
I just put that cream on my knee, so I'm hoping that helps, because I have to ride to the city to take care of some business with our apartment, she revealed. You know how the train and all those stairs are. How's Nevaeh?
She's sleeping right now. I'm putting in an order for some soup and going to see if I can get my mother to sit with her while I bring Lachey some clothes and food.
Boy, you going to drive back to Philly again and bring her some clothes and food?
She said in disbelief. That nigga Nico was really a fuck nigga. How the fuck you got a diamond like Lachey and fuck that shit up? I always knew Nico was a waste man, and this further confirmed it. Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure that she's all right.
God bless you. If you need me to put off my trip to the city, I can call to reschedule so your mama doesn't have to come all the way to you to watch Nevaeh. You can just bring her home,
she offered. You're good. I'm going to send a car to pick you up and take you wherever you need to go. The subway is a thing of the past, for real. Anytime you need to go somewhere, call me, I told her. The line grew quiet.
I prayed for a man that would love my grandbaby, a man that would accept her entire life, not just her. I'm so happy that God saw fit to put you in her life, and your name has the nerve to be Blas,
she laughed. I'm not going anywhere, I promised. Even if me and Lachey didn't work out, I couldn't see myself going away and not speaking to her. A nigga wasn't even the type to be friends after I fucked someone, but for Lachey, I would make the exception. After I ended the call with her Nana, I checked in on Nevaeh for a second and then went to call my mother. She didn't sound like herself, and I pressed her on it, and she told me she was fine and had been watching a sad movie that made her cry. No matter the time or place, I called my mother and she would be there for me. When I told her what happened, she told me she would be there in the next hour. I planned to pull a card about what was going on with her and Pops. He hadn't been home, and I knew he was caring for his moms. But damn, the holidays came and went and this nigga wasn't there. My mother was the queen of hiding things because she didn't want us boys to worry. I also knew that out of both my brothers, I had been the only one that could pull anything out of her. I went to shower so I could head up to Philly and check on my baby. Lachey had some clothes here she had left last time she spent the night, so I grabbed those. After grilling my mom for 20 minutes, I headed out and got on the road. It didn't take me long to make it to Philly. My mind was still on my mother. Something wasn't right with her, and it wasn't sitting right with me. She kept trying to laugh to play off the sadness and worry I saw in her eyes. Before I left, I had made a mental note to catch up with my pops about some shit. If it was one person I could count on to keep it 100 with me, it was him. He would be the one who would keep it real with me and let me know what the hell was up. I parked and headed upstairs to Sinclair's room. Polite had sent me a text with the information to her room. Before heading up, I had stopped to grab some flowers and bullshit for Sinclair. The shit she was going through was a lot, and I felt bad as shit. Polite wasn't taking it well because he knew that was his baby that she had lost, and he knew she would probably blame him. When I got to the room, Nah was asleep in the corner, and Lachey was flipping through a magazine. Sinclair was snuggled under the covers like a baby being swaddled. I couldn't tell if she was asleep or not. I sat the flowers and small teddy bear on the table, and Lachey looked up and smiled and walked over to me.
You didn't have to come back up here. Wait, who is Nevaeh with?
She grew worried as we walked down the hallway. Relax. My mom came over to sit with her while I came to bring you some fresh clothes and food. I saw her shoulders relax while she looked at me.
Food? I don't see no food.
I want to take you to grab some. You've been up here all night and day, so you need some food. And nah, seeds don't count. It was something about her ass. She loved seeds and would snack on them shits like they were real food or something.
Okay, let me just wash up and switch my clothes.
She accepted the bag from me and opened it.
Good, a fresh pair of panties.
I smelled them too. She laughed.
You're nasty as hell.
How? I'm smelling my girl's panties. I shrugged. Her smile dropped.
Bishop, please, can we not do this here?
Go change and we can head to get some food. I replied instead of saying what I really wanted to say. Lachey offered a weak smile and then went back into the room to change her clothes. Here I was, a nigga that could have any bitch on my arm if I just whistled. And Lachey's ass was making me damn near beg to be with her. That was the thing. She wasn't just any woman. She was a woman who brought something to the table and didn't want to just eat off my plate. She came back out in a few minutes in sweats and one of my shirts. I watched her put a jean jacket on and we headed out the hospital. It was some small cafe down the street from the hotel. The lady seated us and I stared across the table at her. Shit, she was so fucking beautiful and she wasn't even trying. That was the thing about her. She could put a bag over her head and I'd still be trying to fuck her. A woman who didn't have to do the most to gain a nigga's attention was the type of woman I wanted. I couldn't stand when a bitch threw herself at a nigga. Lachey had mastered that, and even now she wasn't stressing my ass. How was she doing? I broke our silence as she looked over the menu. She sighed.
Good, I guess. Whenever Sin is hurt, she shuts down. Me and Nah keep trying to get her to open up, and she keeps saying she's tired and doesn't want to talk.
Maybe she's tired.
No, I know my friend, and I know that she's hurt. I mean, they had to remove one of her tubes.
She touched the side of her.
Who wouldn't be hurt? It's not like she won't be able to have kids. Her other tube is very healthy, so the doctor says she can still conceive. He mentioned that it could be harder, but she's still able to get pregnant.
At least she can still have a seed. I mean, the shit isn't the easiest thing, but the main thing is that she can get pregnant.
Yeah, I just know mentally she's not all right.
She continued to skim the menu. It was crazy how much she and Sin loved each other. From her face, I could tell because Sin wasn't good that she wasn't good. I know you love Sin and always wanted to be there for her, but you gotta give her the space she wants and may not want to tell you. Both you and Nah.
Polite comes up and sits and she doesn't even look at him,
she mentioned.
She acts as if it was his fault or something.
They shit is a mess and we need to learn how to stay out of it.
Kinda like you failed to mention your brother had a fiancé?
Not my business. Polite business was his, and it wasn't mine. Long as that shit didn't fuck with me, I didn't give a damn.
Wow.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Nothing,
she said just as the waitress came over to the table. Shorty looked like she stripped tonight and waited tables during the day. The way her breast spilled over her opened uniform shirt and her pants were as tight as my fist right before I punched a nigga in the face.
Welcome to Patty's Cafe. Can I recommend some peach tea mixed with fresh in-house lemonade?
I looked at Lachey.
Yes, I'll have a glass.
Nah, water, I said when she looked over at me. Shorty was already eye-fucking me while she stared at me.
Are you both ready to order, or do you need more time?
I'll take the fried chicken platter. You got pork in your greens? She smiled brightly before answering the question.
No, we use turkey tails.
Aight.
I'll do the fish plate, and please add cornbread.
She took the menus out of our hands.
You got it, girl.
She winked and went to the back to put our order in. Why the fuck you being so wild with me? I want you, Lachey.
I think we need to just be friends right now,
she admitted.
You're not over your ex, and like I told you, I don't want to be second again.
I can admit I fucked up with the way I was acting. Holidays have never been my favorite time, and that shit is harder now that Shy is gone. Looking back, I should have handled it differently. I apologized. You make me happy. Nah, you and Nevaeh make me happy.
This got serious too quickly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have tried to force you to do anything. You lost the love of your life, and I can never compare to that.
That's the thing. You should never have to compare to Shy. She's gone, and I'm making peace with that. I want you, Lachey.
I have so much going on right now, and I can't commit to us being together right now. It's just too much for me. Can we just agree to be friends?
As much as I wanted to tell her no, I could tell that she was serious. Yeah, she touched my hand.
You need time to grieve and get over Shy. Maybe we'll be meant to be another time in life. I'm focused on my daughter and career right now. I gave my everything to a man and he let me down. I'm trying really hard not to make that same mistake again. I already felt like I was starting to give too much.
I mean, I'm not any nigga, and if you felt like you were giving up shit, I most definitely was doing the same. Stop treating me like I'm that fuck nigga you had Nevaeh with.
Okay, we're not getting into this right now. She waved me off. I need space.
Bet. I just asked one thing.
What's that, Bless? We're not going to keep fucking.
She made sure to mention. Knowing Lachey, she wasn't about to fuck me while we're supposed to be on a break. Can we work out some custody for Nevaeh? I'd take her every weekend or some shit like that. It was an out-of-the-box kind of question, but I had fell in love with that little girl. Her father was a fuck nigga, and I felt like it was my job to be there for her. There was too many women who grew up without a man to show them the path. Nevaeh was innocent, and she deserved to have that man to lean on when the world was too tough. I wanted to be that man for her. I could tell she was shocked by my request.
Bless, you do know that she's not your child, right?
She squinted her eyes at me. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to just dip and not be in her life. You introduced her to me, even when you don't believe in bringing niggas around her. I'm not trying to be that nigga she keep asking you about that don't come around. My mama fell in love with her too. She sighed with a smirk on her face.
You know you're ridiculous, right?
I shrugged. Me and Lil G got a bond. You didn't bring me into her life for me to walk out. You obviously saw something in me. You want a break? We shouldn't have to cut our relationship short because you want to do you. She was taken back from my response. Lachey was confused, and I was about to let her have her break. If she wanted to sit back and chill while remaining friends, then I was going to give her that.
Fine. I just don't want anyone to think that I'm forcing you to be a father to a child that's not yours.
Little do you know, the moment you let me throw a party, she became mine. I told you that I got y'all, even if we're friends, I replied. Look, enjoy your food and take the keys to my whip. I'm going to find my way back to the city. I slid the keys to my car across the table and stood up, then kissed her on the cheek. Black, nah, you want space and this is too much, so I'm giving you this. I'm giving you the space you're asking for. I'll bring baby girl back to you when you're home, I told her and then dipped out the cafe. I pulled my phone out and called Polite. He told me he could scoop me in 10 minutes, so I walked back to the hospital to wait for him to come grab me. Lachey didn't know what she wanted either.